28 weeks later, the entire world was encased in ice, and humanity had become just as frozen and cold. The spiked boots used to traverse the ice let out an unsettling creaking sound. A man in a fur coat, his face covered in frost, sat wearily on the side of the road. His companion continued on in silence. Stepping outside, he exhaled clouds of white mist. He pulled down his sunglasses and scanned his surroundings. He'd never explored this area before. He muttered, "Food. Things that were once so easy to get are now more precious than gold." Beneath the transparent sheet of ice, skyscrapers loomed like imprisoned ghosts. He bent down to check. This ice is thick enough. Should be safe. But just as he stepped onto the smooth surface, the ground suddenly began to tremble violently. He panicked. This is bad. An earthquake. The frozen world itself seemed to be screaming. It was as if God himself wanted to remind them that human civilization was as fragile as a thin sheet of ice. The ice cracked and split in two. He quickly clung to one side, his heart pounding. This is it. I'm going to fall to my death. He hurriedly jammed his grappling hook into the ice to get a foothold, but the hook just scraped along the surface, unable to catch. Damn it, I can't stop. He slid down, falling straight onto the roof of a shop and rolling several times in a pile of soft snow. He shot up, wincing. Phew, lucky this was snow. If it had been ice, I'd be a goner for sure. He smirked and muttered, "What's that old saying? If you survive a great disaster, good fortune will follow." But that smirk vanished the moment he looked up. A pair of piercing blue eyes with 3 pupils each glinted in the darkness. Sharp, iron-like teeth flashed in a mouth twisted into a hungry grin. A man-eating painted skin monster was lying in wait. His eyes widened. Looks like I won't live long enough to enjoy that good fortune. He bolted, running like the wind, but the monster gave chase relentlessly, as if it hadn't eaten in ages. He ran straight into a dead end. This time, I'm really done for. He just escaped death, only to become prey for a monster. Above them, sharp icicles trembled violently from the monster's movements. It closed in, its face gleeful. Food is coming, food is coming. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed, and an icicle fell, piercing straight through the monster's body, causing it to collapse instantly. He let out a sigh of relief, having narrowly escaped death. But his joy was short-lived as the ice wall began to crack. "This place is a death trap," he screamed as the ice gave way, plunging him into an underground sewer. In the freezing water, a strange creature not quite a snail, not quite a snake crept closer. It had been alone for so long that upon seeing him, it joyfully latched onto his body, becoming a parasite. His eyes changed color, his pupils now glowing with the same eerie blue as the creature's body. He stood frozen for a few seconds, his head spinning. What just happened? He reached for the back of his neck, feeling a sharp pain but not realizing the thing had already burrowed deep inside him. Calming himself down, he switched on his flashlight, its weak beam cutting through the darkness. Right, I've been out here too long. I have to get back. As he shined the light around, he suddenly spotted a chocolate bar embedded in the ice. At least I'm not going back empty-handed today, he smirked, prying open a manhole cover to get out. All around him, skyscrapers stood frozen solid. The only way home was through the sewer system. He lowered a rope into the deep chasm, his expression somber, wondering how much longer this harsh life would last. Seeing his fellow survivors shivering in the biting cold, starved for food, his heart grew heavy with sorrow. Inside the building, the situation was even more dire. Cold eyes turned towards him, as if sizing him up. In a situation like this, with supplies running out, who knows what they're capable of, he muttered, not daring to finish the thought. In this frozen world, the line between reason and instinct seemed far too thin. He moved quickly through the crowd, observing everything carefully. They haven't started their patrol yet today, he thought to himself. I need to get home quick. Arriving at room 409, he knocked on the door. Knock, knock. The door swung open immediately. A girl stood there, greeting him with a radiant smile. He asked in surprise, "You opened that fast, Ming?" The girl threw herself into his arms, hugging him tightly and whispering, "That's because I wanted to see you as soon as possible. What's wrong? Don't you want to see me sooner?" He chuckled, used to her personality. "Of course I do." He turned to lock the door and added, "But you need to keep the door locked, too." Ming pouted, pretending to be hurt. Yes, my boyfriend isn't as important as your door lock." He shook his head and pulled a gift from his bag. "Look what I brought back for you." Ming looked at what he handed her and asked in surprise, "What's this?" He replied, "Chocolate." She squealed and threw her arms around him. "Honey, you're the best." He walked inside to put his gear away. Ming watched him, her voice tinged with disappointment. "Is this all you got?" He sighed. "There was only one. I almost got eaten by a monster just to get it. Go on, eat it." Looking at him, covered in grime, his heavy backpack a testament to a long day of scavenging, Ming showed not a shred of pity. She carelessly broke the chocolate bar, her expression clearly dissatisfied. He sat in front of the heater, its faint warmth doing little to ease his worries. "What am I going to do?" he muttered. "I haven't found anything decent in days." He picked up a bag of seeds, something he had painstakingly collected before, his eyes filled with disappointment. "Don't tell me we have to eat these seeds." The situation is getting more and more desperate. Eating the seeds means giving up all hope. If this keeps up, everyone's going to lose their minds soon, he thought, his hand tightening around the lump of monster fat. If their meat wasn't poisonous, maybe no one in this building would have to suffer from hunger and cold, he muttered, tossing the lump of fat into the stove, and the flames roared to life. At least the monster fat is a decent fuel source. In this frozen world, at least, we won't die from the cold. He glanced at the clock. 16:06 on the 14th. Valentine's Day. He was startled. How could I have forgotten? He quickly stood up to call for Ming Ming, but she wasn't in the room. "Ming Ming, where did you run off to?" From outside, Xiao Ming's voice called out. He blushed, confused. What's this secret signal about? What's she doing out there? He opened the door and called out loudly. "Ming Ming." A bat suddenly swung toward him. Oof, right in the family jewels. God, that hurts. He collapsed onto the floor, clutching his head in agony. A man carrying a bat walked in and laughed. "Merry Christmas, little bro." He hugged Xiao Ming tightly, his voice smug. Surprised, shocked, he leaned against the wall, his body and soul aching. He roared, "Ah Ming, why did you betray me? Why did you go with Luo Dalong?" She pointed a finger right in his face. She scolded. "You have the nerve to ask? Did you really think a single chocolate bar could win me over?" Luo Dalong swung the baseball bat, while Xiao Ming stood there, continuing to curse at him. "Don't think I don't know you've been hiding food." He tried to explain, but Xiao Ming refused to listen, her gaze as sharp as a knife. She pointed at his backpack. With a sarcastic tone, she asked, "You brought back such a big bag. Was it full of nothing but air? And you're even lying to your own girlfriend. Are you even human?" Luo Dalong leaned on his cane, a scornful smile on his face. "Little brother, you truly are a disappointment of a man." He moved closer. His breath was heavy. "You think this is some civilized society? The big fish eat the small fish. Understand? A small fry like you can't even provide for your own girlfriend. What woman would be willing to stay with you? Small fish only have two choices. Rely on a big fish or be eaten by one." He shook his head bitterly. "What's wrong? Hand over your stuff." The man sneered. "You're just unlucky, getting a girlfriend like this. You should just dump her and be done with it." He screamed, "I don't have any food." Luo Dalong raised the baseball bat, a vicious glint in his eyes. "Looks like you're refusing to rely on the big fish. In that case, you'll just have to be eaten." Seeing the imminent danger, he yelled, "What do you people want to do?" But Luo Dalong's bat had already swung down, a powerful blow breaking his leg, followed by a smash to the jaw that sent his teeth flying. Another agonizing blow landed on his arm as the whole group swarmed him, beating him mercilessly like a pack of wild animals. They tore the room apart, searching every nook and cranny. One of the men yelled, "Boss, we've torn the whole place apart. All we found was some spoiled grain." Luo Dalong sneered, his voice ice cold. "Even a small fish is still meat. We can't be picky. Hand me the knife." In a daze, he saw Luo Dalong approaching, his grin as grotesque as a monster's. The man dragged him away as if pulling him straight to hell. He gritted his teeth. "I fought so hard, but it still happened. The one ending I never wanted to see." He screamed silently in his heart. "I won't accept this. If there's a next life, I'll pay you back 100 times over. I have to live." The parasite in his body seemed to sense his burning desire and hatred. A voice echoed in his head. "Very well. Then I shall grant your wish." He jolted awake in his office, covered in sweat, and screamed, "Luo Dalong." Luckily, the room was empty, so no one witnessed his embarrassing moment. He panted heavily. What happened? Looking around, he was stunned. Wasn't I already dead? Why am I completely unharmed? Outside, the city was still bustling. Skyscrapers glowed with lights, and crowds of people moved about as if no disaster had ever occurred. But he knew that in just 28 more hours, the world would be plunged into a frozen wasteland. Night fell, and the city lit up for the last time. Only 24 hours remained. Time seemed to be flying faster than ever. A convoy of cars from the Queen's district moved slowly through the crowded streets. During this final show of force, the city police did their best to maintain order, but in the high-end residential areas, the elites of Manhattan were still busy partying. Deep in the slums of Brooklyn, gangsters conducted their business furtively on the filthy streets. Everything seemed normal, but no one realized the storm that was about to hit. Only a single, somber figure stood silently on a street corner, anxiously observing. That was Momo, our protagonist, the only person who knew about the impending disaster. In the city sky, streaks of emerald green light flickered. The crowd marveled, "Whoa, it's the aurora. Quick, take a picture. They excitedly thought it was a rare wonder, but only Momo understood it was a harbinger of the day the world would freeze over. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket buzzed urgently. Momo frowned, pulling it out, wondering who would be calling at this hour. The screen lit up, displaying a familiar name. Ming Ming, the girlfriend who had betrayed him. Painful memories flooded back the days she leaned against another man, her cold voice echoing, "I'm just a weak girl. I can only rely on the strong. Don't blame me." "All right." He gritted his teeth. This despicable woman. To think I was once so blinded by her looks. His face darkened as he decisively put the call on speaker. A woman's voice rang out, feigning innocence. "Momo, are you still working overtime? Did you see the Aurora? Right? She's gorgeous." Then she started her usual act, trying to get money out of him. "Oh, right. Can you send me some money? I think I maxed out my credit card." Momo was cold, his voice devoid of emotion. "Let's break up. Don't call me again." Ming Ming screamed, "What? What's wrong with you? Why all of a sudden?" He hung up immediately. He didn't let her say another word. With one decisive tap, he deleted her contact, his eyes showing no hint of regret. If I'd been given a second chance, he thought to himself, his gaze turning sharp and cold. A girl like you is better off dead in this frozen world. In Brooklyn, the clock struck 11:58 p.m. on June 14th. Momo stood still, his mind racing. A second chance, he thought. This time, I have to prepare thoroughly. Recalling his past life, last week he pieced together every detail. In less than 28 hours, the world would be plunged into an ice age. The temperature would drop steadily, slowly dragging all of humanity into chaos. Time was running out. He calculated he only had 1 hour left to gather supplies. Besides the basic necessities, he needed something for self-defense. He carefully tucked an item into his bag, thinking, like a weapon. Suddenly, 2 patrolling police officers passed by. Their eyes were suspicious. One of them whispered, "Hey, man, that guy looks really suspicious. Wandering around this late at night." The other one nodded. "Yeah, let's deal with him. Perfect chance to show you the ropes." The chubby police officer got out of the car and shouted, "Hey, you, freeze, don't move." Both of them drew their guns, making a show of force. The chubby one yelled, demanding Momo put his hands up. Momo immediately raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, cursing internally. "Damn it, this area's been on edge lately. They probably think I'm a mugger." The blonde officer radioed headquarters. "We found a suspect on 4th Avenue, suspected of being a mugger." The chubby cop shouted again, "What's in your hand?" Momo replied calmly and slowly, "It's a phone, officer." He glanced at his watch. Exactly 12 o'clock midnight. Damn it, he thought. I don't have time to mess around with these 2 white pigs. But he maintained a calm demeanor. "I hope that after you're done checking, if there are no problems, you'll let me go immediately." The chubby cop started lecturing the rookie. "Remember, at a time like this, don't carelessly approach the suspect." "Got it?" The rookie asked nervously. "What's in your bag? Take it out, now." Momo smirked, slowly taking off his backpack as he spoke. "I'm just a working guy. It's only my personal belongings inside." Momo quickly reached for the iPad in his backpack. Before the rookie could get a clear look, he panicked and screamed, "Weapon! It's a weapon!" He was trembling, his finger accidentally pulling the trigger. A copper bullet shot out at a deadly speed. Momo was stunned, his heart feeling like it had stopped. He screamed internally, "Damn it! My second chance, my chance to keep living. Is it going to end here? No. I have to live." Suddenly, his eyes shot open, his nerves taut like a bowstring. A mysterious blue light emanated from his body, enveloping the area. The rookie panicked. What's happening? Momo realized with a shock that he could see the bullet, every detail slowly becoming clear before his eyes. His body felt like it was changing. Time itself seemed to slow down. He dodged to one side, miraculously avoiding the bullet's path. I can dodge it, so it wasn't a hallucination. He whipped his head around, his eyes burning with fury. He glared at the clumsy cop. "You stupid pig, you. I'm the one who pays your damn taxes, and you shoot at your own taxpayer." He roared, "I don't have time to waste on idiots like you." The flustered rookie fired a second shot. The bullet casing fell to the ground, but strangely, it began to freeze instantly. Momo lunged forward with lightning speed, as fast as a whirlwind. A precise punch landed on the rookie's face, sending him flying in a pose like a legendary ballet dancer. The chubby cop, who had been about to lecture him, saw this and panicked, turning to flee. He glanced back and saw the rookie sprawled out. He stumbled and fell to the ground, screaming, "What the hell is this? What did you do to him?" He pointed his gun at Momo, his voice trembling. "You! What the hell are you?" Momo advanced, each step slow but full of power. The mysterious blue light still radiated from his body, one of his eyes glowing like a torch. He roared, "I don't know." In the city sky, the electric lights had been replaced by streaks of brilliant aurora, signaling that the Ice Age was about to arrive. The chubby cop collapsed to his knees, calling headquarters with a stutter. Reporting to headquarters, officer attacked, suspect fled. Weapon is missing, he repeated. Suspect fled. Weapon is missing, as if he couldn't process it. Muttering, I really ran into a demon today. Momo sprinted through the dark alleys, hiding like a ghost. He stopped in front of a door in a building his own home. Inside, he collapsed to the floor, panting heavily, his heart still pounding in his chest. Was what just happened real, he wondered, his mind reeling. How did I do that? He looked at the gun he'd just stolen, clutching it tightly in his hand, and thought, I have to try it again. He pointed the gun at the mirror, facing his own reflection. Then, he decisively pulled the trigger. At that exact moment, his right eye flared with light, activating that strange power. It really works. Momo instantly moved to the copper bullet's position, his hand reaching out to catch it in a flash. He rejoiced silently. I caught it. Opening his hand, the bullet lay neatly in his palm. So I really do have superpowers. Model. Ability. He looked down at the white bone layer clinging to his body, murmuring, I noticed it before. Why is there white bone on my body? Could it be related to this supersonic teleportation ability? He clenched the bullet, a smug smile forming on his lips. Even if it's not some special ability, I've foreseen the coming disaster. With this power, I'll be one step ahead of everyone else. Suddenly, a frantic knock echoed at the door. Who could be looking for me this late? He frowned and went to open the door. His landlady was standing there, her eyes filled with worry. She asked, Young Mo, was that a gunshot just now? Momo scratched his head, stammering, then quickly lied, that was just the TV. The remote's broken. Sorry about that. The landlady sighed in relief. Didn't the nearby supermarket just get robbed? The neighborhood isn't safe. It's good that you're okay. It's good that you're okay. With that, she turned to leave. Momo called after her, sorry to have worried you. You must be tired. She replied in a gentle tone, you young people need to take care of your health. Don't work so much overtime. Momo slammed the door shut, feeling uneasy. I need to focus on the main problem, supplies. He slumped to the floor, then it hit him. Wait. She mentioned the nearby supermarket. That place must have everything. A sinister smile crept across his lips. Time to stock up. The scene changes to the supermarket, late at night. Susan was drowsy, her eyes drooping in front of the security camera monitor. Momo appeared, quickly grabbing essential items. In the blink of an eye, he teleported, vanishing from the CCTV screen. The receipt printer suddenly whirred to life, spitting out a long strip of paper. Susan jolted awake, grabbing the pile of receipts in astonishment. What's going on? Did someone just buy something? On the receipt, Momo had left a message. Sorry, don't be scared. Go home quickly and be safe. The girl was stunned. What kind of weird message is this? On the verge of tears, she muttered. Seriously. First a robbery, and now some psycho. Just then, two young thugs entered the supermarket, furtively gripping guns. Susan's heart sank. My luck has been terrible lately. They pointed their guns at her. The one with green hair shouted, This is a robbery. Hand over the money, now. He yelled, Hurry up, bitch. Outside the supermarket, a monstrous foot silently approached, unnoticed. The gun in the robber's hand suddenly began to freeze over. Suddenly, the monstrous foot kicked hard, shattering the supermarket's glass door as a terrifyingly cold draft blasted inside. The green-haired thug was confused. Why does it suddenly feel so cold? The other one screamed, Dude, look at the door. The green-haired one whipped around. A 10-foot-tall monster loomed there, its grotesque body covered with countless faces and mouths. Its jagged teeth were exposed, sending shivers of disgust down one's spine. The green-haired robber panicked, his face drained of all color, and screamed, Damn it, what the fuck kind of monster are you? The other one, hands trembling, hastily fired at the beast. The copper bullets passed right through its body, but had no effect whatsoever. They both screamed in unison. This monster can't be killed. Suddenly, the monster extended a hideous hand and grabbed the green-haired thug. Its mouth made a curt sound, and then it decisively ripped his face off. A horrifying, guttural whisper was heard. Hard to swallow. Susan, trembling so hard she almost collapsed, quickly grabbed her phone and started recording the entire scene. The beast devoured the green-haired thug, the horrifying sight leaving her nearly petrified. The scene shifts to a police station. The police officers were lazily scrolling through live streams on their phones as usual. One of them spoke up, These are the live streams you young folks like to watch. They've gotten really popular lately. The other nodded. Also, you should check out these short videos. Suddenly, the live stream cut out. They were both startled. What happened? One of them shouted, Wait, no. It looks like an emergency broadcast from the government. The broadcast system blared to life. Attention all citizens. Attention all citizens. The two officers remained calm. One sipped his coffee. "You're the young one, you say it." The other replied, "Officer Kyle, the alarm is sounding." "Looks like something's happened." The broadcast continued relentlessly. "This is the Department of Homeland Security and Logistics." Meanwhile, Momo pushed open a large door and entered a room. Hearing the broadcast echo, he realized, it's starting. The city's temperature suddenly plummeted as a bone-chilling cold swept over everything. The broadcast continued. "An unidentified cold front is moving into the city. Please close all windows, stay warm, and do not go outside. The ice seal is approaching." The first affected area is Brooklyn. In an ordinary apartment in District 58, the broadcast blared on. "All citizens, please be advised, this is the Department of Homeland Security and Logistics." In the security monitoring room, a chubby police officer muttered, "Could this actually involve the Department of Defense? Just how serious is this damn thing?" The other officer casually sipped his coffee. "It's probably nothing. Hasn't the weather been strange these past few days anyway?" The radio tried to reassure them. "Please do not panic." Momo clenched his fists, his gaze sharp and cold. "There will be no mistakes this time," he muttered, starting to move amidst the incessant alarms. The broadcast continued to blare. "Due to the unusual cold snap, all citizens are advised to close their doors and windows, remain indoors, and stay warm." In another corner, a gang boss was torturing another man. He lit a cigarette, his voice cold. "Still not going to talk?" The other guy, his face bruised and swollen, trembled as he replied, I really don't know anything." The boss sneered and pulled out a photo. "Oh, you don't know anything, huh? Then what the hell is this? You actually dared to drug the big boss's daughter." "Tisk, tisk." The guy tried to defend himself. I didn't know who she was at the time." The boss's eyes turned sharp as he pulled out a knife. "Forget it. For a piece of trash like you, your only hope is if God himself decides to save you." The boss coldly pinned the guy's arm to the table, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Terrified, the victim's face went white as a sheet, as if he was about to pass out. The blade flashed, and bright red blood splattered everywhere. When it was done, he meticulously collected his gruesome trophies, arranging them neatly in a box. He counted the fingers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. A nice set, not bad. Satisfied, he stood up and dusted off his hands. A subordinate asked respectfully, "Brother Long, what should we do with this bastard?" The boss, Long, smirked, his voice ice cold. "For the sin of lust, burn him alive." "Doesn't this damn apartment have a furnace?" one of them asked. Long casually ordered, "Just throw him in the incinerator." The victim was tied up, stuffed into a large sack, and dragged to the furnace. One of the goons even quipped sarcastically, "Have a safe trip." He started the furnace but grumbled, "This thing is way too old." "Hey, you think it'll explode if we toss the body in?" The other guy snapped, "Cut the crap. Brother Long is waiting outside." Suddenly, the goon said in a panic, "Wait a minute. Something's not right." The furnace shook violently and then exploded with a deafening boom. The goon was sent flying across the floor. The other guy quickly pulled him up, cursing, "Damn it. You and your big mouth, you jinxed us." He trembled, his eyes wide and vacant. "No." Meanwhile, Momo was engrossed in building something. He leaned back, sighing in relief. The planter frame was finally finished. He looked around at the stockpiled supplies, enough to last a long time without going out, but he shook his head. This still wasn't enough. Leaning back in his chair, he looked out the window at the sky, where a brilliant green aurora heralded the impending disaster. Supplies weren't infinite. Self-sufficiency was the only way forward. His plan was to build the perfect self-sufficient survival room. The clock struck 1:41. Only 56 seconds left. The flash freeze had already begun an hour ago. "I have to speed up," he muttered, thinking to himself. "Isn't this the perfect time to accelerate? Time is of the essence, my friend." Suddenly, a frantic knock echoed from the door. He frowned. Who's there, knocking at this hour? Opening the door, he was taken aback, overcome by a strange sense of déjà vu. In front of him stood the chubby security guard and the guy always seen with a coffee. The guard spoke up, "Mr. Lin, we are truly sorry to disturb you." Momo asked cautiously, "Is something the matter?" The guard replied, "The radio just announced a sudden temperature drop outside, but our heating system has broken down." Momo frowned. "The heating system is broken?" The other guy nodded. "We were afraid people wouldn't know what happened tonight, so we're going around to let everyone know." Momo suddenly remembered that last week, at this very same time, the furnace issue hadn't been repaired promptly, causing it to fail completely. This time, he gritted his teeth. He wouldn't make the same mistake. It had to be fixed right away. Momo quickly addressed the two guards, his eyes filled with determination. "Can you take me to see it? I think I might be able to fix it." The chubby security guard was overjoyed. "Oh, that's fantastic news." The door to apartment 408 swung shut, Just as Momo stepped out and was about to head upstairs, Mr. Du stopped him. "Mr. Lin, where are you going?" Momo frowned. "Isn't the furnace in this direction?" But Mr. Du shook his head. "The furnace for the entire building is on basement level 2. We have to go this way." Momo paused for a moment, a feeling of unease washing over him. That's not right, he thought. Mrs. Fang once mentioned the furnace was an illegal addition. It should be on one of the upper floors. He cautiously followed the two guards. Filled with doubt, he wondered, could I have misremembered? When they reached the basement, the air was bone-chillingly cold. The chubby guard grumbled, "Man, it's freezing." Mr. Du turned to him and said, "Mr. Lin, thank you for your trouble." Momo observed his surroundings. A strange white vapor swirled in the air. He walked over to the furnace, muttering, "It looks like there's nothing wrong with it." But suddenly, his hand brushed against a cold, sticky substance. Wait a second, this liquid. The coffee-drinking guard noticed the strange look on Momo's face and asked, "Is there a problem?" He had no idea that just behind him, a monster with freezing hands was silently closing in. The monster's hand slammed down, and the guard's head burst like a balloon, splattering blood everywhere. The monster dragged the headless body to its mouth and roared, "My finger is almost grown back." It then devoured the corpse in a flash. Mr. Du shrieked in terror. "Oh my god, what is that thing?" Momo stood there, stunned and confused. Why is one of those pale skins here? After finishing off the guard, the monster immediately charged at Mr. Du. Momo gritted his teeth as his body began to transform, emitting a mysterious blue light. This is bad. He activated his teleport ability, snatching Mr. Du out of the monster's path in the blink of an eye. It swung its arm, about to smash Mr. Du, but Momo saved him in the nick of time. He reappeared behind the monster, panting. That was too close. Mr. Du almost lost his head. He glanced at the emergency exit and saw it was still open. Great. All we have to do is run for it. But to his surprise, the monster gave chase with terrifying speed, letting out a furious roar. Behind him, Mark was stunned. How could it keep up with his speed? This is bad. The monster's mouth gaped open, as if it wanted to swallow them whole. Mark turned back, his gaze sharp. Could it be because I'm carrying old Du that my speed has slowed down? He made a decision. Then I'm sorry, Mr. Du. He decisively threw Mr. Du towards the emergency exit. Go. Mr. Du, having just woken from fainting, went tumbling outside, his eyes wide open. He screamed in panic, his face pale. Oh my god, what just happened? Luckily, Mark had thrown him out just in time, saving him by a hair's breadth. He turned back, a hint of fear in his eyes as the beast drew closer. It slammed its body onto the floor, shaking the entire space and sending dust and debris flying everywhere. A cold, white mist escaped Mark's lips with every breath. The beast whispered fragmented sounds. Suddenly, it opened its hideous eyes wide, but its speed had abruptly slowed. Mark muttered, "Looks like it really is related to Mr. Du." He analyzed thoughtfully in his head. When I was holding Mr. Du, that white-skinned thing caught up to me, but when I threw him, I was faster again. Could there be some condition that negates my power? The beast roared. Mark frowned. At least I can confirm this condition isn't related to the white skin, so it must be Mr. Du. He suddenly remembered. That's right, after I threw Mr. Du, his body emitted an energy source similar to mine. Is that related? His eyes scanned the rubble on the floor, and a spark ignited in his mind. So that's how it is. Mark had figured out the key. A week ago, humanity couldn't face the white skins, they could only run. But now, things were different. He picked up some pieces of rubble, a smug smile curling on his lips. The prey can also become the hunter. He spun around to build momentum, his gaze as sharp as a blade. With a powerful, spinning throw, the piece of rubble tore through the air and pierced the beast. Just as I thought. My guess was right. Watching the scene before him, he became even more certain that his ability only worked on targets infected with the energy. As long as they're infected, I can accelerate them. Once accelerated, their kinetic energy skyrockets. Even a pebble has the power of a bullet. Suddenly, a strange green liquid started flowing from his eyes, nose, and mouth. Huh. Mark wiped the liquid on his hand, shocked. Green pus? He panicked, his body trembling violently. What's happening? He collapsed to the floor, continuously vomiting the green liquid, his body feeling like it was being torn apart by unbearable pain. He looked weakly at his own hand as his consciousness began to fade. So cold. In his delirium, he heard Mr. Du's voice. Mr. Lin, don't fall asleep. Keep your eyes open. Mark's eyes gradually closed, his body sinking into a vast darkness, leaving only a desperate shout echoing. Mr. Lin Mark, wake up. You absolutely cannot fall asleep. He tried to open his eyes, his head spinning. In front of him, Mr. Du was shouting at someone. What's the situation outside? With the wind this strong, it'll be hard to get to the hospital. The main door is frozen shut. It won't hold back the blizzard. In his daze, Mark thought, Ice seal. Mr. Du pointed at the door and yelled, "Then find something to block the wind first, or we'll all freeze to death." The girl beside him looked at Mark worriedly. "He looks like he's been poisoned. What happened down there? Cold." The only thing Mark could feel was a bone-chilling cold, as if his body was being frozen solid. Voices echoed around him. "Just hold on a little longer. Don't fall asleep." Another voice cut in. "You saved my life. I still have to thank you for that, amigo." Mr. Du turned to see Miss Fang rushing over. Miss Fang cut in. "Stop talking. Hurry upstairs and find Xiao Jiu." Mark vaguely recognized Miss Fang, but a strange man suddenly appeared. "Excuse me for a moment." He sank back into darkness. A voice echoed, "We're almost there. Just hold on a little longer." Then, Mr. Du's worried voice. "Xiao Lin, you're going to be okay." Another voice, sharp and cold. "The doctor is asking you to go outside. It's chaotic out there." Mark's body felt like it was being crushed by ice. So cold. He managed to pry his eyes open, hearing the doctor's voice. How is he still alive with a body temperature this low? Who is he? A popsicle? Mark's consciousness faded, his eyes shutting involuntarily. Dr. Zhu's voice came through. Audio log 409. Male patient, age 20 to 25, with symptoms of suspected poisoning. Currently still in a coma. Mark lay motionless on the stretcher, his body covered in terrifying green veins. Dr. Zhu continued her recording. His vital signs are, to put it mildly, quite bizarre. His body temperature is holding steady at 10 degrees, yet there are no abnormalities in his pulse or neurological reflexes. She turned to Mark, muttering in disbelief. Then she picked up the blood analysis results. Interesting. I've never seen anything like this. She held up the test tube containing Mark's blood. Before being centrifuged, the blood looked normal, but after, it separated, revealing a blue impurity. She walked over to the bed. "It will take some time to analyze this blood sample." Observing Mark's face, she commented, "At a glance, you mistake them for veins, but up close, it looks more like some kind of allergic reaction." Suddenly, Mark's eyes shot open, staring blankly at the ceiling. Dr. Zhu approached, her voice calm. "So, you're awake?" Mark struggled to sit up, his head spinning. "What happened to me?" He looked around. He asked, "You, who are you?" Dr. Chu smirked. "I'd advise you not to move on your own right now." She lit a cigarette, took a drag, and laughed loudly. "Haha, me." She glanced at him. "I'm just your average back alley doctor. Unlicensed, of course. For certain reasons, I can't reveal my specific name to you." Dr. Chu smirked, her voice playful. "You can just call me Dr. Chu." She approached Momo, her eyes filled with curiosity. "Now then, let's see just how you ended up like this." Momo was startled, thinking to himself, "Huh? What does she mean?" Dr. Chu sat down beside him and deliberately blew a puff of smoke in his face. "To be honest, I've never seen a condition like yours before." She gave a strange smile. "Tell me the truth. What exactly happened down in that basement? I'm finding you extremely interesting right now." Outside, in Brooklyn, the temperature had dropped to negative 29 degrees Celsius. Snow blanketed everything, and the city was plunged into a bone-chilling cold. Not a single soul dared to venture out. Dr. Chu continued. "According to research, the lowest recorded body temperature is 13.7 degrees Celsius. That's the limit for extreme hypothermia. Theoretically, the human body can withstand 0 degrees Celsius, but at negative 29 degrees, cells are destroyed and the heart stops beating. Anything below 32 degrees is enough to cause fatal atrial fibrillation. A person cannot survive with a body temperature below 13.7 degrees Celsius." She put the thermometer in Momo's mouth. "All right, you can relax now." After taking the reading, she handed the thermometer to him. "See for yourself. Your current body temperature." Momo stared at the number. 11.5 degrees Celsius, Dr. Chu wrote in her file. "The fact that you're still alive is a miracle." Momo sat on the hospital bed, stunned. 11.5 degrees Celsius. What is going on? He pondered. Could it be because of my ability? His head was spinning. He glanced over at Dr. Chu, who was engrossed in some research, paying him no attention. Momo stealthily placed his feet on the floor, thinking, "There's no more time to waste. I have to complete the plan quickly." But the moment his feet touched the ground, he slipped and fell with a thud. His body was too weak to stand. Dr. Chu turned around, her voice a warning. "I believe I already warned you not to move around. Your body is extremely weak right now." She took a long drag from her cigarette, letting the smoke billow out before speaking. "But that's not the main point. I figured out what's wrong with you." She smirked. "You have superpowers, don't you?" Momo was silent, his heart pounding. What? How does she know? He thought, I don't have time to deal with her. He pushed himself up with both hands, trying to stand, but his body wouldn't move. He replied in a cold tone. Is this some kind of bad joke? Dr. Chu scoffed. Don't underestimate a doctor's powers of observation. I've been to the second basement level. A dangerous glint flashed in Momo's eyes. He tried to activate his teleportation ability. He thought that once it was activated, escaping wouldn't take much time, but unexpectedly, the ability didn't work. Instead, he vomited a strange green liquid, his body racked with pain. Dr. Chu watched Momo indifferently, her voice calm. Hey, you still okay? Momo panicked, his eyes fixed on his trembling hands, unable to speak. His mind was in turmoil. What's happening? I can't use my acceleration ability now. Why now of all times? He glanced at the clock, 2:52 p.m. Memories from the previous week flooded back. Based on his experience, at this very moment, a man would walk up and say in a deep, cold voice, "After you meet Dr. Chu, I want all of you to keep a low profile." The two underlings replied in unison, "Yes, sir." They stood at the door and rang the bell while the man waited at a distance. The sudden knock on the door startled both Momo and Dr. Chu. He was bewildered. Huh. Dr. Chu, as if expecting something, bit down on her cigarette and clicked her tongue. She turned to Momo, her voice urgent. "Get up. Quickly. Give me your hand." Momo was confused but did as he was told, pushing himself into a sitting position on the bed. "What's wrong? Who's outside?" Dr. Chu didn't answer, simply ordering, "Lie down." He obeyed, his mind filled with questions. Why is she suddenly? She cut him off, her voice tense. "Don't ask." She placed a hand on his face. "Listen carefully. If you want to live, you'll do exactly as I say." Then, her voice became stern. "In a moment, close your eyes. No matter what you hear, don't move. Got it?" Momo closed his eyes and lay still as she instructed. Dr. Chu walked to the door and pressed the open button. The door slid open, revealing Luo Delong standing there, his voice calm. "My apologies for disturbing you, Dr. Chu." She looked at him coldly, feeling a strong aversion but maintaining her composure. "What do you want?" Luo Delong replied, "Ma'am, if it's convenient, could we speak inside?" Dr. Chu answered bluntly, "Suit yourself." She lit a new cigarette and asked directly, "Spit it out. What is it?" Luo Dalong walked over to Momo's bed. "I heard the person from room 409 is under your care. I have some business with him." Momo lay still, his heart pounding, not daring to move a muscle. He suddenly realized, wait a second. That voice. Dr. Chu said coldly, "Unfortunately, the person you're looking for was poisoned. He's dead." Luo Dalong frowned, but the corner of his mouth twitched into a smirk. "Well then, that's a real shame." Momo gritted his teeth as he lay on the bed. "Luo Dalong, my enemy. Wasn't he frozen solid before he came here last week? Damn it. Why now of all times?" Frustrated, he unconsciously furrowed his brow. "If I could use my acceleration ability right now, I'd kill him with my own hands." But that slight frown didn't escape Luo Dalong's notice. He snorted coldly and moved closer to Dr. Chu. "You've really had your hands full all this time." He voiced his suspicion. "Are you sure this guy is dead? I think I just saw him blink. How about I check for you?" Dr. Chu shot him a look, her voice sharp as ice. "What are you implying?" "I already told you, he's dead." Luo Dalong held up a knife, a cruel smile on his face. What if he's just playing dead? He raised the knife, ready to stab Momo. "Sorry about this." Dr. Chu couldn't stand it anymore and clicked her tongue. She lunged forward and delivered a sharp slap, leaving 5 bright red fingerprints on Luo Dalong's face. "Are you questioning my professionalism?" His 2 henchmen stirred, glaring and yelling. "You bitch. How dare you hit Brother Long? You got a death wish. You damn woman." They were about to rush her, but Luo Dalong raised a hand. "Stop." Luo Dalong lowered his voice, forcing a fake smile. "Dr. Chu, I'm truly sorry. Please forgive my disrespectful behavior." But inside, he was seething with rage. He took out a lighter, lit a cigarette, and deliberately blew smoke in Dr. Chu's direction. "You saved so many of my brothers. How could I ever doubt you?" He patted her shoulder with a sinister smile. "I was out of line just now. Don't be mad." Then, he leaned close to her ear, his voice a threatening whisper. "And I hope you haven't forgotten who's been looking after you in this shabby little underground clinic of yours. So, you better give me an answer on that other matter." Before leaving, he turned back. "Think about it carefully." His face was twisted in a nasty expression. Dr. Chu just clicked her tongue. "Tisk, he talks too much." The door slammed shut as Luo Dalong left. She turned to Momo. "Get up, he's gone." Her voice was as calm as a fortune teller's. "I imagine you must have a lot of questions right now, don't you?" Momo nodded to himself. "That's right, Luo Dalong, the Lord. His goal was clearly to kill me, but why did he want me dead from the very beginning this time? And why did this doctor protect me?" Before he could ask, he spoke up awkwardly. Dr. Chu, where are my clothes?" Dr. Chu looked slightly disappointed, not expecting that to be his first question. Outside, in Brooklyn, the temperature had plummeted to minus 40 degrees Celsius, with ice and snow covering every corner. In an apartment building, Luo Dalong's men were guarding the furnace. One of them muttered, "Honestly, when I was a kid, I watched my dad stoke the boiler. I just thought I could never live a miserable life like him." The other guy cut him off. Hey, isn't this just because of the extreme weather outside? The temperature will go back to normal. You don't need to get all sentimental about your helpless father." But Luo Dalong shut him down immediately. "Does it look to you like it's going to get better in a few days?" He fiddled with a necklace, his gaze filled with a haunting obsession. "My love, I'm sorry." He continued, "The government used to send out alerts every 20 minutes. Now, even the internet is down. They've probably given up on us." He gave a cold laugh. This free cold snap might be God's punishment for humanity. In the corner, a tightly bound police officer wouldn't stop yelling, "Oh yeah? Then why doesn't God start by punishing criminals like you first?" Instead of getting angry, Luo Dalong just sneered. "I'm just managing this apartment building on his behalf. Don't you think the order I've created is quite harmonious?" Mr. Du retorted bitterly, "Your order means everyone has to go out, find supplies, and give them to you. Otherwise, they get no heat." Luo Dalong scoffed. "And what's wrong with that? I give them warmth, and they repay me. It's a system of equivalent exchange." Mr. Du was so furious, he was speechless, managing only to curse, "You vampire." But Luo Dalong remained unfazed, even generously revealing, "It's such a shame. The person in room 409 seems to have died. Otherwise, there would have been one more person to benefit from the grace of my new order." The implication about Momo left Mr. Du bewildered. "Room 409. Mr. Lin is dead." Momo was slowly recovering, though his body was still weak. Dr. Chu's voice was urgent. "Are you dressed yet? Come out here when you're done." Having just woken up, his movements were slow. He struggled to put on his clothes, mumbling, "Can you just wait a second? Damn it, why is just getting dressed so exhausting?" He shuffled over to Dr. Chu, his voice hoarse. "All right, what is it?" She looked at him. "How long do you think you've been unconscious?" Mo answered honestly. 6 hours. She replied, 6 days. The calendar has already turned to the 21st. Momo was stunned. 6 days. He was shocked. So much had happened in those 6 days. Dr. Chu explained, her voice calm as if she were used to the chaos. Luo Dalong now controls the entire building's heating system. He's demanding that residents hand over their supplies, or he'll cut their heat. A lot of people have been forced to go outside to scavenge. She shrugged. Going out there now is no different from suicide. Those who went out must have thought they were going to die one way or another. Memories of Luo Dalong from his previous death flooded back into Momo's mind. Crystal clear. He gritted his teeth. No matter where you are, you're always a monster. Clenching his fists, he tried to keep his voice steady. "Dr. Chu, is there any way for me to recover my strength?" She glanced at him with a slight smile. "Of course. But let me tell you my conditions first. After all, I'm an underground doctor. I don't run a charity." She exhaled a puff of smoke. "So, do you accept?" Momo didn't hesitate. "What are your conditions?" "As long as it's something I can do." Dr. Chu stepped closer, lifting his chin, her voice full of interest. "Good, very good. I want you to be my research subject. And you will be mine to research, exclusively. Help. Don't worry, my research won't endanger your life." She chuckled softly. "Like I said before, I'm very interested in you." Momo nodded immediately. "All right." She revealed that there's a special substance in his blood, but she doesn't fully understand it yet. What's certain is that this substance absorbs thermal radiation and converts it into energy your body can use. This phenomenon only occurs when you're lacking heat. Your body remains in a low-temperature state until it absorbs enough energy. Simply put, you're starving. All you need is a big meal, and you'll be fine. Momo frowned. "Really?" Dr. Chu nodded. "That's right. However, your needs are very high, and I don't have much food to give you right now." He said nonchalantly, "You don't need to worry. I have my ways." At the apartment complex, Momo, bundled up in his coat, stealthily entered the building, heading for the supplies he'd stashed away. "Good thing I was prepared," he thought, recalling his previous trip to the supermarket. He carefully crept along the corridor, avoiding all eyes. As long as I make it home safely, it's a win. He gently opened the door and stepped inside, feeling a sense of relief. Momo opened the door, his eyes scanning the room. Everything inside was frozen solid, covered in a layer of white frost. He muttered, "My God, everything's covered in ice. Did they cut the heat to my room? This is like living in the frozen wastes." He walked around, his feet slipping on the freezing floor. That damn Luo Dalong. He turned the whole room into a walk-in freezer. He finally found the box of food. The most high-calorie item was chocolate. Looking at the pile of supplies, a memory of his ex-girlfriend suddenly surfaced, making him frown. What is this? Why are these bad memories coming back now? Next time I buy chocolate, I'll have to get a different kind. He started devouring the chocolate to absorb the calories, but after a while, his body still wasn't reacting. Looks like it's not enough, he thought. The only way is to keep eating. He continued to eat until a strange sensation appeared. A voice in his head urged him on. Calories. Yes, more. It was as if his body was desperately craving energy. Damn it, I feel like I'm about to. Momo had eaten almost the entire box of chocolate. His consciousness was starting to fade. I'm about to lose control. Suddenly, the door burst open. A group of men walked in. Room 409 is unlocked. They checked their surroundings. The boss was planning to cut off that kid's finger to open the door, but it looks like it opened on its own today. There are a lot of supplies here. Momo's body had changed, and a cold smile spread across his face. They spotted him and yelled, "What the hell? Who are you? You're the one who opened this door, aren't you?" He didn't answer, just smirked as if his body was beyond his control. Elsewhere, Dr. Chu finished her report. The simulation report is finally done. All right, let's see what's inside your body, she mumbled. Active state. The reversal process is affecting the nervous system. Suddenly, she was startled. Damn it, if he consumes too much sugar, he'll. She turned around, realizing something was wrong. 72 hours ago, at the incinerator, she had seen a strange puddle of green liquid. What on earth happened here? She checked the area and discovered a strange lump of cells on the ground. What is that? Without hesitation, she collected a sample for research. Interesting. In the distance, a surveillance camera was still running. Dr. Chu remained calm. It seems the only way to find out the truth is to go to the security room. Suddenly, the government broadcast crackled to life. Hello, hello, hello. Attention all residents, attention all residents. Please distribute supplies reasonably and do not waste them. Meanwhile, the residents in the apartment complex tried to maintain their lives, despite having less than before. A child cried, "Mommy, I'm hungry." Old Man Du had been knocked unconscious by Luo Dalong's henchmen and was dragged to a secret location. One of them grumbled, "This little old man is tougher than he looks." The other one snapped, "Stop talking nonsense. Don't forget the boss said he'd let us watch the incinerator." Luo Dalong, meanwhile, had set his plan in motion. He spoke over the intercom, "Everyone in this apartment must pay me a fee in exchange for heat." The residents were confused. Is this order from Old Man Du? What is he doing? That doesn't sound like him at all. One person grumbled, "Let's turn it off for a while to save resources." But Luo Dalong just cackled maniacally into the microphone. He wanted everyone to understand the gravity of the situation. He flipped the heater switch off, his laughter echoing throughout the building. A cold voice echoed in Momo's mind. "You hate, don't you?" He was stunned, his hands cuffed tightly, with no idea what was going on. "What?" the voice repeated, sharp as ice. "Do you hate Luo Dalong?" The name Luo Dalong was like a haunting specter, suffocating his mind. A crazed light flashed in Momo's eyes. His body was completely out of control, driven by a single purpose, hatred. "Of course I hate Luo Dalong," he roared, lunging at one of the henchmen. Momo grabbed him by the throat. The man's body felt like it was being destroyed from the inside out, every muscle fiber tearing apart. Momo's mind was still a fog, with only the taunting image of Luo Dalong hovering before his eyes. "You know what? Human flesh doesn't taste much different from beef. But I don't eat beef." Driven by madness, Momo threw the henchman away. The man flew through the air, slammed hard against a wall, and then plummeted from the upper floor, shattering on the ground below. Residents returning with supplies witnessed the horrifying scene. My God! Everyone shuddered at the sight of the charred corpse, white bones exposed. Looks like he felt. The remaining henchman was stunned, unable to believe Momo's terrifying power. What just happened? He stared at Momo, his eyes filled with terror. What the hell is he? An alien? This isn't Nevada. A strange, crimson aurora emanated from Momo's body, glowing brightly in the darkness. The henchman trembled. Damn it. There's no way I can beat this guy. But with no way to retreat, he decided to risk it all and charged forward. Momo let out a grotesque smile. In his eyes, the man before him was just Luo Dalong prey for the predator. He dodged the attack with lightning speed, leaving his opponent completely bewildered. So fast, Momo even gave a taunting wave. The henchman lunged again, but missed, and then again, to no avail. In Momo's mind, all he could see was Luo Dalong, screaming frantically, "If you've got any guts, stop running, you coward." Momo stood still, a smirk on his face, his eyes ice cold. "Fine, I'll grant your wish." The man attacked, but Momo was faster. Seizing the perfect moment, he finished his opponent in an instant. Suddenly, a voice called out from the doorway, "Lin Mo." Momo turned, stunned to see his ex-girlfriend, Ming Ming, pointing a gun at him. A shot rang out. The bullet hit him, but he felt no pain. Why me? He was confused, but it was all a hallucination. In reality, the person who appeared was Dr. Chu. Don't worry, she said in a reassuring voice. It's just insulin. Momo slowly lost his strength and collapsed. Dr. Chu quickly caught him, explaining, it's used to break down the excess calories in your system. She looked around the room, astonished by the hoard of supplies. What is all this? She mused to herself that hunger is the catalyst for humanity's worst behaviors. Survival, food, war. These have driven human history. Agricultural technology brought stability to society, but hunger never truly went away. In a frozen world where farming is impossible, starvation has once again become the catalyst for evil. Humanity's dark history is repeating itself. She looked at Momo. But there are always exceptions. After eating too much chocolate, he had lost control and attacked someone. Fortunately, Dr. Chu was able to inject him with insulin just in time. It sent him into a deep sleep. She shook her head. He hadn't been awake for long, and now she put him back to sleep. She turned to the tomato plants Momo had cultivated to stockpile food. What are these? She picked one and slowly took a bite, savoring it. Even Dr. Chu couldn't resist. It was surprisingly delicious. The room was filled with lush, fruit-bearing plants enough to feed the entire apartment complex. Outside, the blizzard continued to rage, trapping everyone indoors. Sooner or later, they would succumb to exhaustion. A couple, Liao Ming and her husband, went out searching for food but only managed to bring back a small amount. The woman collapsed, her stomach twisting in hunger pangs. The man asked worriedly, "What's wrong? Can you keep going?" Her face was flushed from the cold, but she managed a weak smile. "I'll be okay." Her husband, Lu Tui, said, "Wait a second, I think I have a chocolate bar." But she stopped him. "You don't have to, I'm fine." But he didn't listen and kept searching. "Damn it, I swear it was in this coat," she sighed. "My love, you can stop looking. Have you forgotten you gave that chocolate bar to our child this morning?" He froze, then forced a laugh. "Haha, right. I completely forgot." The hunger was dragging his thoughts into a dark place. This hardship is bringing out the worst in me, he thought. I'm so useless. Before he could finish the thought, a giant claw from a pale-skinned monster tore through the air, killing him instantly right in front of his wife. His face was shattered beyond recognition. She screamed as she faced the massive pale-skinned monster looming in the blizzard. The pale-skinned monster growled, its giant claw crushing the man's corpse, splattering blood and gore all over his wife's face. She stood frozen, speechless, at the horrifying scene. After finishing its victim, the monster noticed her, its mouth twisting into a gruesome smile. Women are delicious. Everything happened so fast she couldn't react, or maybe fear had simply paralyzed her. What is this thing? Suddenly, a voice cut through her panicked thoughts. Hey, don't just stand there. On instinct, she turned to see a man standing on an upper floor of the apartment complex, shouting, "Over here, get over here, now." He screamed, "Get over here. If you want to live, run for it." Trusting the voice, she ran with all her might, the pale-skinned monster hot on her trail. Its speed was terrifying, like a phantom gliding through the blizzard. Her eyes wide with terror, she tried desperately to stay ahead of it, praying as she ran. But in a moment of panic, she tripped, tumbling across the icy ground. The pale-skinned monster was right on top of her, claws raised. Exhausted, she couldn't run any further. She could only lie there and wait for the end. Just then, the man on the upper floor sprang into action. He lit a bottle of alcohol and hurled it towards the monster. Boom! The bottle exploded, and the erupting flames made the monster stagger back. Burning. Damn it. It burns. It shrieked, writhing in the fire. Though dazed, the woman seized the opportunity, scrambling to her feet and making a mad dash for the apartment building. Glancing back, she breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the monster was gone. It seemed to have given up the chase. She burst into the main lobby and spotted an elevator. An elevator. I'm saved. But her relief was short-lived. The pale-skinned monster, though heavily injured, had caught up to her. It roared, screaming, smashing everything around. It's hot. What does it want? She frantically mashed the elevator button. Come on, this damn elevator. But the elevator hadn't been used in a long time and refused to work. The man screamed, closing his eyes. What was she panicking about? Suddenly, a blinding flash of light erupted, shining directly on the monster. It shrieked in pain, so bright, I hate it. In that critical moment, the man held a guitar, his gaze sharp and cold. He clearly had a plan, though it was unclear what he would do to deal with the giant albino monster. The music exploded. The fierce melody of Smells Like Teen Spirit rang out. The man held an electric guitar, shredding wild notes. The powerful sound, combined with a giant amplifier system, created a frantic noise that tore through the space. The albino monster roared. Hateful. You piece of trash. It staggered, clearly bothered by the sound. The man remained calm. His cold, sharp gaze continued to suppress the monster with his playing. Back in the past, Dorothy had dreamed of becoming a doctor since she was a child. As an adult, she became a nurse and then met Matt. They fell in love at first sight, as if they were destined to be together. They got married, had their little girl, Me, and bought a new apartment. But then, the world suddenly froze over. It was all right, though. She used to think that even with thugs controlling the building and monsters appearing, despite all the chaos, she and Matt would manage to survive. Now, before Dorothy's eyes, a strange man was using a guitar to subdue the albino monster. The scene was utter chaos. The monster couldn't stand the sound, roaring in frustration. Hateful. You piece of trash. Dorothy was stunned, having never witnessed anything so bizarre. This had to be the most absurd thing that had ever happened. As the powerful melody ended and the guitar faded, the monster was no longer held back. It lunged forward. Hateful, noisy man. But the man remained composed, a cocky smile on his face. He stomped hard on the activation pedal at his feet. Instantly, machinery roared to life as massive steel bars from the crane above came crashing down. The monster had just reached him. It was crushed beneath a series of heavy iron plates. It let out one final scream before falling silent, completely buried. Dorothy, still in shock, trembled. Is it over? Is it really over? Tears streamed down her cheeks. It wasn't clear if they were from fear or from the pain of Matt's death. The man extended his hand. Yeah, it's okay now. He gently helped her up. Together, they cleaned up and started a fire for warmth in the biting cold. Dorothy's eyes were now empty. She looked at the locket containing a photo of her small family, now forever incomplete. The man handed her a piece of paper, his voice comforting. My condolences. They sat by the fire in silence, surrounded by the heavy atmosphere of the frozen world. The man, Coben, took a drag from his cigarette, his voice contemplative. But ashes to ashes, dust to dust. He looked at Dorothy. Besides mourning the dead, we also have to protect the living, don't we? Dorothy was silent, her eyes filled with doubt. Seeing she didn't understand, Coben quickly changed the subject. Sorry, I'm just spouting cliches. They sat in silence by the fire, the bone-chilling cold surrounding them. Suddenly, Coben remembered something. Ah, we haven't introduced ourselves. But Dorothy spoke first. I'm Dorothy, Coben said. You can just call me Coben. Thank you, Coben, she replied softly. It's nothing. Dorothy asked unexpectedly. Are you also out looking for supplies? Coben gave a forced smile. To put it mildly, my situation is a bit complicated. He suddenly remembered. Wait a second, let me show you something. He took a photo from his bag. I came here from S-City to find a friend, but as soon as I arrived, this cold snap hit. He handed the photo to Dorothy. This is my friend, the one in the hat. We were in a band together back in high school. Dorothy froze as she realized. Wait, this is. I think he lives in room 409. Suddenly, the entire apartment building began to shake violently. What's going on? A loud rumbling sound echoed from the distance, as if a giant object was approaching. Coben was terrified. What is that? The ground trembled, snow crunching under heavy footsteps as a horde of albino monsters approached, led by a massive queen. Its grotesque body moved slowly towards the apartment building, causing a series of tremors. Damn it, they're heading for the building. Coben clenched his fists, his eyes filled with panic. Elsewhere, Mark was slowly regaining consciousness. His mind was foggy. When did I pass out again? He grimaced, seeing Dr. Chu in front of him. She was busy checking some equipment, not noticing he was awake. What's going on? Dr. Chu turned around. You're awake. Just in time. I've just finished putting it on you. Mark was confused. Finished putting it on me? Putting what on me? He looked down and saw his body was covered in research equipment. Dr. Chu shrugged. It's nothing. Just putting some insurance on you. Mark stared in shock at the collar around his neck. Insurance? You mean this collar? Dr. Chu smiled faintly. The necklace, one of the oldest pieces of jewelry in the world. Its meaning has changed over time. In the past, it symbolized control, the possession of a slave. Now, it could be someone's sex toy. Dr. Chu noticed the bewildered look on Mark's face and reassured him in a gentle voice. Don't worry, the thing on your neck isn't some kind of sex toy. Mark's face darkened, his eyes filled with suspicious. Huh? If you hadn't mentioned it, my mind wouldn't have gone there. He was annoyed, his voice sharp. I agreed to the condition of being your research subject, but that's not it. Dr. Chu cut in. That's right, you are indeed a research subject. That collar is just a monitoring tool. She lightly touched his shoulder. Do you remember what I told you about the thing inside you? She leaned close to his ear and whispered. I said it could help you absorb and store thermal energy, right? With the current situation, it has more than just that characteristic. This collar was specially made just to prove my hypothesis. When your blood sugar level gets too high, it will activate another state of that thing. She pointed to the collar. When your blood sugar is too high, it will turn from blue to pink. Momo was losing his patience. What on earth are you talking about? What's another state? Dr. Chu gave a mysterious smile. Do you remember what happened 20 minutes ago? Momo was stunned, his memory a complete blank. I can't remember. He was bewildered, sweat beading on his forehead. Seeing his distress, Dr. Chu reassured him. Don't worry. She smiled faintly. It's fine if you don't remember. I want to find out what exactly happened. Her eyes flashed with excitement. After all, this is part of our research, isn't it? Momo silently watched Dr. Chu's cheerful figure as she left. He couldn't shake the feeling that this woman was playing him. A sense of urgency washed over him. Whatever. I also really want to know what the hell is going on. Determination flashed in his eyes. After I figure this out, I'll definitely get her back. Suddenly, Dr. Chu pressed a button, activating the device. Momo's body immediately reacted, shaking violently. What is this? He watched in horror as a glucose solution. A 25% solution was injected through a tube, directly pumping a large amount of sugar into his body. The reaction grew stronger, and the collar around his neck gradually turned pink, signaling that his blood sugar was out of control. Momo gritted his teeth. What the hell has this woman done to me? Dr. Chu's eyes sparkled as she recorded the data. Such a strong reaction. She suddenly stepped closer, smiling. Right, I'd almost forgot. Her actions threw Momo into a state of utter confusion. What is she trying to do? With a meaningful look, Dr. Chu placed a potted plant in front of Momo. He looked at the plant, feeling drawn in by a strange, mesmerizing force. His gaze gradually changed, becoming hazy. The blood sugar level in Momo's body, having absorbed too much, surpassed its limit. A brilliant red light flared from his body like a raging fire. He roared in anger. You dare to toy with me? Suddenly, a voice rang out. This feeling is amazing. A figure moved with superhuman speed, dodging Dr. Chu in the blink of an eye. He walked slowly towards Momo, a mysterious smile on his face. I'm sure you can see me now, right? Momo was completely bewildered. What is going on? In front of him was another version of himself, one with superior consciousness and power. He stammered, you're me? The absurdity of it made him scream. Hey, doctor, I think I'm hallucinating. But the second Momo replied, she can't hear you right now. Dr. Chu stood motionless, without any reaction, as if she were frozen. He glanced at the other him. You did this. The other him chuckled softly. You could say that, but not really. The vague answer infuriated Momo. What do you mean? Not really. Who the hell are you? Why do you look exactly like me? The other him seemed cheerful. To be precise, this is something we both did. After all, I couldn't have achieved this level on my own. He pointed to the potted plant, indicating the thing that you created in the house. He took off his hood, revealing his face. Maybe this will help you remember what it is. Momo was stunned. What? Although it had his appearance, it wasn't human. It was a monster. He recalled in shock. You're the one from back then. It nodded. That's right. I have been linked to you this whole time. Your power, the fact that you came back to life, it was all because of me. It transformed into its human form, holding a hand out to him. So, let's try to get along, shall we? Elsewhere, at the NSAI headquarters, the National Security and Logistical Support Agency, NSAI, one of the few agencies still functioning after the government collapsed. With its own independent medical, administrative, and military units, the NSAI was the last fortress protecting the world. An employee, Xiao Luo, sighed. Is the network still not back up? Barbara, her colleague replied. My dear Miss Barbara, this is the 28th time. You've asked that question in the last 2 days. Xiao Luo shrugged. The Ministry of Information said there's a problem with the equipment, but we can't contact them now. Or the Ministry of Works. We don't know the situation outside, so a lot of our data and files can only be handled the old-fashioned way. Dr. Barbara Rip, head of the NSAI's biology department, was dragged into the endless conversation by Xiao Luo. Ah, all right, I get it. Barbara cut in, interrupting Xiao Luo's rambling. To put it bluntly, you two are just pushing work onto each other. Barbara stretched and stood up. You finished writing the report, haven't you? Xiao Luo replied. Almost. Barbara walked closer, her voice firm. That's enough. All right, send it to me. Xiao Luo was confused. Huh? But what about the rest of it? Barbara smirked, completely unconcerned. Are you stupid? Huh. That bald guy won't look at it carefully anyway. Just as she predicted. When Barbara brought the report to the director, he just glanced over it, not bothering to read it thoroughly. The urgent situation was so frustrating, she couldn't even be bothered to speak up as her boss continued to grumble. Ugh, here we go again. It's not always up to our National Needs Bureau to discuss these things. Frank Kick, the The minister of the strategy department paced back and forth, his voice tense. We are fighting a war. We need to take action. He listed the problems: climate change, cyber attacks, paralyzed communication systems, field personnel out of contact for 48 hours, and agents not yet activated. Barbara was losing her patience. War never changes. Seeing our soldiers in danger, she couldn't stand it any longer. She kicked a chair hard and yelled, "This is no time to be stuck on your political agenda." A while later, at the National Needs Bureau's specimen observation room, Frank finally agreed to take a look. Barbara said, her voice sharp as ice, "So, now do you see why I said it was urgent?" Frank was stunned and exclaimed, "Holy Mother of God!" Before them was a giant monster that had just been collected near the bunker. It muttered, "Empty shells. We are empty shells." Xiao Luo spoke up. "According to our observations, this type of creature is a mutated human." Her words sent a chill down Frank's spine. He pointed at the monster's neck. "Take a good look at what's on their necks. A necklace, probably an employee ID from the external logistics department." Frank frowned. "What in the world is going on?" Barbara explained, "It must have happened before the network went down. The agent's signal was lost and detected not far from the bunker. But by the time the security department found him, he showed no signs of life." She continued, "Based on the data before the network failure, we identified him as the special agent codenamed Silver Hammer. But after 24 hours, the body in the morgue began to mutate into what you're seeing now." Xiao Luo continued, her voice filled with caution. "We still have the CIA documents from before the network went down, confirming that this creature was discovered before the global freeze." She showed Frank the security camera footage from a supermarket on the screen. "This is a video from the same supermarket. Two different beings. This is the first monster. We're temporarily calling it the Hollow Shell, and a superpowered person. We're temporarily calling him Zero." Frank was stunned when he realized that person was none other than Lam Mac. Back with Mac Mac, he was facing a strange creature. It had just transformed into a young woman right before his eyes, leaving him utterly bewildered. What is happening right now? A second ago, it was a grotesque chrysalis, and now it has the form of a girl. The creature admired its new body, gave a mysterious smile, and then suddenly jumped on him. "Oh my! Do you humans feel embarrassed when you see a naked person of the opposite sex?" Mac Mac backed away, his heart pounding. This is a hallucination. He looked around, everything was frozen, as if time had stopped. As if reading his thoughts, the creature spoke. "You can understand this intention?" Mac Mac was astonished. "You can hear my thoughts." It giggled. "Well, we have merged. After all, the way you talk is quite strange." It looked at him, its voice sweet. "The only reason you can see me now is because that girl injected you with enough sugar to awaken my consciousness. You should also realize that the me you see now is just an illusion in your mind." Mac Mac was beginning to understand. "The doctor said the substance in my body is you, and another state means you've been activated." The creature nodded. "To be precise, that is my blood. It's the part that gives you your special abilities." He frowned. "Then why do you have to be a parasite in my body?" It chuckled lightly. "You really are a curious child." Then it explained, "We're not like humans, nor do we belong to this dimension. We need to parasitize the bodies of native species in various dimensions to gain the ability to understand that dimension." The more Mac Mac listened, the more annoyed he became. "What kind of nonsensical novel plot is this?" The creature continued, "Our race does not have what you call names, because we ourselves cannot define what we are. Your concept of time is meaningless to us, because for us, time is not linear. Since birth, we have been floating in this space. This is our ability, and also our shackles. We cannot interfere with matter in any dimension on our own. We can only parasitize the bodies of intelligent creatures from other dimensions to borrow their bodies and break the shackles of space." The parasitic creature's voice deepened, as if hiding some sorrow. "Perhaps you humans find this very difficult to understand." It continued, its voice full of longing. "We want to hear our own names, to see the fortresses built by time. If we can't even interfere with the world, how are we supposed to prove our own existence?" Mac Mac felt an unexpected pang of sympathy. "Philosophical existentialism. But from the way you talk, you guys sound pretty lonely." The creature was taken aback. "Ha." Then it burst out laughing triumphantly. "Are you pitying me? Is this what you humans call empathy?" It said smugly, "The chosen one. Humans are just shells." A very fitting description. Then, it leaned in closer to look at Momo. "Your expression is so adorable, but let me tell you some bad news. From the moment we merged, you've been targeted by the hollow husks. Outside, at the apartment complex, a swarm of white-skinned monsters of all sizes gathered in front of the building. The queen leading them sniffed the air and growled. This scent, it's here. Food. And an enemy. They surged forward, tearing through every obstacle. Meanwhile, in the lab, Momo was getting annoyed by the creature's cryptic words. "What do you mean by hollow husks?" It turned back with a mysterious smile. You'll understand when the time comes. Then it added, if you need me, remember to find me. You know how, don't you? With a single clap, the creature vanished. Everything returned to normal. The test tube fell, and time resumed. But outside, disaster was striking. The horde of white skins stormed the apartment complex, massacring its residents. Screams echoed as blood flowed like a river. Damn it! Why is the door locked from the outside? The residents panicked, but the sealed door meant certain death. Meanwhile, at the incinerator where Luo Dalong was holding Mr. Du captive, the horde of monsters detected the scent of a human. What the hell are these things? Luo Dalong's henchmen were torn to pieces right before Mr. Du's eyes. Mr. Du watched with a sharp, cold gaze. So, these things are monsters too? He quickly realized that he was right. They relied on human blood as their main source of food. Two of the white skins were busy feasting on blood and hadn't spotted him. It seems they haven't noticed me. I have to find a way out of here. But the ropes binding him were too tight. Without a tool, there's no way I can cut through this rope. This pillar has no sharp edges either. Mr. Du muttered, remaining calm. Looks like I'll have to use that old trick from when I was young. With incredible composure, Mr. Du used his thumb to forcefully dislocate his wrist. Pop. The pain was intense, but the loosened joint allowed him to easily slip his hand free from the ropes. It's a good thing I have this old injury from my youth. I'm used to dislocating it by now, he muttered, quietly slipping away before the monsters noticed him. He calculated a detour, but realized the situation was not in his favor. Can't hesitate now. I have to get to the security room. There are still weapons in the safe. Thankfully, those idiotic thieves didn't realize it was a weapons cabinet, but his luck ran out. A white skin caught his scent and found him. Damn it, the situation had never been more critical. Back in the lab, Dr. Zhu returned to her senses and scanned the room. So, it's just as I suspected. She looked at Momo's potted plants. These plants are under his influence. They can grow at an accelerated rate in a short period. Momo, losing his patience, frowned. So, are you going to get these cuffs off me, or what? Dr. Zhu calmly replied. Despite that, you can't use your powers for extended periods. If you do, you'll fall back into that weakened state. She was lost in her research, much to Momo's frustration. I've already gathered most of the data I need, so aren't you going to help me get these off? Suddenly, chaotic sounds echoed from upstairs, followed by a strange noise from outside the laboratory door. Dr. Zhu looked confused. What was that? But Momo seemed to have sensed the danger. This is bad. His face went pale as a white-skinned monster suddenly appeared in the room, letting out a ferocious growl. A familiar voice echoed in his ear. So that's what a hollow husk is. Momo jumped. How are you still here? Before he could finish, it interrupted. I'm not. Then, its voice turned serious. Now is not the time to worry about that. Because that monster is targeting Dr. Zhu. If you don't do something, that woman is going to die. Momo wanted to save her, but couldn't help muttering. Why is every woman in my life so difficult? With no time to hesitate, he yelled, Excuse me, I'm sorry for this. He activated his powers, swept Dr. Zhu into his arms, and dashed away at incredible speed. The white skin couldn't react in time, crashing into a lab table and stumbling. Momo set Dr. Zhu down safely and asked with concern, Hey, are you okay? Dr. Zhu was still a bit stunned, showing a rare flash of awkwardness, but she quickly recovered her usual calm, feeling your ability from this close-up. It's actually quite interesting, you know? As Momo set her down safely, she asked, What was that? A white-skin hollow husk. He shook his head, his voice tense. I don't know either. In any case, it's extremely dangerous. He turned to the creature. Dr. Zhu, I'll handle this guy. She raised an eyebrow, reminding him, Be careful. I know you already know this, but I feel I should remind you anyway. Don't overuse your ability. Momo nodded. I know. He looked at her and said, By the way, there's something I've been meaning to tell you. Even though your methods are unorthodox, the results show that you've really helped me a lot. Thank you, Dr. Zhu. Dr. Zhu was taken aback by his gratitude for a moment, then she smiled. You silly boy. Is this really the right time for this kind of talk? Momo smirked. In that case, I'll thank you properly after I deal with this grunt. But the situation suddenly escalated. It wasn't just one white skin anymore. A whole pack appeared, growling as they closed in on him and Dr. Zhu. What? Momo gritted his teeth. The white skins are working together. One of them is easy enough to deal with, but against this many. If I mess this up, I'll end up in that weakened state. Dr. Zhu, however, showed no fear and teased him. Oh, well, I'm very much looking forward to seeing how you'll thank me. He replied, Humph. You might have to wait a while. The horde of white skins charged all at once. Momo observed them with sharp eyes. I have to aim for their heads. He activated his enhanced state, and his body surged with energy. Dr. Chu watched from a corner through the surveillance system. In that case, the monitor for his body's glycogen levels has reached 100%. Let's see what his limits are. Momo dodged an attack from a white skin, calculating silently. If I keep using acceleration, based on past experience, I'll be at a disadvantage before I can finish them all. He changed tactics, luring a monster in and then using his muscles to clamp its head tightly, throwing it hard to crush the others. I just need to use my experience at the right moment, he told himself. But the white skin pack quickly joined forces, coordinating their attacks. Looks like these things aren't stupid, Momo mumbled, but he was confident. I won't become their prey again. He activated acceleration, and time seemed to slow down. When I accelerate, the world moves slower. I can observe the enemy's movements and predict their attacks. He slowly analyzed every movement of the white skins, then launched a precise strike, taking down two at once and breaking out of their encirclement. Momo rushed forward, clenching his hand into a fist. With his bare hands, as long as his fist could reach a certain speed, he unleashed a powerful strike, combining it with amplified strength to create a sonic boom. Boom! The white skins were torn apart by the friction from his speed, their flesh exploding. But the monster horde remained, backing away as he advanced. What now? Scared? He gave a challenging smile. I'm just getting into the zone. Dr. Chu watched the surveillance footage and concluded that although his heat expenditure hadn't decreased much, his energy efficiency had been optimized. Less than 10% consumed, with 91% remaining. Her interest grew, her eyes sparkling. Hey, test subject? She called out, her voice full of excitement. Don't hold back, just keep using it. Momo glanced over and guessed immediately. So you really are observing my body. He activated muscle enhancement, continuing to use sonic booms to blow away the white skins, and muttered, You imprisonment-obsessed quack. After dealing with them, Momo's blood sugar stabilized, and his body's glycogen level was at 83%. The power is still explosive, but it isn't causing him any harm. Dr. Chu approached him. It seems you've truly mastered your abilities. The scene was chaotic, with monster corpses strewn everywhere. She observed thoughtfully, but now there's a new problem. She looked straight at him. You seem to understand these things very well. Then she asked directly, Tell me everything you know. Meanwhile, at Mr. Du's location, perhaps due to exhaustion from the fight, he had passed out. When he woke up, everything was in chaos. What's going on? His hand was holding a bloody crowbar that pierced a dead white skin. He pushed it off and recalled, That's right. If it weren't for this crowbar, this old man would have been done for. Mr. Du knew that if he encountered another monster, his luck would run out. Suddenly, his phone rang. What? Weren't the networks down? An unknown number appeared on the screen. He answered the phone. Hello? The voice on the other end was polite. Hello, George Castillo. Or should I call you Mr. Lone Dao? Meanwhile, Momo had told Dr. Chu everything. That's all I know. Momo thought to himself, Of course, I'm not going to mention the part where I died once and was reincarnated. Dr. Chu, now in more flexible attire, observed him. All right, that's not too different from what I predicted. She handed him a protective suit. If you're not putting one on, help me with my zipper. Momo walked over to zip it up, asking, why the sudden change of clothes? Dr. Chu looked up at the ceiling. Look at the ceiling, she explained. Those white things just crawled in through the maintenance ducts. The heating system is also up there. It's probably been destroyed. Don't you feel the temperature changing? Suddenly, there was a frantic knocking at the door. They opened the door to find a little girl waiting. Momo recognized her. Little rascal, he said. I remember you from the room next door. But the girl didn't answer and just ran off. Hey, wait, he chased after her worriedly. Dr. Chu muttered, This is why I hate little brats. As he gave chase, Momo was horrified by the scene in the hallway. Blood was pooled all over the floor, and dismembered human bodies were scattered about. Bullet wounds, he wondered, carefully stepping over the corpses as he followed the girl, who was pointing towards the staircase. When they got there, they saw the little girl standing in front of Mr. Du, who was unconscious, his hand still tightly gripping the bloody crowbar. Damn it, is Mr. Du dead? Momo remembered from his past life that the kind Mr. Du, who had shared his food, was also killed by the white skins. In the apocalypse, people with warm and kind hearts never get a happy ending, he thought to himself and knelt to check. Suddenly, Mr. Du grabbed his hand tightly. Good heavens! Am I alive? He asked as he woke up, his voice weak. Mr. Mo, I'm not dead yet. Besides, I still owe you a drink. The little girl tugged on Dr. Chu's sleeve and asked innocently. Are you a doctor? She fiddled with the doctor's lab coat. My mommy said doctor's clothes usually have a red cross. You have a red cross too. Can you help him? Dr. Chu looked at the little girl silently, then stepped forward. I guess I'll make an exception and do a free checkup today. She examined Mr. Du's wounds and asked, So, uncle, how did you end up like this? Mr. Du sighed. It's a long story. After escaping the boiler room, he had planned to go to the security room. But the first floor was already flooded with white-skinned monsters. He made his way to the fire escape, gathering with a few surviving residents. But the monsters just kept increasing in number, so we could only keep going up, he thought to himself. Along the way, a horrific scene unfolded. Luo Dalong, with a gun in his hand, was coldly shooting, resident after resident. Fresh blood splattered everywhere as the pale skins drained the bodies dry right before everyone's horrified eyes. Old Mandu witnessed it all and roared, "You bastard! What are you doing?" Luo Dalong replied nonchalantly, "Obviously, I'm using these weaklings to buy some time." He continued shooting, not even sparing the children. As he aimed his gun at a little girl, he laughed. Coldly, the big fish eats the small fish. Ever since God created this world, that rule was set in stone. Old Mandu lunged forward, taking the bullet for her. He fell in the little girl's place. Luo Dalong didn't stop and just kept moving forward. Dr. Chu quickly removed the bullet from Old Mandu. "You're pretty lucky. The bullet missed any vital spots, but you've lost a lot of blood. We have to find a safe place," Momo muttered Luo Dalong. He silently moved forward. Dr. Chu asked Mr. Lin, "What are you planning?" Momo activated his superpower, his eyes turning ice cold. Elsewhere, Luo Dalong continued his massacre, ignoring their pleas. "Wait, we're human beings." He was emotionless. "Good, very good. The path is filled with corpses. This should be enough to distract those monsters." Smugly, he opened the door to an old warehouse, a place he believed to be the safest. But before he could even step inside, a figure appeared behind him. Momo took off his hood, his voice deep with fury. "We meet again." Luo Dalong panicked. He frantically opened fire. "Weren't you supposed to be dead?" But with superhuman speed, Momo easily dodged the bullets and lunged forward with a powerful strike. In the blink of an eye, he lost an arm and a leg, blood spraying everywhere. Momo grabbed Luo Dalong's head, causing him to cough up blood. "Why? We don't have any grudge against each other," Momo said coldly. "No grudge? I suppose that's true. In your eyes, those things haven't happened yet." He dragged him to the balcony where the pale skins were waiting below. "After you come back to life, don't seek revenge. Instead, focus on building a safe room in the future." But the pain is still overwhelming. Innocent people died, horribly. "This makes me furious," Momo growled. "That's right, furious. But this fury isn't just for you, Luo Dalong." He looked at him, his superpower flaring up like a flame. "It's for me, too, for my own naive thoughts." With that, he burned Luo Dalong alive and dropped him to the horde of monsters below. Momo's eyes were ice cold. He told himself, "From now on, if anyone crosses me, I'll pay them back 100-fold. In the cold apartment complex, Old Man Du and the little girl, Mi, huddled together, warming themselves by a small fire. Dr. Chu observed. "It seems the owner robbed this place and turned it into a warehouse, but those spare materials are actually useful." Momo was still dazed after taking down Luo Dalong, muttering, "Why? I obviously got my great revenge, but why doesn't it feel real at all?" Dr. Chu sat beside him and lightly tapped his shoulder. "What are you thinking about?" she continued. "I didn't know you had a long-standing grudge with that bastard. I guess all people with superpowers are this impulsive, but, judging by the result, thank you for killing that scumbag." Momo was surprised. "So, you had a grudge with him too?" Dr. Chu fell silent, old memories flooding back, but she didn't answer. Momo stood up and changed the subject. "I won't say anything more." He scanned the room. "This room is safe enough, but it's just a storage space for junk. There's no heater. Looking at the layout, there should be a heating system. Old Qiao is injured, and with a child like little me here, we can't just rely on burning things." Old Man Du nodded. "But the whole building is full of monsters now." Little me sneezed continuously from the cold, making Momo anxious. "If we don't get the heating on, we'll just be waiting to die." Old Man Du spoke up. "I have an idea." Momo made his way along the maintenance pipes, a strange route that Old Man Du had pointed out. A horrific sight lay before him, piles of human corpses and pale skins. What happened here? An unusual noise outside the door put him on alert. Could it be a pale skin? Thankfully, it was Dr. Chu, who rushed in. Unable to dodge in time, they both tumbled over. "Dr. Chu, you're on top of me," he yelped. She calmly replied, "Well then, you let go of me first." Momo was about to retort, but she covered his mouth. "Shh." A strange creature was sniffing around. They managed to hide in a dark corner just in time. Dr. Chu whispered, "What is that?" Momo shook his head. "I don't know either." "And why are you here?" she explained. "Old Qiao didn't tell you. To get the boiler room working, it takes 2 people. Besides, you're about to enter your weakened state. If you came here alone." She trailed off as the creature got closer. Momo watched it. What is this thing? It's completely different from a pale skin. His energy was draining. If I fight it, I'll lose. He remembered what Old Mandu had said. They don't just eat people. They also suck their blood and store it in these pipes. So where does the blood go? On the other side, Mi leaned out to look through the window frame, her eyes filled with a mix of curiosity and doubt about the strange thing that was present. Outside, Old Mandu walked over, observing intently. Before them, outside the apartment building, were countless winding pipes created by the pale skins, clinging to the building like a giant spiderweb. They all originated from a single pale skin queen. Its massive body was enormous, its abdomen filled with a dark red liquid that looked like human blood. Coben and Dorothy were also witnessing the horrifying scene. Whoa, Coben muttered, his eyes glued to the monster. That huge one must be dead, right? I don't know. It doesn't even look like it's going to attack us. Suddenly, from the upper floor where Mr. Doe was standing, a bright light flashed, catching everyone's attention. It was Morse code. Coben immediately realized something was off. This code uses a series of intermittent signals to represent English letters, numbers, and punctuation in unique arrangements. What? A code? Coben exclaimed, his voice full of doubt. Mr. Doe seemed to be trying to send an important message. If they could decode it, the message was clear. Definitely do not enter. Coben stood stunned, his mind reeling. Dorothy, standing beside him, frowned and asked, "What does that mean?" She forced a smile, shook her head, and told herself she only vaguely understood. It probably means he wants us to go inside, right? With that thought, the two didn't hesitate and quietly stepped inside the apartment building. Mr. Doe saw their reckless act and screamed in panic. It was too late to stop them now. He definitely wants us to go in. Coben nodded decisively. That's right. Besides, your daughter is waiting for you. But Mr. Doe still tried to stop them. Don't you two go in there. Meanwhile, Lin Mo and Dr. Chu were standing on either side of the door, tensely observing the white-skinned lord's every move. Their target was right in front of them, but the giant monster blocked the way. They had no other choice but to take a risk. Hesitation wasn't an option, they just had to go all in. Lin Mo thought to himself, then made a loud noise to attract the white skin's attention. It immediately moved, slowly approaching to investigate the source of the sound. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Mo and Dr. Chu quickly slipped inside. That's great, Doctor. Chu sighed in relief, but when he looked closer, he discovered those pipes were actually a mass of lesser white skins. They were slowly merging, forming a gruesome skeletal frame. Even more terrifying, human corpses were mixed in, used as material to build the nest. The mere thought was enough to make one sick. The lesser white skin cells continuously connected and fused, gradually forming a new white skin, larger and seemingly possessing a much stronger consciousness. Suddenly, it swung its arm, pulling a sharp, cold sword from its own organs, the steel blade glinting with immense power. It aimed straight for Lin Mo and Dr. Chu. Lin Mo, standing in front, felt an unusual aura, a chill running down his spine. We're screwed, he thought to himself, just as the white skin lunged at Dr. Chu with horrifying speed. Even using his superpowers, Lin Mo couldn't match its speed. In that life or death moment, he could only dash forward to block the fatal sword strike for Dr. Chu. Lin Mo's stamina was depleted, and now he faced a monster far superior to an ordinary white skin. He panted heavily, sweat pouring down. Meanwhile, the monster brandished its sword, its gaze cold. Lin Mo clutched his shoulder, his body staggering heavily from the wound the white skin had inflicted. This is no ordinary white skin. The screaming monster's eyes flashed with Dr. Chu's reflection. A strange tremor erupted within it as it faced the newly arrived doctor. How? Why? The white skin roared and charged straight at Dr. Chu. It moved with the speed of a phantom. Lin Mo hurriedly pushed Dr. Chu out of harm's way, but he couldn't dodge in time himself. The white skin's blade slashed deeply into his chest, leaving a gaping wound. Damn it. At this speed, even I can barely defend myself. I'll have to use up more energy. Lin Mo gritted his teeth, feeling the terrifying energy radiating from the white skin. It closed in, step by step. He struggled to his feet, his breathing heavy. Are Dr. Chu and I both going to die here? Damn it, do I really have to die again? In that precarious moment between life and death, the voice of the parasitic entity inside his body rang out, cold and sharp. Run. Isn't that the most logical action, based on an animal's basic survival instinct? You should remember, this is the cruelty of the frozen world. There is no mercy, only equality. It is cruel to everyone, whether it's you or that woman. Lin Mo lowered his voice, firm yet trembling. No, I refuse. If I run now, how am I any different from Lua Delong? There may be no mercy in this world, but that doesn't mean it has to be defined by cruelty. We're just trying not to lose our own humanity. He paused, his gaze sharp, and continued speaking to the parasitic entity. If you're inside of me, you must be able to feel it too, right? When an innocent person dies, my heart trembles with indescribable pain. Lin Mo clutched his chest, gasping for breath, the spreading pain a testament to his human compassion. That is the living proof of being human. A fossil with a healed bone from tens of thousands of years ago proves that even primitive humans help their own kind. Human civilization was born in that very moment. In Lin Mo's eyes, his will and determination burned brightly. Therefore, at this moment, I only have one path left. He placed his hands on his chest, forming an X. From the gaping wound, shimmering blue veins of energy poured out, merging with his unwavering will. Lin Mo's belt glowed brightly, as if a powerful current of energy was surging through it. The white skin sensed the danger. Immediately lunged forward, swinging its sword to unleash two X-shaped energy beams at him. Before Dr. Zhu's eyes, Lin Mo was no longer himself. A new form, identical to white skin, appeared. Dr. Zhou exclaimed in shock. Lin Mo has now transformed into white form, a more powerful version, to face the enemy head-on. The white skin panicked and roared. No, I'm the real white skin. Lin Mo waved his hand, and streams of brilliant green energy swirled around his body, exuding an overwhelming aura. The parasitic girl inside him let out a sinister laugh. Not bad. Your choice really wasn't half bad. Perhaps you're finally close to touching the true nature of this power. Lin Mo lunged forward without hesitation. My turn, he shouted, throwing a punch that carried a colossal wave of power. The white skin hastily blocked with its sword, but Lin Mo quickly landed a powerful kick to its mouth, following up with a continuous barrage of fatal blows. Is this speed still not fast enough? It's still not enough, he roared, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. Dr. Zhou watched from the sidelines through her phone screen, unable to hide her astonishment. What is going on? That parasite layer, it seems to be creating energy from the air to supply its host. In other words, in this case, the host possesses a nearly limitless source of energy. Dr. Zhou's eyes filled with suspicion as she stared straight at Lin Mo. What exactly is the nature of your energy? She asked, her voice tense. The white skin suddenly charged, swinging its cold, sharp blade to attack. Lin Mo parried the blow and replied, his voice low but firm. Never mind that white skin has an energy source similar to mine, and our abilities are nearly identical. But it's truly difficult to deal with. The white skin slashed fiercely, but Lin Mo was as quick as lightning, dodging the blade and landing a punch that sent his opponent staggering, unable to defend. My ability can accelerate things, Lin Mo thought to himself, a glint in his eye. If that's the case, then I can also reverse the process. With the speed of a gale, the white skin rushed towards Dr. Zhou. She cried out in alarm. This is bad. Stop. Lin Mo shouted from behind, slamming his fist into the floor. The force of the punch seemed to make space itself tremble. The white skin leaped up, pressing its blade against Dr. Zhou's forehead. In that hair-raising moment, time seemed to stand still. Lin Mo let out a sigh of relief and then charged, his eyes burning with determination. At this moment, with this move, I will erase everything. He attacked relentlessly, his punches and kicks so fast they left afterimages in the air, as if the future and present were merging into one. A fatal blow struck the white skin's abdomen, causing it to explode and be thrown aside. Dr. Zhou was huddled in a corner, her eyes still trembling with fear. Lin Mo reverted to his human form and extended a hand to her, his voice low and steady. Let's go. We still have the main task to handle. On the notification screen, the temperature displayed 26 degrees. It seemed they had succeeded. Old Qiao and Maggie cheered with joy. It's so warm. This is great, right? But Maggie's eyes suddenly welled up with tears, her voice choked with emotion. I don't know when Mom will come back. Suddenly, a sound rang out, startling Old Qiao. Maggie hugged him tightly in panic. What's happening? Could it be a white skin? From outside the door, a familiar voice called out. Old Qiao, we're back. Lin Mo and Dr. Zhu walked in. Still frightened, Old Qiao cried out. Young Master Lin, Dr. Zhu, you're finally back. Lin Mo and Dr. Zhu exchanged a questioning glance. What's wrong, Old Qiao? Dr. Zhu asked, then smiled gently. Don't get too worked up, uncle. If your stitches come undone, I'll have to sew them up again. Old Qiao pointed at the fireplace flue, his voice trembling. Just now, there was a noise from the flue here. It might be a white skin. Lin Mo looked up at the flue and frowned. A noise? Is it because the fireplace is old? He reassured Old Qiao in a calm voice. Don't be so tense, uncle. It's probably just your imagination. Those things are all gathered on the ground floor now. But right at that moment, the fireplace flue collapsed, crashing down right where Lin Mo and Old Qiao were standing. From the rubble, a dark figure suddenly emerged. Lin Mo and Old Qiao immediately got into a fighting stance, their eyes sharp and cold. Old Qiao roared. See, I told you I wasn't wrong. Lin Mo gritted his teeth. Damn it. Don't tell me they've turned into blood puppets. Suddenly, Maggie cried out, Mom, From the rubble, Dorothy Pers and Coben appeared. Coben said, panting heavily, so it wasn't a ventilation duct, but a fireplace flue. I'm gonna be sick. Dorothy Pers looked at Maggie in surprise. Maggie, why are you here? Maggie quickly explained in her clear voice. A big, strange white dog broke into the house. A weird uncle with blonde hair used a gun and shot a lot of the grown-ups. Uncle GS saved me, but he got hurt by the blonde-haired uncle. The neighbor uncle saved Uncle GS. Old Chow praised. Kids have such good memories. Lin Mo was still confused, muttering, The dark-skinned uncle? Suddenly, a voice rang out. Coben shouted, Lin Mo, you brat. Lin Mo turned around in surprise. Huh. Coben rushed forward and threw his arms around him. I missed you to death. It was a real pain walking all the way from Aberrin to here, crossing an entire continent, you know? What a struggle. Lin Mo was stunned, his eyes wide, the veins around them bulging. You son of a bitch, he exclaimed, his voice filled with utter shock. Lin Mo angrily threw a punch at Coben's face, growling, Son of a bitch, who the hell do you think you're calling brother? Coben touched his cheek, a surprised look on his face, and thought to himself, who is this guy? Acting so familiar like we're old buddies. Then he looked at Lam Mac, his voice full of grievance. Black Dog Lam, how could you do this? Even my own father has never hit me. Lam Mac froze, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. Wait a minute, could he be another one like Dr. Xiao? He acts like he's known me for a long time, but I don't have any friends in Aberrin. He thought to himself, his heart pounding. Could it be that when I was reborn, not only the future but the past was changed as well? Coben suddenly grabbed Lam Mac's hand and yelled, You brat, didn't you say we were starting a new band? You even said you'd be the right hand of some guy named Slash, and I'd be the left hand of Hencrick. Meggie, standing nearby, innocently asked her mother, Mommy, are they friends? Dorothy Pers smiled gently. Perhaps they are, dear. Lam Mac angrily pushed Coben away, his voice harsh. When did I ever say that? I don't even know who those two are. Let go of me first. He gritted his teeth internally. Damn it. Who the hell is this blonde guy? In his mind, chaotic fragments of memories surfaced. This place seemed different from how it was before this week. The butterfly effect could explain the future changing, but what about the past? Could it be that I really have some kind of relationship with this blonde guy? He turned and called out to the parasitic entity in a low voice. Hey, little Miss Parasite, I have a few questions for you. But there was no reply. He frowned, thinking to himself that she was always so eager to appear before. But now that he was calling her, she was silent. What a selfish creature. Dr. Chow suddenly spoke up, her sharp voice cutting through Lam Mac's thoughts. Listen up, now is not the time to be reminiscing. Lam Mac tried to push Coben away, snapping in frustration. Reminiscing about what? I don't even know him. Coben immediately retorted, his voice full of resentment. You rotten brat, did you tell me to come all this way just for your amusement? Dr. Zhu, with a cigarette in his mouth and white smoke curling around him, spoke in a calm but sharp tone. What I want to say is, do you guys even understand the situation right now? She and Lam Mac simultaneously looked out the window. Outside, a giant mother white skin stood towering, its presence overwhelming. Dr. Chow continued, her voice filled with anxiety. Even if we solve the heater problem, we still have another, much tougher problem right in front of us. Those white skins seem to be the children of this mother. As for the blood crafts, from what we've seen, they're transporting blood for them. She paused, her eyes sharp. Sooner or later, these buildings will be completely assimilated by them. If we just stand by and let the blood crafts take over this whole place, Lam Mac continued, his voice low but firm. We'll have to face more of those white skins that use greatswords, right? Lam Mac's eyes burned with determination as he spoke with confidence. If that's really the case, I'm fully capable of handling it with my abilities. Dr. Chow crossed her arms and shook her head. It's not that simple. Your indicator light turned green after you used Black Annihilation, and it's even brighter than before. Lam Mac frowned, thinking to himself, Black Annihilation, does she mean my black form? He turned to Dr. Xiao. In a low voice, he asked, You mean activating Black Annihilation consumes a lot of energy, right? Dr. Chow nodded, her expression grave. Activating that state requires a massive amount of energy, and with your current heat levels, I'm not sure you can even use it one more time. You're the only person in this building who can go up against the white skin Yan Yi, so our situation right now is truly dire. A storm of thoughts swirled in Lam Mac's mind. To survive, he had to use that energy to continue protecting everyone. But I need heat. Heat. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. He turned to Dr. Chow, his voice decisive. Doctor, are there any spare materials here? Surprised, she pointed to a corner of the room. Why do you ask? Lam Mac immediately ran over to old Q and borrowed the crowbar from his hands. Let me borrow the holy sword of physics for a moment. As he spoke, he quickly pried the nails from a wooden board, still muttering. Whether it's the blood crafts outside or the threat from the white skin Yan Yi, there's only one core problem. You guys are right. An army marches on its stomach. If you skip a meal, you go hungry. You need a full stomach to have the strength to work. Dr. Xiao, realizing his plan, chuckled. So that's it. Is it the hydroponics box again? Your train of thought is really strange, wanting to start a farm here of all places. Lam Mac smiled, his voice confident. This is the value of simple workers like me. You could call it an innate skill. Besides, our group is getting larger. The issue of food is a top priority. He thought to himself, a hungry person can't do anything. I understand that all too well. Dr. Chow blew a puff of smoke in his face and asked, so what's your next step? This empty hydroponics tank isn't going to create food out of thin air. Lam Mac replied with a sharp gaze. As I thought, the bodies on this floor have disappeared. Not even a blood stain is left. Thinking back to that white skin from before, they must have collected the bodies. That bastard from before must have been responsible. This means the blood crafts will be swarming this floor soon. We have to act fast, he pondered. To use black annihilation to destroy the source, I first have to solve the heat and food problem. Suddenly, Kobin appeared, his voice startling him. Black Dog Lamb, what are you doing standing here all by yourself? Lam Mac jumped, startled. Why did you follow me here? Kobin shrugged and smirked. Oh, come on, brother. We both know what's going on. You're acting so cold because you're embarrassed to have a loser like me for a friend, right? It's okay. I get it. You're working for a big company now, and I look like a homeless guy. Of course you can't stand me. Lin Mo covered his ears, wondering what was wrong with this guy. Kobin continued, his voice full of excitement. Look, it's just the two of us now. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't be such a stranger. Ain looked at Lin Mo doubtfully. Bro, why aren't you saying anything? Lin Mo's face filled with panic as he exclaimed, Damn it, we're screwed. In front of them, a dark figure suddenly appeared. It was that white skin from before. Under a bridge, in the drizzling rain, a little boy named Sin huddled in the darkness, talking to a small mouse. Jerry, we're pretty similar, aren't we? The mouse was also hiding, nestled at his feet. We're both being chased by people, so all we can do is hide under this bridge. From now on, we'll have to rely on each other. But just a moment later, the mouse ran off, leaving Sin to cry out in despair. Hey, if you don't want to stay, you don't have to just leave like that. The boy was a young Sin, still hiding under the bridge in the freezing rain. Suddenly, a friend of Sin's appeared from a distance, calling out loudly to him. It was Kobin. The friend walked over, clapped him on the shoulder, and said teasingly, I knew you'd be here. Every time you get kicked out of the house, you hide here. Tell me, how many times has this been now? Your dad praised you again, didn't he? Did you come here just to rub it in my face? The young Sin gave a bright smile, his eyes sparkling as he replied to his friend. How could I? He pointed up at the crumbling bridge above their heads and joked, even if you wanted to hide, how could you hide under a broken-down bridge like this? It's just so pathetic. Sin was still sulking and mumbled, What? Where did you learn to talk such nonsense? Sin's friend held out his hand to pull him up, still wearing an optimistic smile. Let's go. With a radiant expression, he continued to tease, If you're going to hide, you have to do it with friends. That's the only cool way to do it. Sin finally, reluctantly, reached out his hand, muttering, Only because a fool like you is forcing me. His friend laughed loudly. Why, thank you for the compliment. Back in the present, the situation had become critical. Lin Mo had no time to hesitate. He grabbed Sin's hand tightly and pulled him along. What are you doing? Fortunately, Lin Mo managed to pull Sin out of the danger zone just as the giant white skin charged at them. Get out of the way. Sin, dragged along hastily, was panting for breath and could only stammer out a few words. Running away like this isn't cool at all. Even so, they had temporarily escaped the Grim Reaper's scythe. Lin Mo, drenched in sweat, looked around. Looks like the blood nest has already spread to the 4th floor. Quick, let's go back to the room and get those seeds. Sin, still shaken from being dragged away, muttered beside him. You were the one who said we had to look cool while running. Lin Mo overheard and frowned. Huh? Is this really the time to be talking about that? Sin immediately retorted in a sharp voice. Weren't you the one who said it? Lin Mo was dumbfounded. Huh? When did I ever say that? The two of them started arguing fiercely. How can you say that? You totally said it. I did not. As they were busy bickering, their voices unintentionally grew louder, attracting unwanted attention. Suddenly, a terrifying crash echoed out. The white skin from before smashed through the wall and charged straight for them. A huge, grotesque hand reached out from the rubble, aiming right for Lin Mo. Lin Mo had no way to escape, trapped within the monster's reach. This is bad. There's no time. The white skin advanced, its overwhelming presence stunning Sin. It used its giant hand to grab Lin Mo's head, lifting him high into the air, making grotesque sounds from its mouth, like a gleeful laugh. Lin Mo was being squeezed tightly, his breathing ragged. My head. It's about to burst. Just then, from the other side, Kobin stood ready with a flaming bottle of alcohol. He shouted at the white skin, "Hey, you big oaf." With a decisive move, Kobin forcefully threw the flaming bottle at it. "Let go of my brother." The bottle hit the white skin's arm, and the flames immediately erupted, spreading like lightning. Startled by the attack, the monster unintentionally let go of Lin Mo. He was thrown hard into a membrane of the blood nest, and his body began to be pulled inside. Lin Mo shouted in panic, "This is the blood nest." He struggled to get free, but it was too late. His body was slowly swallowed by the blood nest's membrane, accompanied by eerie creaking sounds. Lin Mo's vision began to fade. His mind only had time for one regretful thought. Damn it. Is this really how it ends? But it wasn't over. Lin Mo suddenly opened his eyes, feeling his body was still intact. The scenery around him was completely unfamiliar, leaving him utterly bewildered. What is happening? He scanned his surroundings, full of doubt. Where is this place? Suddenly, Lin Mo's gaze fell on something ahead of him, the figure of a woman, bound tightly. He was stunned, unable to tell if it was a white skin or a human. He stared intently, trying to guess if she was still alive. Suddenly, the woman's eyes flew open and stared right at him. Lin Mo flinched and instinctively backed away, his heart pounding. As he stepped back, he unfortunately stepped on a wet, slippery patch of ground. In an instant, the scenery around him changed again, pulling him into another unfamiliar landscape. He uttered in a daze, "Here again? What in the world is going on? Where am I?" Before his eyes, the image of two boys appeared. The kids were laughing and chatting away. A blonde boy teased, "You're the idiot." The other boy replied, his eyes sparkling, "Well, thank you for the high praise." Lam Mak stared intently at the first boy, stunned by his familiar curly hair. "Isn't that me?" He turned to the blonde boy and immediately recognized his childhood friend. "Huh, that is me." But these images didn't exist in his memory, even though they clearly proved that they had known each other since they were kids. Were we really friends? Are these my memories? Suddenly, another little Lam Mak appeared, grabbing his hand and throwing him into complete confusion. "Huh, there's another me?" The blonde boy pointed straight at Lam Mak, his voice firm. "He's the blonde kid. That's Sin. Sin is my friend. He's my friend." "Mr. Tiudu?" Just then, a frantic voice called out from outside. "Lam Mak! Lam Mak!" Outside, Sin was struggling to pull him out of the blood cocoon, scolding him nonstop. "You little brat. Are you just going to die like that? How pathetic." After getting him out of the blood cocoon's membrane, Sin asked worriedly, "Hey, are you okay? You were almost food for that thing. But what was all that just now? Was I dreaming?" Lam Mak was still in a daze, trying to recall the memory he just experienced, but then shook his head and told himself, "Forget it. Now's not the time to think about it." Right now, they had to face a giant white skin, a type that didn't react to fire and was extremely tough to deal with. The hot-headed Sin couldn't hold back any longer. Holding a Molotov cocktail, he roared, "Humph, this thing is surprisingly tough. Guess I'll have to treat you to another round." Lam Mak quickly stopped him, his voice tense. "Wait, hold on," he calmly explained to Sin. The fatty layer of its white skin should burn quickly from the high heat, but this white skin seems to be able to absorb fire or heat. On top of that, it has a powerful healing ability. I don't think a Molotov cocktail is going to kill it that easily. Lam Mak's sharp explanation surprised Sin. It's rare to see you calmly analyzing things like this. But no matter how thoroughly Lam Mak explained, the stubborn Sin wouldn't listen. He hurled the Molotov cocktail at the white skin, stunning Lam Mak. He yelled, "If that's the case, wouldn't it be better to just burn it until it can't regenerate anymore? Are you even listening to me?" The Molotov cocktail hit something hard and immediately exploded, but the white skin was completely unharmed. It didn't even bother to block it, which only proved Lam Mak's point. He shook his head helplessly. See? It didn't even bother to block. With no other choice, Lam Mak realized there was only one path left, to face and defeat this monster head-on. Gritting his teeth, Lam Mak decided to transform to fight the white skin. He thought to himself, the only way to take it down is by using Black Kill. I can't let it stay in this building. But as soon as he tried to activate his power, he was stunned to find his body wasn't changing at all. "Huh, nothing's happening?" Dr. Chu, standing nearby, spoke up worriedly. "It seems you don't have enough energy to transform into Black Kill right now." Lam Mak frowned, his voice low. "Like this, I don't have the strength to fight that thing." But desperation breeds ingenuity, and an idea flashed in Lam Mak's mind. Wait a minute. He suddenly recalled that familiar feeling from before. This thing can absorb heat. The doctor also said that when I'm in my Black Kill state, I can absorb ambient heat," he exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. "I've got it. This will definitely work." Without hesitation, Lam Mak sprang into action, charging straight at the white skin. The scene suddenly shifted to a past life when Lam Mak was still an ordinary person. His voice echoed hauntingly. "Our base was attacked by those monsters again. There are corpses and graves everywhere." He stood before a graveyard, muttering, "So for now, your spirit is resting here." For a whole month, their group constantly lost members to the White Skins' attacks. We changed bases countless times, but no matter how far we run, they always find us. They were trapped in a tragic cycle. Flee, lose people, find a new base. Lam Mak couldn't take it anymore and said directly to Old Q, "That's enough." Old Q was surprised. "Lam Mak, what's gotten into you all of a sudden?" Lam Mak's eyes burned with determination as he cut him off. "I don't want to run anymore." Back in the present, Lam Mak faced the white skin with that same spirit. He constantly observed and calculated, and finally succeeded in wounding it. "Looks like my guess was right." He reached out and touched the white skin, activating his black kill power. The heat from the surrounding flames was instantly drawn into him, converting into energy. Meanwhile, a stunned Kobin stared at him and blurted out, "Bro, why are you growing horns?" Lam Mak had now entered the pre-black kill stage. He clenched his fist, stepped back to gain momentum, and then launched a fatal punch at the white skin's weak spot on its abdomen. The terrifying force sent it flying, and it didn't stop until it slammed into a wall. After temporarily taking down the monster, Lam Mak turned to Kobin and said decisively, "Mirodo Kobin, listen to me carefully." He stood before Kobin, now fully transformed into his black kill form. "Let me make this clear. Whatever kind of person you knew before has nothing to do with who I am now. I'm no longer the Lin Mo you knew." But Kobin didn't seem to care what he said, instead observing him with interest. "Bro, you're looking way too handsome. Where'd you get it done?" Lin Mo shouted in frustration. "Are you even listening to what I'm saying?" Kobin continued to tease him excitedly. "Looks like what you said is actually kind of true. I can't even recognize you as Lin the Black Dog anymore." Lin Mo gave up and changed the subject, turning to leave. "I'm not going to waste my time with you. That little guy isn't going to be so easy to deal with." He turned and asked, "Let me see how many fuel canisters you have left." Kobin opened his guitar case, his expression uncharacteristically serious. "It's enough." Lin Mo was stunned and scolded him. "You just keep them in your guitar case like this. How did you even manage that?" Just then, the white-skinned monster began to stir. Lin Mo assessed the situation, his voice tense. "Looks like the big brain one is about to wake up." Kobin asked worriedly, "What should we do? Should we run?" The word run made Lin Mo remember his past life, when he and his comrades were constantly fleeing. "Run again?" he muttered, his eyes filled with helplessness. Painful memories from his past life flooded back images of his fallen comrades who didn't even get a proper grave. They were etched deep in Lin Mo's mind, but it was that very pain that gave him strength. "No, Lin Mo," he thought, "no more running." He resolved silently, his eyes blazing, and then suddenly charged straight towards the white skin without warning Kobin. That decisive action stunned Kobin, who mumbled, "Looks like you really have changed." First, Lin Mo wanted to wake the monster completely. "Black Dog," he roared, his voice full of challenge. Kobin, who understood Lin Mo's personality despite his changes, immediately realized that this guy couldn't be handled with normal methods. Lin Mo quickly calculated in his head, trying to minimize his energy consumption. He thought to himself, even though its regeneration ability is strong, its movements are too slow. Taking advantage of this, he continuously attacked the white skin's weak spots, which were already vulnerable from the previous fight. Lin Mo's attacks were as fast as lightning, leaving the monster no time to retaliate. With agile movements, Lin Mo retreated to gain momentum and shouted, "Your turn." Kobin immediately understood, throwing all the homemade Molotov cocktails from his guitar case towards the white skin. The bottles shattered against its flesh and immediately exploded. The flammable layer of fat on the white skin's body erupted in a raging fire. The white skin's fat is highly flammable. As long as the wound is deep enough, the flames will burn it to a crisp, Lin Mo calculated silently. But soon after, the monster recovered as if nothing had happened, forcing him to switch to his next plan. While the flames were still burning, Lin Mo got close to the white skin and activated his dark absorption power to suck in all the surrounding heat. He absorbed the flames from the burning fat, converting them into a massive amount of energy. "I'll use the enemy's own flesh and blood to fuel myself," he roared internally, his spirit surging. With this new energy, Lin Mo rushed towards the white skin. He was so fast that the ground behind him cracked. Upon reaching the perfect distance, he slowed down, raising a hand that contained immense heat. He aimed directly at the monster. Before the white skin could react, it was hit by a fatal blow from Lin Mo. The impact caused its flesh and blood to explode from the inside. The sight was so gruesome it made Kobin shudder. Holy crap, that was a shadow blast. After defeating the monster, Lin Mo returned to his original form, his body exhausted but still standing. Just one blow. No matter how strong its regeneration is, it can't pull itself back together from that, he thought to himself, a glint of satisfaction in his eyes. Turning to Kobin, he realized that without the help of his blonde-haired friend, he probably wouldn't have been able to do it. Even though Kobin seemed scatterbrained, he had actually been a huge help this time. Lin Mo reached out a hand to help Kobin up, asking softly, "You okay, idiot?" Kobin grinned widely. "Why are you being so polite all of a sudden?" Lin Mo shook his head. He was just about to praise him, but Kobin ruined the moment with a clueless question. "Right, so what do we do next?" Lin Mo shook his head again, taking back his earlier assessment of Kobin. Now, the only sound in the hallway of room 409 was Kobin's excited cheer. Oh. He seemed thrilled with Lin Mo's plan. "In other words, we came here to get seeds and nutrient solution. Since when did you learn to garden, kid? And stuff like that, how do you even do it? Is it that thing? A superpower? Speaking of which, when did you get superpowers?" The words flowed out of him like a river, forcing Lin Mo to cover his ears. He sighed in exasperation. "Oh, for heaven's sake, you gave me a second chance at life. So why did you have to pair me with an idiot?" Suddenly, the energy bracelet on Lin Mo's wrist made a crackling sound and then went silent, losing its signal. He frowned and muttered, "What was that sound? Did it come from inside the bracelet?" Kobin heard it too, and immediately chimed in, his voice teasing. "That bracelet is cool. Where'd you buy it?" Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Mo clamped a hand over his mouth, nearly suffocating him. "Shut up," Lin Mo hissed, while Kobin struggled and yelled, his voice muffled and picked up by the bracelet. On the other end of the line, Dr. Chu and Dorothy heard the commotion and asked in confusion, "What are you doing over there?" Lin Mo quickly asked Dr. Chu, "This bracelet, it can communicate?" Dr. Chu replied, her voice low, "Let's not talk about that for now. I just went to my room a moment ago, and I have some good news." She continued, "You guys found another old item in the warehouse, like an old television. They also collected some other necessary materials for planting, like peach pits and nutrients. There were also some things that could be used for gardening. The landlady probably used them for her flowers." Lin Mo nodded. "That really is good news. What else?" Dr. Chu lowered her voice. "It was my request." Following Dr. Chu's directions, the group made their way to her old laboratory. His eyes widened, unable to believe the sight before him. He never expected to find a place like this. He mumbled in disbelief, "No way. This house actually has a laboratory? Is that weirdly dressed woman really a doctor?" Lin Mo answered distractedly, focused on finding the box Dr. Chu had mentioned. It only took him a moment to find the box, but its mysterious appearance piqued his curiosity. "This? What's it for?" Kobin kept chattering, which made Lin Mo increasingly suspicious. Just as the blondie said, he thought, the doctor is really strange. He stared at the label on the box. The words "dangerous organism" sent a chill down his spine. Could this be the white skin the doctor was secretly researching? Lin Mo's suspicion grew stronger. Just then, Kobin carelessly bumped into something and yelled, "Oh my god!" It turned on. Startled, Lin Mo smacked him on the head and scolded, "What are you doing? Don't mess with other people's computers." Kobin clutched his head, yelping, "Ow!" The computer screen suddenly lit up while Lin Mo and Kobin continued to bicker. "What if you delete all the doctor's important files?" Kobin shot back, "I'm not an idiot. How could I?" Hearing the word idiot, Lin Mo suddenly realized something. His attitude changed instantly, and he yelled at the blondie, "Get out." Kobin pouted. The name's not Blondie, but no matter how much he protested, Lin Mo still kicked him out. "I told you to get out, so get out. Go find some useful supplies or something," Kobin yelled as he ran. "Don't hit me, don't hit me." After chasing Kobin out, Lin Mo started to look into his suspicions. He muttered, "Maybe I can find something on this computer, especially about the doctor." In just a moment, he found something that caught his eye. A photo of a young Dr. Chu appeared on the screen, looking completely different from her current self. Lin Mo was stunned. This is the doctor? She doesn't look like her at all. The Dr. Chu in the photo looked young, with a slightly shy expression on her face. Lin Mo zoomed in on the photo and suddenly noticed a detail. "Wait a minute, this badge belongs to an NGO," he murmured, his eyes turning sharp. "So that's how it is. Doctor, you've been hiding a lot from me." When the group returned, old Xiao heard their footsteps and called out, "You guys are back." Everyone chatted animatedly, but Dr. Chu hid silently behind a wall, listening intently. "How did it go?" old Xiao asked. Kobin immediately replied in an excited voice, "Everything went great, of course." But Dr. Chu peered out from her hiding spot and snapped quietly, "You, be quiet." Lin Mo and Kobin brought back quite a few useful items, but because the number of floors they could explore was limited, they only found some seeds left in the room. Lin Mo sighed, his voice low. Unfortunately, we couldn't find anything edible. Old Kiao patted his shoulder in comfort. Don't blame yourself. Luo Dalong is always sending people to look for supplies from the residents. For now, let's just plant these seeds. He gave a confident smile. I'll help out. I've done some planting before. I'm not too bad at it. But Lin Mo quickly stopped him. No, old Xiao, you're still injured. You need to focus on recovering. Just then, Dr. Chu finally spoke, her voice calm. Let me help you. I know a little about botany and biochemistry, so I should at least be some help. She glanced at Lin Mo, her gaze probing. What do you think? Lin Mo met her gaze with an equally sharp one. Indeed. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Cobbin chimed in, shattering the serious mood. Then I'll help too. Don't look at me like that. Lin Mo immediately cut him off. Stop making a scene. Kids go play somewhere else. Cobbin grumbled. Come on, man. Getting back on topic, Dr. Chu spoke up. Now, about that item I asked for earlier. Lin Mo held out the vial. This? Dr. Chu reached for it, but he quickly pulled it back, his voice stern. Hold on. Aren't you going to explain? He stared directly at her, pressing. Who are you? Really? Dr. Chu didn't falter, simply smiling as she replied, Don't you already know? Lin Mo's brow furrowed. Wait a minute. That expression. You did it on purpose. Realizing he had seen through her, Dr. Chu looked even more amused. I knew it. Lin Mo held out the vial, continuing to press her. So this vial was just a prop to lure me to your house? But there was still something he didn't understand. He pressed on. But why? What's your real objective? Dr. Chu, now revealed to be Zhu Shunya, a former special agent of the National Security Bureau's Department of Biochemical Safety, quickly snatched the vial from him. She looked at him, her voice dropping. You've only figured out half of it. She held the vial up in front of Lin Mo. Opening it, she explained, This isn't bait. It's the key to model. The question is, can we survive? Zhu Shuya continued. Remember when you first became a Black Slayer? You were just like those monsters. I'm guessing there might be some connection between you and those white skins. This energy storage organ in your pale skin could support that theory. Even in this state, it's still absorbing heat. This is very similar to what happened to you. Lam Mak interrupted, his voice skeptical. Does this have anything to do with the key to survival? He grew more serious. And another thing, why should I have to reveal my secret? Zhu Shuya laughed, patting him lightly on the shoulder. Don't be so hasty. A test subject, you ask? She continued to explain. Whether it's to satisfy the need to eat for survival, or to have enough energy reserves to deal with a mother body outside. We need to solve the problem of cultivation in a short amount of time. If I'm right, when you made that hydroponics box, you initially considered using the red limit to accelerate the plant's growth, didn't you? She paused, looking him straight in the eye. In other words, the key right now is whether or not you can enter the red limit state. But right now, let alone entering the red limit, even your energy for maintaining combat is limited. Although you can absorb heat from your surroundings, the efficiency of your energy storage organs isn't enough for you to enter the red limit at will. Zhu Shuya proposed an idea, her eyes lighting up. So, if we could augment this organ, your absorption efficiency could be enhanced, making it easier for you to enter the red limit, right? Lam Mak's head was spinning from all the information. He waved his hand. Whoa. This is getting a little confusing. Let me process this for a second. Dr. Zhu smiled, raising the vial and tapping it lightly against his chest as if to wake him. To put it simply, if you want to survive, I need to put this inside you. Lam Mak forced a smile, but his body was frozen stiff. He asked hesitantly, my body won't reject it or anything, will it? Suddenly, the Black Slayer power within Lam Mak erupted, unexpectedly pulling the vial into his body. It happened so fast it left Zhu Shuya stunned. The Black Slayer is growing more rampant, she exclaimed. Watching the vial get swallowed into his body, Lam Mak was just as bewildered. What just happened? Why is this happening? The vial of cells was pulled deep inside by the Black Slayer, as if it craved what was in Zhu Shuya's hand. In just a few seconds, the entire vial was absorbed at a terrifying speed. Dr. Zhu murmured, It seems your body didn't want to wait any longer. After the absorption was complete, the Black Slayer within Lam Mak roared violently. Zhu Shuya hazarded a guess. Is this a parasite? Is this the source of your power? Very quickly, Lam Mak's body recovered. His energy reached the red limit threshold. He cheered excitedly. Looks like it's time for some farming. In an instant, the seedlings in the cultivation rack began to grow naturally. It wasn't just one plant. All the others started thriving as well. The cultivation rack was sterilized, with no trace of the blood blight remaining. Lam Mak looked up and noticed a small figure intently observing the newly sprouted seedlings. Little Meggie, her hair swaying, asked curiously, What's this? It's so tiny. Lam Mak smiled and explained, These are lettuce seedlings. Maggie tilted her head, pointing at the tiny leaves. Is it fuzzy? He laughed heartily. When lettuce is young, why does it look just like you, Maggie? Maggie replied innocently, It doesn't look like Maggie. Maggie is taller than it. Lamb Mac nodded and chuckled. Ha, you're right about that. Maggie's eyes sparkled as she asked, Everyone, what's a morena? Dorothy walked over, stroking her daughter's head and answering gently. It's the green vegetable you like in your hamburgers. Maggie's voice filled with excitement as she cheered. Oh, Mommy, when Daddy comes back, can he take Maggie to eat burgers? Dorothy froze for a moment, an awkward look in her eyes, not daring to mention her father. Coben, standing nearby, whispered to Lamb Mac, her father. Is gone. Yeah. Lamb Mac fell silent, seemingly lost in thought. Suddenly, he turned to Coben, his voice lively. That's right, Coben. The two of them started talking animatedly, leaving Dorothy and her daughter completely confused. You brought the wheat seeds, didn't you? Coben nodded confidently. Of course. Lamb Mac grinned. What for? Are you planning to make bread? Not just that. After all, we still have some pickle and cucumber seeds, right? Then we'll add a little meat, and just like that, we'll have burgers. They both turned to Maggie. Lamb Mac asked with a reliable look on his face. Hey Maggie, do you want to eat a burger? Maggie nodded eagerly. Yes. Lamb Mac pointed to the sprouts and told her, when the little lettuce turns into big lettuce, then you can eat it. Maggie looked at the tiny sprout and asked curiously, How long will it take for them to grow? Lamb Mac flashed a confident smile and pointed to his own arm. If this big brother here were sent back to ancient Greece, he'd be the god of agriculture. As long as I'm here, they'll grow up very fast. His confident words made Maggie cheer with excitement. Awesome. Dorothy thought he was just joking with a child and was about to say something. But Lamb Mac had already laughed and introduced himself. Right, don't be a stranger. My name is Lamb Mac. Dorothy confided, her voice lowering. In this situation, everyone is trapped here. It would be wonderful if we really could. Make them grow faster. At least we won't starve to death. Coben, with his lively personality, suddenly interjected. He was about to reveal the truth. Sis, do you really think what he just said was just to pacify a child? Our black dog really can. Before he could finish, a panicked Lin Mo pulled him into a corner, whispering urgently, Hold on. He lowered his voice, his eyes serious. My special ability. You can't just blab about it. The fewer people who know, the better. Coben was dumbfounded. Huh? Why is that? Lin Mo avoided his gaze, looking elsewhere. Don't ask so many questions. He recalled what Dr. Zhou had once told him. Back when I was at the National Security Bureau, I participated in a project led by the Field Operations Department. She paused. Her voice dropped. The safety level of that project wasn't high, but secrecy between departments was strictly maintained. However, I still managed to find out some specific details. This project allowed a large number of field agents to infiltrate the civilian population and gather information at any time. This wasn't a typical infiltration, but a complete integration through pharmaceuticals, brainwashing, hypnosis, and other methods. The agents were made to believe they were ordinary civilians, minimizing the risk of exposure. These agents reported intelligence subconsciously. They were also known as human surveillance machines. Those people from the National Security Bureau will do anything to protect the country's bottom line, she continued, her voice filled with caution. It's still unclear whether the National Security Bureau has been destroyed or not. I don't even know if there are any of their monitors among us. Finally, Dr. Zhou concluded. If they found out about you, it would definitely not be a good thing. In short, the fewer people who know about you, the better. That was precisely why Lin Mo had rushed to shut Coben up. He wouldn't let him reveal anything more. He reassured them, Anyway, I have my ways, so don't worry. But Coben, as if he just found his chance, continued to run his mouth. He pulled Dorothy outside, leaving Lin Mo alone, still chattering away. Dorothy, don't you worry. He's basically just the ancient Greek god of agriculture, that's all. After everyone left, Lin Mo looked around, making sure no one else was in the room. Looks like it's just me, he mumbled and then got to work. All right, let's begin. Closing his eyes, he felt the energy from the newly parasitic white cell, now strong enough to voluntarily activate the red limit at any time. Suddenly, the image of Lin Mo growing the seedling was recorded from another angle, appearing on a hidden device. This device, it turned out, was connected to a satellite in outer space. Beep, beep, beep. The communication device suddenly came back online. A voice came from the other end. Has the communication device recovered? The National Security Organization is attempting to reconnect. Check the situation. The system is preparing to connect to the satellite. Check if anything can be detected from the sky. But for now, the Earth appeared to be completely frozen over. Another voice exclaimed, What in the world is this? Their vision was limited by the icy expanse. They could only gather information from the ground. Find any available ground devices. An order rang out. Add 3 more drones. Drones, launch. The drones were immediately dispatched to scout the surrounding area, but their effectiveness was low. The temperature is too low. The batteries won't last long. Another voice warned, then gather more information before something goes wrong. The drones circled the city, hovering aimlessly. One person asked, his voice full of doubt, "Sir, what are we looking for?" The chief replied curtly, "Anything useful." Another voice piped up, "Sir, there's something." The chief gave a decisive order to his subordinate, "You guys fly a little lower. Hopefully, we can find traces of survivors or rescue teams." The drones circled the city, but all they saw were the messy ruins of apartment buildings. "There's nothing of interest here," someone muttered. Suddenly, they flew past the apartment building where Lin Mo and his team were hiding. A voice rang out in astonishment. "There's an anomaly." "Wait, that is?" They commanded. "Zoom in a little more. Get a little closer." The scene that appeared made them all shudder. The building looked as if it was being gripped by a giant parasite, sucking the energy out of everything inside. This is... Oh my god. One drone, having gotten too close, was instantly shattered. A swarm of drones converged on the area, where a new generation of monsters was forming. "What is that thing? Don't be scared. Just get back here now." From the abdomen of the original mother, Bai Pai, a giant Bai Pai, several times larger than normal, crawled out. Its long arms were stained with the flesh and blood of the unfortunate victims it had absorbed. The grotesque sight sent a chill down their spines, and at the same time, a slight earthquake shook the area. Inside the building, Lin Mo was startled. Was that an earthquake? No. He rushed over to Dr. Chu, who was standing by the window. "Doctor, what's happening?" She pointed outside, her voice grave. "Look out the window. It seems we're out of time. That creature has finished reproducing." Lin Mo looked out, stunned by the monster's terrifying form. "Oh my god, its form and power are so bizarre. This must be the mother body that spawned the young ones." The white skin's eyes were staring right inside, as if it could communicate telepathically with Lin Mo. He mumbled, "Where is it?" Or maybe he could sense what it craved. The monster reached its hand back, seemingly about to smash the apartment building to find a food source. Just then, everyone ran over, asking worriedly, "Black Dog, so you're here. What was that noise just now?" Lin Mo shouted, his voice urgent. "Everyone, get back. Get down, now." With a single swipe of its hand, the white skin destroyed a large section of the apartment building. Although Lin Mo was only human, he closed his eyes, bracing for impact. But when he opened them again, he was shocked to see that not a single piece of concrete had hit them. They were all floating in midair. That was way too close. He turned to Dr. Chu. "Doctor, are you okay?" She replied calmly, "I'm fine." "I never expected it would be you, test subject." In his panic, Lin Mo's hand had accidentally landed on her chest. Chu Shuya smiled teasingly. "Your heart is beating so fast." Lin Mo coughed dryly and quickly stepped back, putting some distance between them. Ahem, ahem. It's good that you're okay." Although they weren't hurt, the building was destroyed, making it easy for the white skin to see them both. "This is no time to be lazy," Lin Mo muttered, but a question puzzled him. Why is this debris floating in mid-air? Is it psychic power? In that moment of distraction, the white skin spotted Lin Mo. It controlled the debris and launched it at the room with terrifying speed. A huge explosion erupted, but luckily, everyone managed to get out of the way, unharmed. Kobin, still bewildered, exclaimed, "What's going on?" By the time he looked, it had already happened. A look of panic crossed his face. "Oh no, half the room is gone." Lin Mo and Dr. Chu were falling together. Kobin screamed, his eyes filled with fear. "Hey, Black Dog, are you okay? What about your disciple?" There was no sign of Lin Mo or Chu Shuya. Suddenly, a voice came from below. "Stop sighing." It turned out Dr. Chu had grabbed onto an iron bar, appearing calm and collected. She looked up, her voice still steady. "Give me a hand." Kobin couldn't contain his curiosity and quickly asked Dr. Chu, "Where's Black Dog?" "Did you say he's a test subject?" But before he could finish his sentence, the white skin spotted them. Both of them froze, rooted to the spot. Dorothy screamed in panic. "What the hell is that thing?" "You guys, get over here. Quick." Suddenly, a flash of pink light shot out, striking the white skin directly. The surprise attack made it lose its balance and fall back against the building behind it. From the cloud of dust, a mysterious figure emerged, covered in glowing pink lines that matched the recent flash, blocking the monster's path. The National Security Bureau's surveillance equipment, though heavily damaged, still managed to record the white skin being weakened by the surprise attack. A voice came from a distance. "Is this the monster the last rescue team mentioned?" The camera continued to record, capturing the moment the chunks of rock and earth were floating in midair. But then, the signal was suddenly cut off. "The signal is gone." That was our last drone. The remote operators were at a loss. One of them asked, Old Tia, what do we do now? The man called Old Tia replied in a calm voice. It won't take long to restore communications, but it'll still be a while before we can contact Logos. Someone else chimed in. We can deal with Logos later. Our external department needs to consider more scenarios. Someone suggested, Sir, what if I use the equipment to run a scan? We might be able to find more survivors. Old Tia shook his head. No. The situation outside is still unclear. It's safer to wait here and see what happens. On the other side, the white skin once again controlled the chunks of earth and rock to attack, creating a massive explosion shrouded in a thick cloud of dust. Emerging from the dust was none other than Lin Mo, now in a white skin form, completely different from his previous black fiend state. He thought to himself, is this what happens when I reach the red limit? It's like a new flame rekindled from the ashes. The white skin continued its attack with the rocks, but Lin Mo, in his new form, took a deep breath, ready to face it head-on instead of running away. Thanks to the power of the red limit, his abilities had increased tenfold. He charged straight into the chaotic barrage of debris. His white-skinned body was surprisingly agile, closing the distance while protecting the others from harm. The white skin seemed taken aback by his speed, faltering for a moment. The more he fought, the more Lin Mo understood the truth. A fading ember doesn't need to rage, but must burn quietly, a spark that never dies. The white skin changed its tactics, gathering all the surrounding debris into one giant mass. The destructive power of this earthen mass multiplied. With a mere flick of its wrist, it launched the entire block toward Lin Mo, but he didn't slow down one bit, continuing his charge straight forward. This spark wasn't an omen of death, but the prelude to a fiery dance across the plains. Lin Mo's power coalesced into a radiant pink light, transforming into an explosive, unstoppable punch that surged ever forward. Lin Mo, facing off against the giant mass of earth and rock, unexpectedly shattered it, sending stones flying everywhere and creating a terrifying explosion that shook the entire area. The terrifying speed of the attack meant that a single piece of rock was enough to destroy an entire building. Many nearby structures were heavily damaged, and the white-skinned monster was engulfed in the brilliant crimson flames. Everyone watching from inside was utterly stunned. Dorothy couldn't help but exclaim, "What is that red glow?" Kobin was about to reveal something, but Dr. Chu signaled for him to be quiet. That is, even the seasoned, middle-aged man was astonished. Is that an angel? The scene before them was like one monster defeating another giant monster. So it defeated that other monster, just like an angel sent down by God. But then they commented, their voices full of doubt. But that face looks like a demon's. Lin Mo's white-skinned form was so different they didn't recognize him. Lin Mo thought to himself, wasn't that a bit too over the top this time? The surrounding area had been completely flattened, leaving behind a desolate landscape. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared in his subconscious. Chu's voice echoed, this kind of power is something only you can control. Lin Mo looked at it, his eyes sharp. Oh, so you finally decided to show yourself? Chu replied cheerfully. Judging by your expression, it seems you have some questions for me, right? Lin Mo nodded. A lot of them. Seeing his tension, Chu smiled. Luckily, thanks to that crazy girl who threw the core at me, my spirit is as good as it is now. It laughed loudly. So, ask whatever you want. Lin Mo didn't hesitate and got straight to the point. If you say so, then tell me. What the hell is this white skin thing? Chu raised a hand to stop him, its voice cheerful. Shoo, let's take these one at a time. That white skin is more accurately called a hollow husk. Just as the name implies, a hollow husk has no soul, no consciousness. It's driven by the resentment it held while alive. It pointed at him and continued, just like you. In other words, you're already dead. Chu reminded him, remember what I told you. Time is not continuous for me. So when you die, I can leave that timeline and go to another. During this process, your soul or consciousness follows me, leaving your body behind. That's when it becomes a hollow husk. Who knows, your hollow husk might even be out there killing people in another timeline. The explanation made everything click for Lin Mo. The contradictions in his memories, from Dr. Chu to Kobin, were now clear. So, he had been jumping through the universe all along. He laughed, changing his perspective on himself. Seriously speaking, this is dimension hopping, not some kind of rebirth. So then, does every hollow husk, every flame ignited within a body, correspond to a dimension hopping esper? Chu nodded and laughed heartily. You catch on quick. Elsewhere, Xiao Luo asked his team leader curiously, Team leader, what are we looking for here? Didn't that country bumpkin who turned into a monster bring back some kind of express delivery? The other replied, I want to see it. This is top-tier evidence. The boss won't be angry, will he? He was very interested in it. They peeled off the outer layer of tape, revealing a head. Xiao Luo was shocked. Is this a head? On the other side, The white-skinned monster whose body had been destroyed by Lin Mo had almost fully recovered, missing only its head. It muttered, its voice filled with madness. "Where is my head?" Then it went berserk, roaring and rampaging. Lin Mo managed to intercept it just in time, frowning. "What's with this guy now? Is it immortal?" In contrast to Lin Mo's confusion, Chu seemed extremely intrigued. It chuckled, its voice teasing. "This child is very special. Why don't you just ask him directly?" Lin Mo scowled, annoyed. "Wait, how do you have time for sarcastic remarks right now?" Chu laughed and explained, "It's angry because you lumped it in with others when it's your own kind." Lin Mo interrupted, his voice full of doubt. "My own kind? Why is everything about me?" Chu shook its head, its tone mocking. "Time isn't linear. If you had read more books, you wouldn't be making this mistake." Chu's attitude only confused Lin Mo further. He snapped, "So is now the time to correct that mistake? Then why are you getting angry like a child?" Before the conversation could finish, the white-skinned monster had rapidly regenerated and was closing in on Lin Mo. "Damn it, this guy is way too fast." He cursed inwardly, forced to act first. The white-skinned monster repeated its old move, but Lin Mo easily noticed the difference. He dodged again, escaping the danger. That was close. This guy is really fast, but his speed is still far from matching mine. However, that was just the opening move. The white-skinned monster immediately unleashed a new technique, pulling in everything within a close radius with a terrifying gravitational force. The pull was so strong that even Lin Mo was being dragged in. He exclaimed in shock, "What the?" He didn't expect the suction range to be so massive. Trapped in the pull, he realized it was absorbing his body heat. More and more heat was being drained from his body, making Lin Mo uncomfortable as his red limit state gradually weakened. Damn it. So this is it. He gritted his teeth, suddenly understanding his master's words. From the same root. Could this be what he meant? In this moment of crisis, Ju's sarcastic voice echoed in his mind. "You know, if you get drained dry, things will get really difficult for me." Lin Mo shot back. "You're still being sarcastic at a time like this?" Suddenly, his body began to change abnormally. What the? His hands split apart, and then his entire body began to separate. Finally, a complete new body and face detached itself from Lin Mo. This new body looked incredibly familiar. Zhu, in his new form, smirked mockingly at Lin Mo's pathetic state. "Well, looks like I'll have to take matters into my own hands." Lin Mo was stunned, unable to believe what he was seeing. Zhu now had his own body. He burst out laughing. "What's the matter? Did you really think I was just going to stay inside you and watch the show?" His words hit a sore spot, leaving Lin Mo speechless. "Oh, don't act so shocked. After obtaining the second core, I finally gained the ability to create a complete body for myself." The White Hide charged forward to attack, and Zhu readied himself for battle. But he warned that this would shatter their previous energy balance, so they shouldn't waste time and should just get right to fighting. The White Hide used its gravitational force again, this time concentrating it beneath its feet. Lin Mo urgently warned him, "It's using that gravity attack again." But Zhu answered without a trace of fear, "Don't rush. There might be no way to escape gravity, so we'll just have to burn it all away." With that, he placed a hand on Lin Mo, right where the heat was radiating most intensely, and prepared to counterattack. The energy in Lin Mo's body was drained at an alarming rate, throwing him into a complete panic. The White Hide's gravitational pull began to take effect, yanking Zhu closer and closer to it. But neither of them could have predicted that Zhu would turn Lin Mo's energy into such a terrifying weapon. By the time the White Hide realized what was happening, it was too late. Zhu's ferocious attack warped its body, reverting it to its state before regeneration. And on its shoulder blade, the mysterious number 13 appeared. Elsewhere, shadowy figures witnessed the entire spectacle, recording a great deal of information. A voice spoke up, "We found 13. Another person replied, "Oh, so it was this close." But the first one shook their head. Not that close. They spoke as if the White Hide, which they called 13, wasn't a natural creature but a manufactured product. However, retrieving it under these circumstances might be difficult, because I've just found someone very interesting. Zhu turned to Lin Mo with a triumphant smirk. "There we go. This is the true power of the Dark Slayer. Fighting with your bare hands before. What a complete waste." Lin Mo was stunned, only now realizing his own true potential. So, this kind of ability exists. But the White Hide, or 13, wasn't ready to admit defeat. It possessed a weapon of its own. While from afar, a mysterious individual observed and collected all the data. How interesting. I never thought anyone could push the Sanctus's 13 this far. This person possessed powers similar to Lin Mo's, maybe even stronger. He muttered to himself, "Originally, I only wanted to take advantage of the chaos of the apocalypse to slip 13 into an ordinary corpse. I was planning on using its head to locate the National Security Bureau's shelter, but I never imagined I'd stumble upon such an unexpected prize." He looked at his comrades, his voice laced with meaning. He's not alone. He has others with him. You want to interfere? I'd advise against it. Stepping in now would completely expose our operation. Irina, a member of the Order of Seers, frowned. Understood, Pastor Cross. After all, we are the chosen children of God, aren't we? Suddenly, a little girl chimed in, interrupting their conversation. Pastor, you don't have to be so serious, you know. Little Yelin's small hands touched Irina's back, making her jump. Even though she was a member of the Order of Seers, little Yilin was still just a child. Irina sighed. Taking care of children really does require patience, doesn't it? Pastor Cross looked at Han Jinyu, who had just appeared and started the conversation. You're late, Jinyu. Han Jinyu replied nonchalantly. It took a while to deal with the people tailing me. As long as you're all right. She turned to the group. Now that everyone's here, let's watch the stage from a distance and see how things unfold. Back on the battlefield, the White-Hide, 13, created a new weapon that emitted powerful gravitational waves. Zhu yelled to Lin Mo, let's go. Lin Mo thought to himself, his voice laced with doubt, gravitational waves. He remembered the moment Zhu used a gravitational force to land a heavy blow on 13. Was he planning on doing the same thing again? Lin Mo shouted a warning to Zhu, wait, it's a trap. But the White-Hide, 13, realized it too late. It was already caught deep within the gravitational pull, unable to break free. In a complete reversal of its previous move, 13 switched tactics, using a repulsive force to send Zhu flying. Only as he was thrown back did Zhu realize the immense power of this push. 13 gathered her strength and leaped straight at Zhou, who had no time to dodge and took the full force of the fatal attack. But right after, something unexpected happened. 13 was stunned to see Lin Mo appear, holding Zhou in his arms with a mocking smile. Just as he said from the beginning, she really was fast. He glanced at her, his voice teasing, retaliating just as Zhou had done. But compared to me, you're still 500 levels below the fastest person in the universe. Zhou replied, more serious than before. My power isn't just some useless corpse. Lin Mo nodded in agreement. I've already figured that out. Compared to the white-skinned girl, she's a much closer match to Cross's description of 13, down to every detail. It's more like an empty husk of a body containing an incompatible soul, he murmured, his eyes holding a deep, hidden meaning. This is my first time meeting 13. She's exactly as described, both a holy child and an empty husk. Soul and body, two completely different things. Compared to the white-skinned girl, she's more like an ability user, or rather, half of each. From afar, Dr. Zhu observed, wondering if her senses were deceiving her, but she couldn't help but smile, placing her faith in Lin Mo. Don't you dare disappoint me. A test subject, huh? Lin Mo's mind was much calmer now. He told himself, don't rush. Just remember. He began to analyze every detail of 13's actions. When she released her gravity power earlier, she used the white part twice. Both parts are used to release repulsive force. Finally, he found the key, his eyes lighting up with excitement. Heh, I've got it. He turned to Zhou and asked, you just said we should burn her, right? Zhou nodded. Then she suggested excitedly, then let's add a bigger flame. Zhou looked at him for a moment, realizing his intention. A bigger flame? Finally, she understood and smirked. Ah, I see, she demanded. Give me your hand. Lin Mo was about to ask what Zhou was planning, but was immediately silenced by her action. Zhou grabbed his hand and placed it on her own chest, making Lin Mo tremble. What the hell are you doing? Unexpectedly, a crack appeared in the center of Zhou's chest, the very spot that releases or absorbs heat. Lin Mo pulled something out from within her. Just as 13 was about to attack, he had almost finished summoning the weapon from Zhou's body. 13, completely unaware, continued to charge forward. This was Lin Mo's personal weapon. From Zhou's body, Lin Mo slowly drew out a blazing red dagger, forged from the immense heat within her. The destructive power of this weapon terrified 13. Both the ground and her body were violently ravaged. 13 lost her balance and fell to the ground before the heavy blade, which blazed as brightly as Lin Mo's own red limit. He advanced, his presence domineering and his aura overwhelming. Zhou immediately seized the opportunity, circling behind for a sneak attack. This fiend's left hand can release a repulsive force. Zhou carefully calculated each step. If hit by a sneak attack from the left, 13's movements would be restricted, but she was still sharp enough to use her repulsive force to defend herself. Just as I predicted. She can only use the repulsive force to defend, Zhou murmured, controlling her opponent's attack path. Now it's my turn. This is my chance to attack, Lin Mo thought to himself. 13 can only use gravity to attack, not to defend. She can only change her attack trajectory. Lin Mo was sent flying by the repulsive force, but everything was going according to plan. He gave a cold smirk. Time to truly become the loser. He realized 13's body was like a magnet, creating magnetic field lines. Ththese magnetic field lines will be my acceleration zone. With terrifying speed and accumulated kinetic energy, Lin Mo charged forward, using the magnetic field to coordinate with Zhou. At that exact moment, he unleashed his full firepower. A terrifying inferno swept across a vast area, devouring everything. When the flames died down, 13 collapsed, her body pierced through by Lin Mo. Zhou didn't miss the chance, rushing in to attack while 13 was distracted. Far away, the observers could no longer sit still. A voice rang out, "Initiate the next step, teleportation. May the Lord protect this chosen child." The Golden Week began, and Irina, a member of the Prophet Society, was instantly teleported to the scene. Hang Jin-Yu whispered into her ear through the communication device. "Little Aaron, is everything with the teleportation normal? Are you feeling dizzy or any other discomfort?" Irina replied confidently. "I'm perfectly fine, now shut your mouth." But as she got closer, she came face to face with Zhou. Zhou smiled, noticing the strangeness. "Interesting. Is this what it feels like to look in a mirror?" The tip of Irina's sword nearly touched Zhou's eye, but she didn't even flinch, as if facing her own reflection. Irina didn't stand still. With a single move, she drew her sword, sliced off the tip of Zhou's blade, and rushed past her towards Lin Mo at a terrifying speed. He was too stunned to react. "This girl is," he murmured, realizing she was an ability user. A single slash from Irina shattered 13, who was already restrained by Lin Mo, leaving only her spine behind. She quickly grabbed 13's regeneration core. Hang Jin-Yu continued to direct her through the earpiece. "Little Aaron, behind you." Irina spun her sword, successfully blocking Zhou's deadly blow and taking her down in an instant. Zhou collapsed, but luckily Lin Mo was there to catch her in time. Irina holds number 13's core. Reporting. "Number 13 is secure. Get us out of here, fast." From the opposite building, a voice replied, "Hold on. This is Cross. I can see you from here and have a direct lock." Lam Mak instructed Irina over the comms, his voice serious. "Make sure you're properly prepared this time. I don't want the floor beneath your feet to be teleported back again." Seeing Irina strike a strange pose, he couldn't help but wonder, what is she trying to do? How troublesome, I thought. Where is she planning to take that empty shell? Why would a human want to initiate this kind of teleportation? Kratos called out from a distance, "Catch." Han Jinyu was immediately teleported to catch Irina. The moment she appeared, she teased, "Welcome back, little Irina." Caught off guard, Irina couldn't respond and just grumbled, "Little Irina, you've worked hard." Han Jinyu continued to spout nonsense while holding Irina tightly. "Don't worry, little 13 will be fine," Irina said, annoyed. "Kratos, did you do that on purpose?" Kratos laughed loudly as he explained, "You didn't want to land on your butt after teleporting here, did you? After all, my abilities have their limits." As soon as he finished speaking, Irina threw 13's core straight at his face, yelling, "Shut up." That Kratos fellow got what he needed and cheered up instantly, ignoring the two behind him. 13 had been rescued, but it will take some time to grow a new body. He laughed, teasing Irina, "I can't believe you lost again." "Ha ha, little Irina, you can't just toss little 13 around like that." Han Jinyu chimed in, "Now let me go. Little Aaron can't become a bad boy. 13's core is just a harmless single cell right now. It needs to be nurtured to regenerate." Han Jinyu instructed, 13, you can rest easy and sleep for now." In her mind, the Prophet Society's plan was being carefully calculated. The Council's spokesperson has instructed us to proceed with caution. Disobeying orders at this time will cause huge trouble. From a distance, Lin Mo and the Lord looked disappointed that they couldn't capture 13. Kratos thought to himself, "I really wanted to have a go at those two, but it looks like I let them get away." The city was now covered in a thick layer of white dust after the fierce battle. The dense smoke made it difficult for those inside to breathe. Someone coughed violently. "The smoke is so thick. What happened?" Another voice replied, "Looks like it's finally over. Where's that monster? Are we safe now?" Dr. Chu replied, "We're safe for now." Little M innocently looked up. "Mommy, what about that big brother in black?" Old Xiao looked down from the apartment floor with concern. "Mr. Lin, I can't see anyone from up here." He sighed worriedly. "Don't tell me he fell from here." Teask. Just then, Lin Mo appeared. He looked disheveled, but had a bright smile. "Hey, what's everyone looking at down there?" He continued in a witty tone. "I just discovered today that we need an elevator to get to the 6th floor." Old Qiao observed him and asked, "So, after you fell, did you hit your head, Mr. Lin? God must really be working overtime." Lin Mo gave a forced smile and nodded. "That's right." Dr. Chu, who was examining him, ordered, "Move your hand. Let me take a look." Lin Mo forced a smile and whispered, "I'm fine. Is this really necessary? You know perfectly well that I'm okay." Chu Shunya replied in a teasing voice, "A little checkup won't kill you. If you're going to put on an act, you have to make it convincing. Did you forget what I told you? Old Chiao let out a sigh of relief. Everyone is safe. I guess that's a blessing in disguise, but he frowned with worry. Perhaps due to the earlier impact, the external pipes were damaged. As a result, the heating system on this floor can't be used anymore. Old Chiao sighed, walked in a circle, and came back to where he started, a look of complete dejection on his face. Noticing this, Lin Mo walked over to comfort him. Old Chiao, don't be discouraged. He smiled with an optimistic tone. Actually, the situation isn't as bad as you think, he recounted, his eyes lighting up. When I came up here, I discovered that the blood nest from before has disappeared. That means we can go and check the floors below us again. He paused, his voice growing more serious. We might be the only ones left alive in this building, but now is not the time to mourn. He pointed downwards and continued. Who knows? On the lower floors, we might find supplies left behind by those who died. Even if there aren't any useful items, those rooms are enough to provide shelter from the elements. It won't be a problem. Lin Mo patted Old Chiao's shoulder reassuringly. Old Chiao, don't worry too much. Oblivious to the slight change in Old Chiao's expression, he said excitedly. I'll go tell everyone to get ready to move. But at that very moment, Old Chiao received a call that made him tremble involuntarily. Talk about timing, he mumbled. The National Security Bureau's vehicles have started to move. Inside the vehicle were Captain White, Sergeant Ron, and Corporal Lee. A voice came through the communication device. This is White, a field agent from the National Security Bureau. Under orders from Liu, we urgently require your assistance in apprehending ability. User number 0, Lin Mo. Hearing this, Cobbin looked skeptical. So you mean all the filth on the lower floors is gone? Dorothy, understanding the situation, asked, So, does that mean we're safe now? Dr. Chu shook her head, her voice cautious. I don't think that's entirely true, because the situation outside is still terrible. She pointed to the ceiling where the heating system was broken. The heater is broken. Lin Mo nodded in agreement. So it's really wise to take this opportunity to move. He continued, his voice full of determination. However, we might be the only ones left in this building. But at least the rooms on the lower floors are still usable, and the heaters there are still working. Dr. Chu added, her gaze sharp. That alone won't be enough. We're not just facing the cold. We also have to consider our defensive fortifications. Lam Mak nodded in complete agreement. You're right. He suddenly turned to Old Chiao, asking urgently, By the way, Old Chiao, the security room must have some weapons for close quarters defense, right? Old Chiao nodded, his voice slow. Yes, I believe so. Not just close quarters weapons, because the security situation in Brooklyn was already terrible before the disaster. They had updated to newer equipment. There are also some riot shields and barbed wire. If we use it all, we could probably cover this entire building. He paused, worried. But I don't know if things designed to handle humans will be of any use against those monsters. Coben suddenly spoke up, his voice full of excitement. About that, I have a solution. He pulled out his electric guitar and explained, I discovered this by accident. Only when I play a certain song, those monsters, they can't move. Perhaps this is the power of music. This bizarre idea was immediately shot down by everyone. Dorothy shook her head. That's absurd. Old Xiao nodded in agreement. I think so too. Coben tried to justify himself. Come on, everyone, you have to believe me. But Lam Mak paid no attention to his explanation, continuing to assign tasks. Everyone, get ready. Coben and I will go down first to check the situation. Coben quickly shouted, Wait, man, just listen to my explanation. He hadn't given up yet. And also, why is it the two of us who have to go down first? Without waiting, the two of them quickly moved to the lower floor to check. Lam Mak warned in a stern voice, Don't go touching things randomly. Coben replied with a hint of annoyance. Just wait for me a moment. As the two talked, something seemed to be silently recording their actions. Coben mumbled, Please, we're just going down to check things out, because I have to put my little treasure back in its case. In the room, he turned to Lam Mak, his voice full of emotion. I never really paid attention when I came here before. Kid, you were living pretty well, huh? Lam Mak paced back and forth as he replied, We never had conditions like this back in our small town. You must have worked really hard, didn't you? Coben let out a big laugh. What's there to brag about? This is all just normal. His words made Lam Mak fall into thought. He mused to himself, right now. Normal is already a luxury, isn't it? The sudden appearance of the ice storm, the horde of hollows. It all happened too suddenly. Normalcy and peace have now become luxuries you can only pray for, not seek. Peace is rare. How long can it last? He thought, his mind heavy. After everything they had been through, everyone was exhausted. There was so little time to rest, not even enough to gather their thoughts. Each person carried their own burdens, some of sorrow, some of despair, but they also had reasons why they couldn't just give up. Even with their bodies and minds battered and bruised, they had to survive, no matter the cost. Lam Mak suddenly spoke, his voice calm. Coben. He turned in surprise. Huh? What's wrong? He looked Coben straight in the eye. There's something I need to talk to you about. It might sound a little strange. Coben replied, feeling uneasy. Why are you suddenly saying things like that? But Lam Mak was more serious than ever. Whether you accept it or not, what I'm about to tell you is the truth. Coben looked at him in disbelief. Wait a minute. Did you hit your head or something while fighting those monsters? Lam Mak didn't beat around the bush, asking sharply. The Lam Mak you were once close with suddenly feels like a complete stranger, doesn't he? Why would a friend you haven't seen in years suddenly have special abilities? These are the questions you've been wondering about, aren't they? His words hit so close to home that Coben had to admit, yeah, actually. Lam Mak took a deep breath, revealing his secret. Listen closely. The man standing in front of you right now is considered dead. A Lam Mak who disappeared in a different parallel timeline. A ghost who is now possessing the body of your good friend. He continued gravely. And furthermore, the true owner of this body is not here right now. Coben was stunned, unable to hide his shock at what he just heard. Lam Mak ignored his friend's reaction and calmly continued. I know this will be very difficult to accept. If you don't believe me, that's entirely expected. I'm telling you this because, as a good friend of this body's original owner, you have the right to know the truth. Also, because the days ahead are only going to get harder. I don't want to run into any trouble by hiding these truths from you. Coben finally regained his composure, his brow furrowing slightly. He lit a cigarette, blowing out a thick cloud of smoke, then spoke slowly, his voice tinged with sarcasm. So, to me, you're just some guy named Lin. The Mak I knew, my mischievous childhood friend, is gone. He paused, took a drag from his cigarette, and looked straight at Lam Mak. Is that really so? Hearing those words, Lam Mak couldn't help but be surprised by Coben's nonchalant attitude. It seemed this friend wasn't the least bit bothered by the bombshell that had just been dropped. Coben suddenly broke into a smile and extended his hand in a friendly gesture. Well then, let's get reacquainted. I'm Coben, a very good friend of Lam Mak. Lam Mak chuckled, shaking his head at the other's casualness. Coben continued in a teasing tone, I already knew about it, but so what? He scoffed, pointing at Lam Mak. Come to think of it, you're still the same Lam Mak, aren't you? It's like that Lam Mak died, and his soul transmigrated into someone else's body. Maybe, just like you right now. Putting on a dangerous face and saying things you think sound so cool. Huh? Lam Mak laughed and accepted Coben's handshake, his eyes twinkling with amusement. I'm Lam Mak. It's nice to meet you. And hey, don't smoke in my room. Aha! My apologies. Coben shrugged, stubbing out his cigarette nonchalantly. At the same time, outside, a security bureau vehicle quietly pulled away. Inside the car, the young officer, Roeder, couldn't hide his confusion and turned to Lieutenant Hoai. Lieutenant, we're just a small rescue team. Why do they want us involved in the work of the wilderness agents? Hearing the question, Lieutenant Hoai didn't answer immediately, only glancing sideways. After a moment of silence, he spoke in a steady, deep voice. Agent Hoai, I know we don't have much time, but if our rescue team is to assist with this operation, the most basic information still needs to be shared. No need to be so harsh. I know what you want to ask. He paused, his gaze sharpening. He said, as a rescue team, you must know this. The large-scale communication blackouts in the past were actually man-made, and the people we're trying to catch are also the targets of that group. The car continued to glide through the darkness towards its next destination. Agent Hoai began to explain, his voice low but heavy with meaning. After the freeze, the National Security Bureau activated its crisis management protocol. It was at this exact moment that communications were cut, and the execution of the agreement descended into chaos. Lieutenant Hoai frowned, interrupting. And it was at that same moment our team was left waiting for a long time, unable to receive any orders. But you said earlier the communication failure wasn't a technical error. You suggested it might have been those monsters, but that wasn't the whole story, was it? Agent Hoai began his explanation in a calm, steady voice. Those monsters, despite their immense power, couldn't have destroyed the backup communication systems. The only possibility, he stressed, is human sabotage. When you think about it, the freeze, the monsters, the communication blackout. It's all too much of a coincidence. Fortunately, the communication system has been restored. The Icebreaker Division immediately launched an investigation into this series of mysterious events. Agent Hoai revealed that the Bureau of Biochemical Security and the Ministry of Intelligence have speculated, based on the few clues they have, that this series of events might be a conspiracy orchestrated by a secret organization. More alarmingly, this organization has absolutely no record in the National Security Bureau's intelligence network. Hearing this, Sergeant Roeder couldn't help but chime in with a skeptical tone. No way. Didn't you say it's better to have no record than to have one? You said those guys are just a bunch of nobodies. How could even the National Security Bureau fail to keep tabs on them? Miss Kang, sitting next to him, frowned, her sharp gaze fixed on Agent Hoy. Hey there, pretty boy. Anyone who's human, dead, or alive leaves a trace. If you're trying to scare little girls, you should know that this lady here also works for the Intelligence Bureau. How can an organization be like a ghost, leaving no trace behind? Agent Hoai smiled faintly, unfazed by the questioning. An ability user can. That's the ghost you're talking about. Miss Kang was stunned, her voice suddenly rising. An ability user? Wait, isn't that just the code name for our mission target? If that's true, I'd have to wonder if you're high on something. Agent Hoai chuckled, a contemplative look in his eyes. If I hadn't experienced it myself, I'd think it was ridiculous too. But right after the disaster, my team was lucky enough to make contact with them. He pulled a necklace from inside his coat and held it out for everyone to see. The small piece of evidence glittered in the dim light of the car, and the two people opposite him immediately understood. Oh, my condolences, he continued, his voice lowering. This ability user organization operates in extreme secrecy. They're practically ghosts. The only thing we know is that they are our enemy. Lieutenant Hoai frowned and spoke up. So, are the higher-ups guessing why their targets include another superpowered individual? Is that it? Corporal Lee, sitting in the back, hesitantly chimed in. That organization is made of ability users. So maybe the targets are other ability users. Sorry. If I'm wrong, please ignore me. Agent Hoai nodded, a thoughtful look in his eyes. My security clearance isn't high enough to know for sure. Model. Details about this matter. Perhaps it's just as Corporal Lee said. He continued, his voice slow but steady. As far as I know, this Zero is the only superpowered individual we have on record. Given our current situation, he's our only option for understanding these superpowered individuals. That's probably why he was sent down to the base. Suddenly, the vehicle lurched to a halt, its tires screeching on the pavement. Captain Wyatt frowned. What is it? What happened? Corporal Lee looked outside, his voice laced with concern. Sir, despite the harsh weather out there, someone's blocking our vehicle. They're survivors. Captain Wyatt didn't hesitate, giving a decisive order. All right, I'll get out and check on the situation. He stepped out of the vehicle, his demeanor calm but vigilant. Facing the group of survivors, he spoke in a reassuring tone. Hello, are you all right? We're with the National Service. Is there anything I can do to help you? While the group was talking animatedly, Agent OI stood quietly behind the vehicle, straining his ears to catch every word. Suddenly, an emotional voice cried out, Thank God, you're here to save us. Another person chimed in, their voice desperate, Please, get us out of here. Groupland has become a living hell. Captain Wyatt replied with a pensive expression. They're certainly putting on quite a show, aren't they? He hesitated, a troubled look in his eyes. This is a difficult situation. Even though we are a rescue team, he continued, his voice lowering. We have an urgent mission right now. Ultimately, this is our duty. Hearing that response, the expressions on the survivors' faces changed. One of them blurted out, their voice full of disbelief. What? The situation was now on a nice edge. With no other choice, they had to offer a compromise. Captain Wyatt suggested in a placating tone. We still have some supplies in the vehicle. We can give you some. But his words only made their faces grow darker. Standing behind them, Agent OI suddenly noticed the glint of a blade in one of the survivors' hands, the cold steel reflecting the light. Captain Wyatt tried to remain calm, his voice low but firm. Look, I know life is hard, but inwardly, he was already prepared for a confrontation. And just as expected, the group charged forward all at once, their aggression palpable. Two of them grabbed Captain Wyatt while another lunged forward to attack. But before he could make a move, two sharp gunshots rang out. Without a word, Agent OI fired with precision, dropping the attacker instantly as the body count began to rise. On the balcony of a nearby apartment building, a figure held a Molotov cocktail, their eyes glinting with malicious intent. Agent OI spotted him immediately. The moment the man lit the fuse, OI shifted his position in a flash, his sights locking onto the bottle. A single shot rang out. The Molotov cocktail exploded, and the man holding it was engulfed in flames. He tumbled from the balcony to the ground below. In that moment of chaos, Captain Wyatt quickly subdued the remaining attackers. With agile movements, Agent OI continued to take them down one by one, each cold-blooded shot ending a life. Suddenly, one of them circled around to launch a sneak attack from behind, but Agent OI's sharp eyes caught the movement. He drew his gun, his movements as fluid as flowing water, and fired a single shot straight through the heart, dropping the man on the spot. All clear. We're safe now, Agent OI said in a low voice. The group quickly cleared the area and prepared to leave. Captain Wyatt gave the firm order, let's move out. One of the team members, his voice still shaking, asked, "Sir, what was that? Weren't they survivors?" Captain Wyatt sighed, his gaze distant. Ultimately, in situations like this, it's inevitable that people will do desperate things. He paused for a moment, his voice growing heavier. But let's just hope that Zero isn't like them. Meanwhile, Zero was busy moving supplies with the others. Kobin stood beside him, muttering, "I'll just put this here. But it seems you're still being left out." Kobin pointed to a corner, his voice enthusiastic. "How about this over here? Hey, are you even listening to me?" He looked around, his eyes lighting up. This could be turned into a greenhouse for growing plants. Right now, this room is just filled with weapons. Huh. He chuckled, his tone playful. "I wonder if you could call this a free shopping spree." In summary, the group agreed that the east side of the third floor was perfect for converting into a greenhouse. The west side of the third floor was suitable for living quarters, while the sixth floor was severely damaged. Parts of the fifth and fourth floors were also affected. They decided it would be safer for everyone to live together on the third floor. The first and second floors would be used as a buffer zone for setting up defensive traps. After all, this place was just an outpost. Or more accurately, a forward command post. Lamb stood lost in thought, then frowned and muttered, "It feels like something's missing." Meanwhile, Old Q and Sin were deep in conversation, reminiscing about the old days. Old Q laughed heartily, his voice full of pride. "Back in my day, I could handle this thing with one hand." Sin replied, "You were quite the badass, weren't you?" Old Q smirked challengingly, "You don't believe me? Then how about we head to the garage and have a go?" Sin nodded instantly. "Let's do it." Standing off to the side, Lamb silently scoffed at their naivety of everyone else. Suddenly, Dr. Chu's ice-cold voice came through the communicator on his wrist. "Test subject, get over here for a second." Lin Mo frowned and replied, "I'm here. What do you need me for?" Before he could even finish his sentence, she snapped at him. "You'll find out when you get here." When Lin Mo arrived, Dr. Chu, with an expression as grim as a block of ice, got straight to the point. "You said you met one of your kind?" Lin Mo nodded, his voice firm. "That's right. She even managed to snatch a white skin's core." After hearing this, Dr. Chu's gaze grew even sharper. She said, "In that case, have a listen to this." Immediately, an old radio broadcast began to play, a captivating and melodic voice filling the air. "To all my brothers and sisters who are still surviving and can hear this broadcast, it's not your fault that you're in this miserable, frozen hellscape." After just a few sentences, Lin Mo sneered and muttered, "What the hell is this? It's complete nonsense." He turned to Dr. Chu, his voice filled with suspicion. "Why are you making me listen to this?" She replied in a cold tone, "Just keep listening, and you'll find out." The broadcast continued, the voice growing even more impassioned. "In the past, God sent a great flood to wash away the sins of the world. Now, God has sent down a punishment of ice to separate the worlds of good and evil. The world has been brainwashed and controlled by a wicked government. They monitor our every move, using money, desire, and everything we can see to control us, to tempt us into sin. But God is merciful, and those innocent souls will be blessed. They are the saints, the prophets, the Holy Spirits descended upon this earth. They are none other than the society of Kratos and his followers. They freely destroy both the white skins and ordinary people to achieve their goals, arbitrarily killing white skins and saving people, calling them lost sheep. We are the Prophets Society, the hope in this apocalypse, led by our saints." This broadcast, with its fanatical tone, had spread so far that even the government faction had heard it. It continued, "Judge the wicked governments. What kind of joke is this? Salvation for the devout souls. Join us, and the saints will protect you. Join us, and the Holy Spirit will absolve your sins. Join us, and the Holy Spirit will lead us to his kingdom." Dr. Chu turned off the broadcast and looked at Lin Mo with a probing gaze. "What are your thoughts?" "Test subject," Lin Mo replied, maintaining his nonchalant attitude. "My thoughts? Isn't this just some anti-government cult?" He mused for a moment before continuing. "But the feats they call blessings sound just like those of an ability user. Could it be?" Chu Shiran nodded. Her voice was as cold as ice. "It's entirely possible." Her expression grew darker, as if she had just touched upon a terrifying secret. The situation was indeed very grave. She began to explain slowly, her voice low like a whisper. "There's an old urban legend that's been passed down for a long time. The government has always been controlled by a secret society. Some call them the Freemasons, others the Illuminati. These legends are largely illogical, but not entirely baseless. There really was an organization that nearly controlled the entire country, the Prophet Society." She paused, her gaze as sharp as a knife. The Prophet Society started out as just a discreet cult. The government once thought they had strategic value overseas, that they could be exploited for dirty work and foreign strategies. But they never expected the rabid dog to bite its master. They infiltrated the government. They even had people in the Pentagon. Because of that, the Department of Defense secretly established the National Duty Bureau, a highly autonomous unit, to deal with his vicious dog. Chu Shuren sighed, a hint of bitterness in her voice. Very few people know about this period of history, because it has been forgotten by humanity. The Prophet Society was supposedly destroyed long ago, yet now, in this frozen apocalypse, they have been resurrected. Hearing this, Lin Mo couldn't help but interrupt, his eyes full of doubt. Sorry to interrupt, but everything you just said is classified, isn't it? Weren't you supposed to be working for the Biochemical Safety Bureau before all this? Dr. Chu smirked, her tone sarcastic. Unfortunately for me, I also have a rotten friend who's just like you. It just so happens that my rotten friend is an intelligence agent. Ah, I should probably call him a former agent of the Intelligence Bureau, to be precise. Suddenly, as if someone far away had just mentioned Sergeant Roeder, Dr. Chu flinched. Are you all right? She quickly composed herself, her voice lowering as she continued. According to the Intelligence Bureau's terminology, the Prophet Society was eradicated, not disbanded. That means not a single fish was supposed to have slipped through the net, right? She sighed, her gaze sharp and cold. After all, the National Security Agency isn't the same bunch of useless seat warmers it used to be. Combining that with the current situation, I have an extremely bold theory. She looked directly at Lin Mo, her voice heavy with implication. This Prophet Society, with their ability users. They originally came from another universe. She even used him as an example, much to Lin Mo's surprise. Just like you. Me, Ghost. His eyes widened as he pointed at himself. She asked in a surprised tone, "How did you know that?" Then, as if realizing something, he looked down at the necklace around his neck and mumbled, "Is it this thing again?" "Did you hear that? Did you hear it all?" His words accidentally reached Dr. Chu's ears. She chuckled, her voice teasing, "Oh, that's quite touching. A little too cheesy for two men, don't you think? That's the bond between men. Is it true that you women just can't sympathize with men?" She stubbed out the cigarette in her hand, a sharp glint in her eyes as she told Lamb, "If that's the case, it's possible the Prophet Society has already taken notice of you. In short, we now have another target to pay attention to." After saying that, she waved her hand, subtly dismissing him. "And while you're at it, run a little errand for me. Aren't you going to decorate our new place? And by the way, help me move all of these things into my room. Oh, and don't forget the ashtray." Lamb frowned, his voice filled with dissatisfaction. "You call me over after all this time, and it turns out this is the real reason you invited me, isn't it?" On the other side, First Lieutenant Huai Duck's team had also started to focus on the Prophet Society. Corporal Lee asked with a curious expression, "The Prophet Society? No wonder the Intelligence Bureau couldn't find any records on them. Is there some secret behind this?" Sergeant Jose replied, her voice deep and meaningful. "It's not just some hidden story. This is connected to the very founding of our National Service Bureau." She was about to say more, but was cut off by First Lieutenant Huai Duck's stern voice. "Sergeant Jose, please don't forget the reason you were transferred from the Intelligence Bureau to the Field Operations Department." Agent OI, who was standing nearby, seemed to have grasped the situation. He spoke in a low but clear voice. "Although communication has been restored, it's still far from stable. So I'll keep this brief. It is now certain that the speculations about the Prophet Society's connection to ability users are completely accurate. For that reason, capturing Zero is now our highest priority." He paused, his gaze sharp. "To help you complete this mission more quickly, the higher-ups have made an exception and granted you the highest level of authority. From now on, any form of resistance is a threat to our plan to save humanity," he emphasized, his voice unwavering. "Therefore, having the highest authority means you can proactively eliminate any form of threat based on your own judgment, and you can also activate the other bad boys at your discretion." In room 303, the group was happily enjoying freshly made, hot burgers. Little Maji's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she took a huge bite, chewing enthusiastically. Dorothy couldn't hide her admiration as she looked at Lamb with awe. "I really can't believe that you, Mr. Lamb, can actually make plants grow so quickly. The fact that we're eating hamburgers now is all thanks to you, isn't it, Mr. Lamb?" Lamb gave a small, modest smile and replied, "It was nothing. I just applied what I learned from my agricultural studies in college." He paused for a moment and shrugged. "Of course not. If you want to thank something, thank science and technology." Magi immediately gave a thumbs up, full of praise. "Awesome." Just then, Old Q opened the refrigerator and surprisingly pulled out a bottle of liquor. Dorothy walked over and explained with a smile, "I found this last time when we were organizing supplies. You kept talking about the bar back in your hometown, so I put a bottle in the fridge for you." Old Q's eyes lit up, unable to hide his joy. "Thank you so much, Mrs. Dorothy." Not stopping there, Old Q expertly grabbed a slice of lime and some salt, placing them in Lamb's hand. "Here you go, Mr. Lamb." Lamb looked at the scene, slightly bewildered. "Old Q, what's this?" Before he could finish, Old Q cut in excitedly, his voice full of pride. This is authentic tequila. And if it's authentic, you have to drink it the right way for it to taste good. A gift for my savior, amigo. The old man's continuous praise made Lamb feel a bit embarrassed. We can still sit here and enjoy all this delicious food. It's all thanks to you, O God of agriculture. Lamb laughed and waved his hands. Oh, come on. Well then, I won't be shy. He followed Old Q's instructions, first tasting the salt, then taking a sip of the liquor, and finally tasting the sourness of the lime. This way of drinking made Lamb a bit awkward, but Old Q enthusiastically invited the others. Doctor, would you like to try some? This is a specialty from my hometown. It's really interesting. Dr. Chu immediately refused with a cold expression. I don't smoke, and therefore, I don't drink. Just then, Dorothy noticed someone was missing. I don't think I've seen Mr. Sin around. She thought for a moment, then said, so he's on duty in the security room. But it doesn't quite seem like a normal watch. He's on a mission today. Thinking of Sin, she decided, well then, let me send him his portion. Lamb Mac immediately volunteered in a gentle voice. Let me go. You don't need to trouble Mrs. Dorothy. Dorothy smiled and shook her head. It's all right, I can take it. Their every move did not escape the eyes of those outside. The security bureau team was ready to move. Agent OI ordered in a deep, decisive voice, everyone, get ready and check your comm status. Alpha, check. Corporal Rotter responded immediately, reporting no issues. Next came Hai Quan's voice. Hai Quan, received. Bravo and Delta also reported in. Bravo, received. Delta, received. Sergeant Jose added with a slightly worried tone. There's some static on the old man and Little Lie's end. I need to check it. While Corporal Lai was still looking confused, Captain Hoai Duck quickly agreed. Interference. It's fine, go ahead and check. With a practice move, Sergeant Jose switched to a private channel so Agent OI couldn't hear. All right, old man, I've switched to our channel. Captain Hoai Duck, with his sharp gaze, got straight to the point. What is it? Is there something mysterious about that kid? Old man, do you think we need to use more forceful measures? Replied Sergeant Jose, who was monitoring Lamb Mac and the others. That number 0 doesn't seem to be dangerous at all, but I have a feeling that Country Boy is hiding something from us. Captain Hoai Duck narrowed his eyes, his voice deep but full of meaning. Kid, I know all of you from the Intelligence Bureau have what you call a sixth sense, and I also know what you're planning to do next. He chuckled softly, his eyes seeming to see through everything. This old man has also considered your suspicions. This is definitely related to the higher-ups problem. As your captain, I don't want anything to happen to you. He signaled with a wink but didn't forget to add a warning. But I know that even if I say this, I won't be able to convince you. So, just be careful. Sergeant Jose burst out laughing, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Right after that, Captain Hoi Duke's team began to act on their own plan. It's done. Move out, he ordered decisively. Meanwhile, in the room, Old Man Q and the others were chatting animatedly. Suddenly, Old Man Q took a sip of wine and blurted out, "What's this?" Old Man Q has a daughter. He gave a sad laugh, his voice lowering as he continued. Well, I used to be a family man, but my daughter and I haven't seen each other in about 20 years. He drank as he spoke, prompting Dr. Chu to interject with concern. By now, she's probably about your age, Dr. Chu. With the world having become like this, I have no idea what's become of her. Uncle, your wound hasn't healed yet. You should drink less. Old Man Q's eyes were bloodshot. He suddenly grabbed Dr. Chu's hand, his voice choked with emotion. My sweet daughter, Daddy's so sorry. Damn it. He seemed drunk, calling out repeatedly, Duana? Hearing that name, Dr. Chu's expression froze for a moment. Duana? What a coincidence. Old Man Q, still in a drunken state, continued to weep. He sobbed and apologized. It's because your father was useless. I couldn't protect you and your mother. Lam Max stood to one side watching Dr. Chu, the corner of his mouth turning up into a slight smile. What are you smiling at? Please forgive your father. He thought to himself, in this moment, the world's icy atmosphere seems to be melting away. It was warm, like a real family. But that peaceful moment didn't last. A sharp crackle echoed as the power in the room suddenly went out. Lam Mac frowned, muttering, Did the generator break? Dr. Chu, with her keen intuition, immediately sensed something was wrong. Something's not right. Old Man Q, despite his recent tears, suddenly became unusually sober. He shot to his feet, his voice as hard as steel. What's coming has finally arrived. After speaking, he moved quickly, grabbing a gun and a large knife he had placed by the door. Stunned, Lam Mac and Dr. Chu asked in unison, Old Man Q, where are you going? On the other side, Agent OI's team had infiltrated the apartment complex, but they were stopped right outside. Standing beside him, Corporal Lei asked anxiously, We're completely blocked. Captain, sir, is that informant actually reliable? Captain Hoy Duck replied coldly. There's only one way to find out. After struggling for a bit, they found a path through a nearby maintenance duct. Agent OI exclaimed, "It's open, so this is a maintenance duct, huh? Let's go in." The team proceeded cautiously, finally reaching the third floor where everyone was gathered. Hai Quan reported over the comms. Hai Quan, we've reached the third floor. Sergeant Jose responded immediately. Received. Hai Quan. Bring up the screen. I need a video feed. Once the connection was established, Captain Hoai Duck gave a firm order. Okay, we'll now search according to the plan. Find and secure the civilians first. The target is the priority. He turned to his team, his voice stern. There are only 3 of us, so we need to have each other's backs in an emergency. The team responded in unison. Roger that. Captain Hoai Duck added, no need for formalities right now. Immediately after, they split up and moved swiftly. While everyone else in the room started to gather together, Lin Mo turned to Dr. Chu, his eyes full of suspicion. So, what's the situation now? She shook her head, her voice low and bewildered. I honestly don't know. Lin Mo's eyes darted around the room, searching for clues. Dr. Chu also turned her gaze toward the person who had just entered. Kevin burst into the room, looking frantic. In a rushed voice, he said, something big is happening. There are some guys with guns, and they don't look friendly. At all. They split into 2 teams, meticulously checking every nook and cranny. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared. The field team's reflexes kicked in instantly. Lieutenant Wei Di and Corporal Li both aimed their guns at the stranger. Their gazes tense. The person was wearing armor, making it hard to tell. A guard or a civilian. Lieutenant Wei Di stepped forward cautiously, his voice low but clear. Sir, we're the rescue team from the National Security Bureau. The person facing him replied in a slow, deep voice. Here to help us? The National Security Bureau's rescue team. It was none other than Old Kiao, but his face was obscured by a cold, imposing mask. His voice dripped with sarcasm. Since when did you people start pretending to care? Watching on a monitor, Sergeant Rose noticed something strange. That mask. It felt familiar. She immediately ran a search on the internal network. Luckily, it was still active. Got it. She urgently reported to Lieutenant Wei Day over the radio. Bravo. He's not a civilian. The lieutenant frowned. What do you mean? Rose replied, her voice strained, the machete. A serial killer who was arrested 20 years ago. Also known as the drug cartel killer. He's the one who wiped out most of the dealers in San Diego. Rumor has it the FBI used the National Security Bureau to arrest him secretly because a public arrest would have been too messy. He's known for being a real hard-ass. During his capture, he used a drug dealer's own rope to swing out of a window and escape. Because of the special circumstances, the National Security Bureau arranged for him to become an informant to help them solve cases. He'd only just retired, shortly before the freeze hit. Hearing this, Lieutenant Wade instinctively lowered his guard, murmuring, "So he's one of us?" But Old Kiao overheard him and suddenly roared, "One of you." Behind the mask, his eyes flashed with fury. In the blink of an eye, he drew his machete and slashed straight at Lieutenant Wei Day. Catching him completely off guard, the cold, sharp blade swung through the air. He screamed, "You people killed my daughter." With a precise strike, the blade lopped off 2 of Lieutenant Wei Day's fingers. Old Chow didn't stop. He lunged forward again, his blade flashing in the dim light. "Give me back my precious Joanna." Despite the searing pain, Lieutenant Wei blocked the next strike with his bare hand, blood pouring from the wound. Old Chow pressed the blade down, his voice filled with venom. "And you still dare to call me one of you?" In that same instant, Corporal Li took aim at Old Chow, his finger already on the trigger. He yelled, "Sir, get down." The moment Lieutenant Wei dropped, Corporal Li fired. The bullet slammed squarely into Old Xiao's head, but thanks to his special mask, he remained standing, completely unfazed. With eyes as cold as ice, Old Xiao kicked Lieutenant Wei hard, sending him stumbling backward. He pulled his sharp throwing knife from a hidden sheath and hurled it at Corporal Li. It flew so fast that the corporal couldn't react, and blood immediately gushed from the wound. Meanwhile, Agent Wei was frantically trying the radio. "Bravo Delta, report status." But the only response was unclear static. He muttered in confusion, "What the hell is going on?" Suddenly, from behind him, Lin Mo appeared, his voice low and cryptic. "When there's a blizzard outside, rats will always find their way into occupied houses." With lightning-fast reflexes, Agent Wei drew his sidearm and aimed it right at Lin Mo. But by the time he turned around, Lin Mo had vanished like a ghost. From a dark corner, Lin Mo's mocking voice echoed, "Agent Wei, you sewer rat. You're making far too much noise." Unyielding, Agent Wei replied in a firm voice, "Sir, I'm an agent with the National Security Agency," he added, his gaze sharp as ice, and I'm here to arrest you, Lin Mo. But as he aimed, Lin Mo vanished once more. He reappeared behind the agent, looking annoyed. Arrest me? How interesting. Shouldn't you be more worried about the blizzard outside instead of trying to catch me? Moving like a blur, Lin Mo circled behind Agent Wei, questioning him. Isn't your job supposed to be maintaining order after the collapse? His voice grew sharper. And more importantly, what are you people hiding? Agent Wei spun around, warning him, Don't push me, Lin. I will actually shoot. Completely unafraid, Lin Mo just smirked. Then you'd better be sure you can actually hit me. Instantly, Agent Wei reloaded and emptied his clip at Lin Mo. But with incredible speed, Lin Mo dodged every shot, catching all the bullets in a split second. Taking advantage of the agent's momentary shock, he lunged forward, not to attack, but to knock the communicator from his hand. Lin Mo frowned and muttered, Wait, something's not right. Agent Wei was bewildered, but I was clearly aiming for his head. Agent Oi stood his ground, his voice filled with confidence. You're truly dangerous. He never expected his words to strike such a nerve with Lin Mo. Luckily for me, my intuition is spot on. He smirked. You must be wondering, right? Why can't you manage to twist my head off? Agent Oi explained with a gloating tone. Because my intuition tells me exactly how you're going to attack. To put it plainly, the moment you lift your butt, I can already tell what kind of gas you're about to pass. All right. Lin Mo asked cautiously, Who exactly are you? Agent Wei no longer hid his identity, his voice low but clear. Didn't I already tell you? He reintroduced himself, a flicker of pride in his eyes. I am an agent of the Ivory Goat National Security Bureau, an Esper. At that moment, the communications signal to Sergeant Rose was completely cut off. She called out in desperation, Alpha, Alpha, I can't get a visual on you. The signal grew weaker, and only a few intermittent words could be heard. I already told you. What was that? The static from the device made communication extremely difficult. On the other side, Corporal Lee was supporting Lieutenant Huai Day while trying to escape from Old Chiao. He yelled into his radio, Sergeant, we need backup. The lieutenant is injured. But just then, another dart shot through the air, embedding itself in Corporal Lee's back. Both of them lost their strength and collapsed to the floor. Even so, they didn't give up. They immediately turned and aimed their guns at the attacker, but the person had vanished without a trace. Suddenly, a figure appeared from behind. Before they could react, an immense force struck. Lin Mo was kicked through the wall of the adjacent room, crashing straight into Old Chow. The sudden appearance of something left Lin Mo with no time to react. He tumbled onto Old Chow, creating a chaotic scene. On the other side of the wall, despite the fall, Lin Mo quickly realized who he was on top of. The strong stench of alcohol hit his nose. It was none other than Old Chow. He quickly helped the old man up. His gaze swept over the two people in front of him, and he suddenly recognized them. It's you two again? Yeah, you're the ones. But before he could finish, another figure stepped forward, each footstep booming like thunder, shaking the ground. Lin Mo, who was supporting Old Chow, was forced to stop. He growled, Ugh, I need to deal with this guy first. Watching the scene in astonishment from a distance, Sergeant Rose quickly reported to Lieutenant Huai Di over the radio. In front of him is a controlled husk. This is a husk. As soon as the figure spotted the group, it immediately reached out to attack Sergeant Rose. It didn't matter if she was an ally or not. But from behind, Agent Wei, with lightning-fast reflexes, threw out a neck chain, stopping it just in time. Hold on. The husk immediately froze, as if it only obeyed his commands. Agent Wei pointed directly at Lin Mo and ordered the husk, let it know that he's the target. As an Esper, possessing superpowers was nothing strange for Agent Wei, but for Lin Mo, this became his greatest challenge. He had to face an Esper, while also fighting a husk and the enemy, all while protecting Old Chiao, who was passed out drunk. Looking at Old Chow, Lin Mo muttered, Looks like a fierce and unavoidable battle is coming, huh? He gently set the old man down. He said in a low voice, Sorry, Old Chow. Immediately after, before everyone's eyes, Lin Mo shifted into a combat stance, his aura flaring up like a god of war. Agent Wei, despite maintaining his composure, couldn't help but remark, No wonder you're number 0. Seeing it with my own eyes is still shocking. Lin Mo observed his expression and smirked. Based on what you just said, you already know something, don't you? Agent Wei didn't beat around the bush, giving a decisive order to the husk, capture him. But Lin Mo was unusually calm. He slowly sensed everything, from the impending attack to the space around him. He realized he couldn't fight here. Old Chow was right behind him, but he decided to counterattack immediately anyway. Lin Mo's unexpected move made the husk hesitate, perhaps due to the controller's caution. With sharp eyes, Agent Wei muttered, Is that a sonic barrier? He can actually use a sonic barrier to counter an attack. Taking advantage of his opponent's distraction, Lin Mo lunged forward like a flash of lightning, throwing a punch so powerful it shattered the building's railing. But his attack was blocked by an invisible energy shield. The force of the impact sent them both falling to the floor below, creating a chaotic scene. A thought flashed through Lin Mo's mind. This is going to be tough to handle. Huh. His opponent possessed a special power that made him nearly invincible. This guy's the absurdly strong type, he assessed silently. Even the falling debris can't hit him because of that shield. A protective energy field, supported by another layer of shielding on top of that. But Lin Mo quickly spotted a weakness, the chain controlling the husk. To catch the bandits, you must first catch the king, he muttered. Instead of targeting the husk, he decided to attack Agent Wei directly. The man was relentlessly trying to persuade him. Give up, Lin Mo. Whatever you do now is useless. Lin Mo bent his knees to gather momentum, his eyes flashing with determination. He knew his greatest strength. Speed was his most formidable weapon. In a resolute voice, he retorted to Agent Wei, "How will I know if I don't try?" And instantly, he shot forward. With incredible speed, his body moved like a bolt of lightning tearing through space. But Agent Wei had sharp intuition. He easily predicted his next move, dodging the blow while coldly reminding him, "Didn't I already tell you? My intuition saw through your line of attack long ago." However, this time, Lin Mo suddenly changed his tactics. Instead of attacking head-on, he used his speed to create countless trajectories, disorienting his opponent. But Agent Wei quickly saw through his plan, smirking. "So that's how it is?" As Lin Mo moved like a phantom, he replied, "Because you have, so you can see my lines of attack? Fine. I'll just create more to disrupt your intuition." He immediately put his words into action, creating a series of false attack lines that made the space around them tremble. He silently affirmed, "Speed is my advantage. As long as I'm fast enough, I can always find your weakness." Agent Wei maintained his calm, sarcastic demeanor. "Speed is your advantage. You're far too confident." But in the moment his intuition was distracted, Lin Mo seized the opportunity, lunging forward to destroy the chain controlling the hollow shell. Instantly, the hollow shell broke free. A sharp spike grew from its arm, glinting with a cold, steely light. With lightning-fast movements, it leaped forward, its speed no less than Lin Mo's. Agent Wei smirked. "Like I said, you're not the only one with the advantage of speed here." Lin Mo was stunned. What? The hollow shell, with its massive body, possessed not only speed but also overwhelming power. It charged, nearly crushing Lin Mo, but he resisted fiercely, refusing to get injured. Under the terrifying pressure of its colossal frame, Lin Mo gritted his teeth. This is getting dangerous. Agent Wei seized the chance, pressing his gun to Lin Mo's head, his voice as cold as ice. "Stop, Lin Mo. It's a pain to drag a corpse through the snow and ice." But Lin Mo, with his iron will, replied without a hint of fear. "Don't try to scare me with cheap tricks like that. If I die, would your superiors even allow it?" Meanwhile, the fragments from Lin Mo's black annihilation state began to fall away, showing signs of transformation. He continued his psychological assault on Agent Wei. "You're just a dog who takes orders from the National Security Bureau." The fragments of black annihilation gathered in increasing numbers, slowly merging into a distinct shape. Witnessing this, Agent Wei looked troubled for a moment, muttering, "These fragments." Though cornered, Lin Mo held on, waiting for the moment his weapon would be complete. The gradual formation of the gathering black annihilation fragments signaled a turning point in this fierce battle. Lin Mo shot up, using his incredible speed to dart past Agent Wei, heading straight for his weapon. Agent Wei's eyes were cold and sharp, determined not to let him succeed. He immediately opened fire. But in that instant, the speed of the bullets seemed slower than the flash of lightning Lin Mo had become. Finally, he touched the weapon, and the two resonant energies erupted into a terrifying surge of power. As the smoke and dust settled, Agent Wei could finally get a clear look at the situation. He muttered, "What in the world is this?" Around Lin Mo, the aftershock of that power still vibrated, like a fierce aura. He had completely evolved, transforming into a new white form, entirely different from his previous black annihilation state. The new weapon, forged from the black annihilation fragments, pulsed with a deadly light. Lin Mo lowered his weapon, his presence majestic, his voice deep and resonant. "Well then, shall we start round 2? Agent Wei, who had remained calm until now, observed him with a scrutinizing gaze. He assessed inwardly. The intel was correct. This guy evolves constantly. At this rate, capturing him will become more and more difficult. Without hesitation, he decided he had to end this quickly. We can't let him evolve any further. He immediately ordered the hollow shell. First, probe his abilities. Like a fighting machine, the hollow shell instantly charged, launching a barrage of high-speed attacks at Lin Mo. But Lin Mo had already been warned by Dr. Chu. Blue means absorb. He had a plan ready. With a powerful spin, he absorbed all of the hollow shell's absorption attacks. Immediately after, Lin Mo's weapon turned a brilliant red. Red is, he murmured, then immediately acted, converting the absorbed energy into a counterattack. Agent Wei couldn't hide his bewilderment at the sight. What is this thing? Lin Mo wound up like a javelin thrower and suddenly hurled the spear forged from the black annihilation fragments. The force of the throw was so immense that it pierced through layer after layer of the apartment building's concrete, creating a shocking explosion. This was a serious threat to Agent Wei's side. Only now did he realize Lin Mo's intention. He could not only nullify attacks but also convert his own energy, but it was too late. The spear was aimed directly at Agent Wei. In that critical moment, the hollow shell leaped out to shield him, facing the spear head-on. The weapon collided with the hollow shell's protective energy shield, creating a vibrating force field. The shield's nature is a force field that can neutralize similar energies. The spear, forged from black annihilation fragments, also carried a similar force field after absorbing the energy. When the two met, a neutralization effect occurred, like two soap bubbles popping. But unlike the neutralization of soap bubbles, when these force fields collided, a terrifying explosion erupted, flaming both Lin Mo and the hollow shell far away. This incredible power was beyond Agent Wei's expectations. He muttered in utter shock, "How is this possible?" The hollow shell, caught in the blast, was completely exhausted and lay motionless. Agent Wei recalled it, his voice low with regret. "I'm sorry. I let you get hurt again. Go back and rest well for now." He turned to Lin Mo and smirked. "What's wrong? Don't want to fight anymore?" With a sharp gaze, Lin Mo replied without hesitation, "I'm not an idiot. I have no way to counter your intuition, nor do I have a way to deal with your pet." Agent Wei winced at the word pet, but didn't refute it. The situation had become a stalemate for both sides. Lin Mo pointed his weapon at the agent, his voice firm. "It's pretty obvious, isn't it? We're at a stalemate now, aren't we?" Agent Wei shook his head with a cold smile. "A stalemate? I think you're mistaken. Number 0? He slowly stepped forward, his words like daggers aimed straight at Lin Mo. "Just look at what you've become. You look just like those white monsters rising from the snow outside." He turned to face Lin Mo, his gaze icy. "You say we're at a stalemate? I don't think so." Then, as if announcing it to the world, he stressed 3 words, "Do it now." Instantly, the vibrant sound of an electric guitar erupted, weaving together with enchanting lyrics. Hearing the sound, Lin Mo felt his head spin. "What is this? My head. It hurts so much." The music echoed relentlessly, each note like a sharp blade slicing into his body. Under the pressure of the sound, Lin Mo's white-skinned form began to dissolve. The parasite within him struggled fiercely, but ultimately, it was defeated. He reverted to his human form, his vision blurring. Before passing out, he could only make out the hazy silhouette of the person creating the sound. Everything came to a temporary halt. Agent Wei turned to the newcomer with a reproachful tone. "You're late." The other person replied with a faint smile. "Did I miss anything interesting?" Agent Wei shook his head. "You missed a lot." Lin Mo, exhausted by the parasite's rampage, had fainted, but Agent Wei just shrugged. "It doesn't matter anymore. The mission is already halfway complete." He looked at the newcomer, his voice low. "Good thing you were here." Agent Kobin, with a cold expression completely different from before, replied, "Don't mention it." Just 30 minutes earlier, Kobin had been sleeping like the dead in the surveillance room. Meanwhile, Agent Wei's team coordinated smoothly, successfully picking the lock and entering the upper floor, their main target being the surveillance room. But it wasn't until Agent Wei pressed a gun to Kobin's cheek that he groggily woke up. Opening his eyes to 3 pairs of eyes staring at him, Kobin panicked. "Sirs, I didn't hide the slush fund. I set it up a long time ago." Agent Wei seemed completely unfazed. Kobin gave a firm command. "Attention. BB-21 gun, begin smell. Recheck smell." The unit replied immediately, but surprisingly, Kobin actually responded to this command. Commencing smell immediately. Smell like spirit. "Check again." He continued, "Copy. Bad boys unit complete." Immediately after, another order rang out. "Guns. Respond." Kobin immediately complied. 21 has responded. BB-21 gold. Awaiting orders. Witnessing this strange behavior, Corporal Lee couldn't help but turn to Lieutenant Huai with a doubtful voice. "Sir, isn't this the country boy, the one they call the delinquent sleeper agent?" But before he could get an answer, Kobin suddenly slumped onto the table as if he'd lost consciousness, making the atmosphere tense. Suddenly, all the power went out, followed by an eerie silence. Lieutenant Huai frowned and asked urgently, "What's going on?" He immediately contacted Sergeant Rose. "Rose, was that you?" From the other end, Rose's voice came over the radio, filled with helplessness. "It wasn't me. The facilities here are old, so I can't control them remotely. It was probably just a malfunction." A moment later, Kobin suddenly regained consciousness. Agent Wei, with a sharp gaze, gave the order. "We need to capture number 0, Lin Mo, and rescue the survivors." He handed a communication device to Kobin, his voice low. Brief report. Agent Wei continued to announce the plan. We intend to capture this person directly and need to know his current location. But Kobin suddenly interrupted, his voice resolute. Wait, now that the power is out. Number 0 and the survivors may have already moved. We should split up. With a determined expression, he continued. As for capturing number 0, if you rely solely on your firepower, there's no way you'll catch him. But I have a way. I just need to get something first. The thing Kobin needed was the electric guitar, which was with the other people. When he went back to get it, he took the opportunity to update them on the situation. Someone asked worriedly, what happened? Why did Mr. Lin go outside too? Kobin, intending to misdirect them, answered vaguely, no. But little Magi, with a child's curiosity, spotted a small recording screen. She poked at the lens, knocking something over and drawing everyone's attention. Magi quickly apologized, sorry. Dr. Chu, who was standing nearby, walked over and picked up the fallen object, muttering, what is this? When she looked closely, she was stunned to realize it was a camera bearing the specific insignia of the National Security Bureau. He whispered, his eyes turning cold. Dropping all pretense, he drew a gun and pointed it straight at Dr. Chu, his voice threatening. Doctor, put your hands up. Doctor. Or should I call you the former director of the Bureau of Biochemical Safety, leader of the Biochemical Anti-Terrorism Task Force? Standing nearby, a panicked Chu Shirandoroth hugged her daughter tightly and screamed, Kobin, what are you doing? Hearing those words, a look of confirmation flashed in Zhu Shuren's eyes. She'd suspected it for a long time, and now, everything was clear. Kobin, his hostility palpable, growled, stop trying to act so smart, traitor. But Zhu Shuren wouldn't be intimidated. Zhu Shuren pulled out a hidden gun, but Kobin was faster, firing a shot. The gunshot echoed as the shell casing clattered to the floor. Dorothy and her mother watched the shootout, terrified. The bullet only grazed Zhu Shuren's hair, singeing it short. Kobin maintained his threatening tone. You better start being honest. Next time, I won't miss. He ordered her, put your hands where I can see them. Turn around. With a faint smile, Zhu Shuren did as Kobin said, slowly turning around. The scorched, shortened hair changed her appearance, but she remained calm. So, I'm the one on the scene, am I? She chuckled softly, fearlessly asking a question of her own. Your main target is the test subject, isn't it? Such a country bumpkin. Pretending to know him and following him around constantly. She paused, her gaze sharp. However, it's highly likely you don't have that memory, do you? Her convoluted words confused Kobin. He had no idea what she was implying. Just then, an agent's urgent voice came over the comms. Situation report for Agent C. Alpha is missing. Bravo and Delta are injured. Kobin, his expression tense, immediately reported his own situation. I've found a survivor here. Can the victim be moved to my location? He paused for a beat before adding with a meaningful tone. Coincidentally, I have a doctor here. After a period of chaos, the Security Bureau team finally got a brief rest. An old man, looking tired but resilient, reassured Corporal Rotter. The wound has been stitched up, no need to worry. But as he was speaking, the lieutenant suddenly paused for a few seconds, making the person on the other end of the line curious. Just what? It's nothing, Sin replied, his voice slightly hesitant. It turned out he had brought Zhu Shuya to treat the old man. With a sharp gaze, the lieutenant addressed Rotor. Can you switch to our private channel? What's wrong? Rotor replied, his voice full of suspicion. Sin frowned, glancing at Zhu Shuya, whose hands were tied tightly. She could do nothing but glare back in defiance. Never mind a thank you, then. What is the meaning of this? Sin tied his hair back as he growled in annoyance. What do you mean? What's the meaning? What other meaning could there be for a traitorous agent? Zhu Shuya retorted coldly, her gaze as sharp as a knife. He even went so far as to suspect that Bing Feng was connected to her. For all we know, this whole freezing incident could be related to you traitors. What are you trying to say? You traitor, she roared, fury blazing in his eyes. But Dr. Zhu remained calm. She replied, Traitor? It's obvious that you are the real traitors. She paused, then slowly uttered 2 words. Her words made both Sin and Lieutenant Wyatt freeze. Project Europa. Wyatt's face went pale, a flicker of panic in his eyes upon hearing the name. Unfazed, Zhu Shuya continued. Europa refers to the second moon of Jupiter. NASA once believed that this celestial body, within our solar system but outside of Earth, was the most likely place to harbor life. She smirked, her voice laced with sarcasm. But it's a frozen planet. Sound familiar? Just like New York is now. Dr. Zhu looked them straight in the eye, questioning them defiantly. Tell me, why would the higher-ups give the project that name? It obviously has nothing to do with Europa. On the contrary, it has something to do with the Oracle Society. Sin couldn't take it anymore. He spun around, grabbing her jaw with one hand and pressing his gun to her forehead. "That's enough, Zhu Shuya," he threatened. But she wasn't afraid in the slightest, just scoffed. "What's the rush, country bumpkin?" Sin's grip tightened, his eyes flashing with rage. "If you didn't know so much about Zero, I would kill you right now." At this, he paused, glancing over at Lieutenant Wyatt as if for confirmation. Seeing the man narrow his eyes in a silent signal of disapproval, Sin immediately changed his tune. He swung his hand, slapping Zhu Shuye hard across the face as a show of force. Then he turned back to the comms to contact Rotter. "I'm sending reinforcements. Alpha, prepare to receive the survivors." Zhu Shuye, with her sharp eyes, immediately noticed the shift. "What are you people so afraid of?" After things settled down, Lin Mo was subdued and fell into a coma. The Security Bureau team had completed their mission. The package was carefully secured. Corporal Lee was still worried. "What if he wakes up?" "Don't worry," C replied, his voice firm as steel. "Even if he wakes up, he'll be useless. He won't be able to use his powers for a while." The reason for this, it turned out, was the dose of insulin that had been injected into Lin Mo. Everything they did to subdue him was based on Zhu Shui's own research. How ironic. The so-called traitor had become the key to completing their mission. Sin and Corporal Lee carefully but decisively carried the unconscious Lin Mo to the vehicle. Sin's gaze swept over Lin Mo, cold as ice, but deep within his eyes flickered a hint of undeniable regret. "I'm sorry," he whispered. His voice was so quiet only he could hear it. "Because Lin Mo, now, I can't feel anything." Sergeant Lee glanced at Lieutenant Wyatt beside him and asked curiously, "So what's next, sir?" Lieutenant Wyatt, who had been as silent as a stone, suddenly turned to Sergeant Lee and asked a seemingly unrelated question. "Lee, why did you join the National Logistics Department in the first place?" Sergeant Lee froze, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. "Why are you asking about that so suddenly?" The captain stared at him, his gaze as sharp as a blade, as if he were trying to see right through him. "We might have gotten ourselves into something terrible," he said, his voice low and laced with unease. Just then, Agent Wei appeared, approaching with hurried steps. He looked everyone over and asked worriedly, "How are everyone's injuries?" Without waiting for an answer, he continued, "The good news is, communications are almost restored. We just made contact with the nearest shelter. It used to be a hospital. It's a bit far, but it's in Manhattan." Sergeant Lee breathed a sigh of relief and smiled slightly. "Well, that's great news." Meanwhile, Lieutenant Wyatt remained lost in thought, his gaze distant. Agent Wei suddenly spoke up, his voice probing. "But before we go, there's one more thing." He narrowed his eyes and looked straight at them. "Did you guys see a monster that looked like an empty shell in the apartment?" Sergeant Lee was startled for a moment but quickly regained his composure, answering smoothly, No." He tightened his grip on the gun at his hip, ready for action at any moment. "What about the lieutenant?" Wei shifted his gaze to Lieutenant Wyatt. The lieutenant took a deep breath, his voice calm but filled with tension. "No. There were no other noteworthy subjects besides the civilians and the contacted target." Hearing the firm reply, Agent Wei nodded in satisfaction and turned to leave. Good. He paused, looking back one last time. "Thank you to all our colleagues in the rescue team for your assistance. It's been a pleasure working with you." After that, the entire team left the scene, heading for the nearest rescue point. On the other side, the group of ability users also began to move. The one tracking them this time was Han Jingyu. "Why didn't you act directly, Jingyu?" A voice came from the other end of the line. With an arrogant yet leisurely air, she replied, "As soon as the power went out, I noticed a mouse had snuck into the sheep pen." She paused, a smirk on her lips. "However, among the mice, there's also a wolf. So, let's wait for them to finish fighting before we make our move." The voice on the other end immediately responded, "So that's how it is. In that case, Irina and I will handle the problem here first. Wait for my good news." The pastor, in the name of the Holy Spirit. The National Security Bureau's vehicle rolled towards the rescue point. Inside the vehicle, a heavy atmosphere hung in the air. Little Maggie, with wide, worried eyes, tugged on her mother's sleeve and pointed at Lin Mo, who was sealed up in the front. "Mommy, what happened to the big brother? Why is he tied up like that?" And the doctor, lady, and Uncle Chiao are tied up too. Old Chiao, who had just regained consciousness, was still hazy about the situation. He looked up at C in surprise. "Oh, when did you change your hairstyle?" Both Zhu Shunya and Old Chiao were tied up securely. Maggie, with an indignant look, spoke up loudly. "Why is everyone tied up? They're not bad people." Then the little girl pointed at someone else, her voice full of suspicion. "And you too." The little girl looked at Kobin, frowning reproachfully. "Huh? Why do you look exactly like the guitar big brother?" Dorothy, standing beside her, quickly explained to Maggie, "But he's brother Kobin." "No, he's not." Maggie shook her head vigorously, refusing to believe it. "Maggie knows." Dr. Zhu, sitting in a corner, let out a dry laugh upon hearing little Maggie's words. Kobin shot her a suspicious glance. "What are you laughing at?" Zhu Shunya smirked, her smile tinged with sarcasm as she replied, "Usually, it's only through a child's eyes that the truth of this country can be seen clearly. Don't you agree?" She paused, not forgetting to add a sarcastic jab. "The guitar Big Brother image is quite something." "Huh?" Kobin frowned, his voice deepening. "Are you making fun of me?" On the other side, ever since the team departed, Rotor hadn't taken her eyes off Lieutenant Wyatt. Sergeant Lee noticed the old man taking out a cigarette again and quickly spoke up. "Senior, you don't need to worry so much, Commander." Rotor turned to him, her voice full of concern. "How's your wound?" Sergeant Lee shrugged and gave a faint smile. "Ah, it's fine. I'm okay." He sighed, his gaze becoming distant. "Compared to the commander's wounds, mine is nothing. A soldier who can't hold his gun is just like this country. Unable to save anyone." Rotor remained silent. She turned and walked to the back of the vehicle, her voice firm. "I'm going to register the survivor's identification information." "Huh?" Sergeant Lee frowned, surprised. "Is that necessary?" As soon as she reached the rear compartment, Rotor came face to face with Dr. Zhu. It turned out they knew each other, but Rotor's expression turned ugly, her eyes as cold as ice. Meanwhile, Zhu Shunya flashed a sly smile. "Hello, old friend. Long time no see, Joanna. Looks like you've put on a lot of weight." In a gruff voice, Rotor threw the registration clipboard into Kobin's hands, then walked straight up to Zhu Shunya. The doctor didn't miss the chance to taunt her further. "Looks like you've been demoted from the Intelligence Bureau to Field Operations. Huh. Or perhaps you're on the logistics team. Or should we call you the Princess of the Crisis Response and Rescue Squad?" Rotor's temper flared, her eyes shooting daggers. Kobin quickly intervened, growling, "Hey, calm down." But Zhu Shunya nonchalantly continued to provoke her. "Oh, what's going on today? Why is someone always holding a gun to everyone's head?" Rotor trembled with rage, pointing right at her. "And whose fault is it that I'm in this mess now? It's a shame. I considered you a friend from the beginning. I never should have believed your lies and helped you find those files." Zhu Shunya replied with a terrifying calmness. "But didn't you also find the truth you were looking for? This was mutually beneficial. You knew the risks." Just then, Agent Wei entered the cabin, his sharp gaze sweeping over the arguing group. He cut in loudly. "All of you, stop it for a second." He pointed outside, his voice urgent. "Because there's movement out there, we've got a tail." From the vehicle's external cameras, they spotted a motorcycle following them. The rider was none other than Han Jinyu. Rotor could tell with a single glance that this was no ordinary person. She frowned, her eyes filled with suspicion. "In this temperature, isn't she cold?" Zhu Shunya calmly explained to her old friend. "She's one of the gifted." She paused for a beat before continuing. "They can absorb any form of energy from their surroundings and maintain a state of hypothermia for long periods." Her words made Rotor instinctively glance over at Lin Mo. "He's still unconscious?" She mumbled thoughtfully. "As long as it's not absolute zero outside, they can keep moving." "Right." Zhu Shunya nodded slightly, confirming with a calm expression. "That's right. If that's the case, it means she's already adapted to the freeze." Once she was at a safe distance from the Security Bureau's vehicle, Han Jingyu pulled out a gun. With a casual posture, she aimed straight at the enemy vehicle and opened fire. The weapon of a gifted like her was, as expected, different. Although Han Jinyu's attack missed its mark, the wave of power was enough to make the enemy realize the danger they were in. The Security Bureau's vehicle swerved violently from the impact but kept roaring forward. The sudden shock sent the people inside stumbling in panic. Outside, Han Jinyu was completely unfazed, muttering nonchalantly, "Let's try that again. Corporal Lee, you clearly didn't anticipate this situation." He exclaimed in confusion. "What just happened? Was that a grenade?" First Lieutenant White, who was observing intently, immediately urged Lee, "Drive faster. They're catching up again." The sound of a gun being cocked rang out again, this time from the Security Bureau's side. The agile Agent Wei stood boldly on the vehicle, firing continuously at Han Jinyu's motorcycle. Han Jinyu was not to be outdone. Unlike Agent Wei, her gun unleashed destructive power with a single pull of the trigger. Agent Wei was stunned, as if he had a premonition of disaster. Damn it. He hurriedly slammed the vehicle's door shut, avoiding a terrifying attack. Immediately after, the explosion from Han Jinyu's strike sent the Security Bureau's vehicle flying, flipping over in a cloud of dust and smoke. The road was also heavily damaged. Coming to a stop at an advantageous position on the bridge, Han Jinyu braked sharply. From here, she could easily observe the situation. The Security Bureau's vehicle was now a complete wreck. She furrowed her brows slightly, murmuring, "Looks like I overdid it this time." And yet, the vehicle suddenly flipped itself back over, as if it still had life in it. But cracks had appeared on Han Jinyu's gun. One more shot and it would shatter. Even her special helmet couldn't withstand it and cracked open. Is the durability this bad? She thought to herself, surprised by its fragility. Suddenly, Irina's voice came over the radio. How are things over there? The pastor and I are finished with our work. Han Jin-yu replied casually as she took off her helmet. Then let's go see what's happening with our package. On the other end, Irina asked curiously, did something go wrong? Wasn't this supposed to be simple for you? So what happened? Han Jin-yu just gave a faint smile and replied, everything's wrong. Everything's just wrong. Every time she said that, it was just an excuse to be lazy. Inside the security bureau's vehicle, everything was as chaotic as a battlefield. Lin Mo was still unconscious, lying motionless amidst the wreckage. Rotor asked Zhu Shunya worriedly, if you ask me to do that again, I'll be completely exhausted. What about the others? With the calm demeanor of a doctor, Zhu Shunya replied, I told you before, the road to Manhattan through the rich district was never going to be easy. Agent Wei only cared about Lin Mo, asking urgently, how is Zero? Zhu Shunya quickly checked on him and then reassured them, he's fine. Rotor blurted out in surprise, wait, is this guy the only one you care about? She continued resentfully, you're precious, Zero isn't the only one in this vehicle. Zhu Shunya immediately did her duty, checking on the others. Hey old man, are you okay? A voice replied, thank God, I'm all right. Why does this vehicle flip over so easily? Where are Purr and little MG? Rotor's voice echoed from behind. There are still civilians. Both Dorothy and little MG are safe. Someone else confirmed that the mother and little MG were okay. Agent Wei turned to Rotor, his voice stern. Sergeant, is there something you still don't understand? He enunciated every word. My only mission is to bring this number 0 back to the fortress. As for the rest, his expression was cold, his gaze fixed firmly on her. Rotor was bewildered. What do you mean? What do you mean, my team? Suddenly realizing something, she rushed to the cockpit, shouting anxiously, get out of the way. In the cockpit, Corporal Lee and Captain Wyatt were hit by flying debris, and their injuries were not light. Corporal Lee spoke up, I'm fine, just a little stuck. But when he looked at the captain, the situation was much more serious. He had been impaled by steel bars, and blood was flowing relentlessly. An old woman, Zhu Shunya, panicked and rushed forward. I'll help you. Despite the pain, Captain Wyatt remained calm and reassured the young woman before him. Calm down, kid. I've been through worse than this back in Isaac. He looked towards Rotor, his voice slow but steady. This isn't enough to kill me. However, that was just a fleeting moment. He pointed outside, his eyes sharp. But what in the world are those things? Outside, as the vehicle's lights flared to life, Captain Wyatt and Rotor saw just how terrifying the situation was. Well, kid, isn't this even more serious than what I was talking about? Because surrounding them now were countless bizarre figures that were clearly not human. The hollows swarming everywhere made even Agent Wei feel unnerved. He muttered, his voice tense, this is a real pain. This is the first time I've seen so many hollows. But he quickly composed himself, reassuring himself, it's not like I'm out of options. They're all gathered together. This might work. He turned his head back inside and called out, is your speaker loud enough? Coben replied, a hint of panic on his face. I'm kind of freaking out here. That impact was too big, so power isn't an issue anymore. Because my guitar is broken, too. Agent Wei frowned, left with no other choice but to rely on the gun in his hand. Then let's do this the old-fashioned way. Seeing Rotor walk past, he quickly asked, hey you, are there any other weapons in the vehicle? But Rotor just replied coldly, find them yourself. She walked straight up to Zhu Shunya, making the older woman curious. What do you want with me? Without a word, Rotor decisively cut the restraints on Zhu Shunya's hands. This action stunned Zhu Shunya. Oh, I'm a traitor. What is the meaning of this? Rotor handed her a first aid kit, her gaze urgent. Don't get the wrong idea. I haven't forgiven you, you liar. It's just that the current situation requires your particular skills. Everything she was doing was for Captain Wyatt. Help that old man with a severe penetrating wound in his lower abdomen. Zhu Shunya nodded, but couldn't hide her worried expression. This is a bit tricky to handle by myself. Can anyone help me? Immediately, Dorothy spoke up. I can. I'm considered medical staff, too. I can probably help, but someone has to watch MG. Little MG, with a mature expression, said to her mother. MG can take care of herself. You don't need to worry about MG. Sin immediately volunteered. Actually, I can help with that. But all he got was a skeptical look from little MG. Old Xiao couldn't sit still and offered, untie me, and I'll watch MG. Rotor looked at him, her tone mocking, old-timer. This isn't about swords and fighting. Right now, it's just about protection. Old Qiao replied seriously. The current situation is no time to be following the rules. We only survived in that rundown apartment by helping each other. Isn't that how we've made it this far? By now, the horde of hollows had started to cause trouble. Corporal Lee, trapped between sharp iron bars, could only struggle to hold them off. Suddenly, a gun barrel was placed next to his shoulder, followed by a firm voice, "Cover your ears." Rotter acted in a flash, firing her gun to eliminate the hollow and freeing Corporal Lee in an instant. Meanwhile, Zhu Shunya and Dorothy had rushed to Captain Wyatt's side. He gave a faint smile, even as the wound made him grimace in pain. "I really didn't expect to see a doctor twice in one day. First, let's stop the bleeding." Dorothy worked with Zhu Shunya to examine the wound. "We can't stop it. Could it be that spot? The artery must have been hit. This is a real headache." While they were busy fighting the horde of hollows, Han Jinyu suddenly appeared. Her presence startled Agent Wei, as if he just remembered something. "I almost forgot we had pursuers behind us, and a powered individual at that." The two sides immediately clashed, kicking up clouds of dust. The first battle erupted between Han Jinyu and Agent Wei. He gritted his teeth, his gaze ice cold. "Who the hell is she?" While MG was carefully wiping away the bloodstains, Zhu Shunya quietly looked down at the bright red blood on her hands, her expression heavy. "This is the only way to deal with it for now, but it's not enough. If we stay trapped here, it'll be just like that time all over again. Strength, desperation. That's right, the key to breaking this situation is the same as last time." Her eyes slowly lifted, looking towards Lin Mo. Her gaze was cold yet full of hidden meaning. At the same time, on the other side, Wei was facing Han Jin-do in a tense battle. She lunged like a whirlwind, her sharp blade swinging straight at him. A wary glint appeared in Wei's eyes. He dodged with an agile movement, but the blade still managed to slice through the gun in his hand. Han Jin-do laughed, her eyes glinting with ridicule. "Your blessing is quite interesting. But it's obvious that God blesses the saint, so why would he help a sinner?" Wei immediately raised his broken gun, aiming it straight at her. He mumbled her words back, his voice full of doubt. "A sinner?" His expression turned irritable as he replied with a dismissive air. "Oh, sorry. That line might work on those red-faced folks down south, but I'm an atheist, so you can keep it for yourself." A sudden thought flashed through his mind. Wait, could she be from the Prophecy Society? Does that mean her target is zero? Han Jindu's tone suddenly changed. Each word she uttered was like honey dripping into the air, carrying a mesmerizing charm. "Then let's use a method you can understand. Don't you want to go back?" Wei repeated blankly, his voice filled with suspicion. "Go back? What are you talking about?" Han Jindu gave a mysterious smile, her gaze seeming to pierce right through him. "You're a saint too, a gifted one. You must know already. You weren't originally an agent of the National Security Bureau. In other words, you don't belong here. There must be something on the other side that you care about, isn't there?" Hearing this, Wei froze and mumbled, "Something I'm waiting for." An image suddenly appeared in his mind. A girl with short, purple hair, with a cute voice. "Reese, Senior, are we going on patrol together again?" "That's great." Wei's hand trembled involuntarily. He tightened his grip on the gun. She wasn't wrong, but his thoughts began to clear in his mind. There are those who died in the past, and there are those who are living in the present. With determination, he aimed the gun straight at Han Jin-do. His voice was firm. "It doesn't matter which side I belong to. I just want to help the side where the things I care about still exist. I won't let you take zero, because he might be the key to solving this great freeze." Back with Lin Mo, a monster suddenly burst into the vehicle, throwing everything into chaos. Luckily, Kobin and old Kiao dealt with it in time. "Holy shit, that scared me." Kobin excitedly turned around and yelled, "Hey, what's the status of the rescue team?" Just then, Zhu Shuya suddenly approached Lin Mo, her hands swiftly untying the ropes binding him. Only you can do it." Before she could finish, Sin lunged forward, grabbing her hand tightly, his eyes cold. "What do you think you're doing?" Zhu Shuya's expression darkened, her gaze as sharp as a knife as she glanced at Kobin. She asked, "What am I doing? Look at the situation right now. There's a whole horde of monsters out there waiting for leftovers. Plus, there's another gifted person chasing us. This isn't a situation we can easily handle." Meanwhile, back with Wei, Han Jin-do shot forward like a phantom, her speed terrifyingly fast. Wei hastily pulled the trigger. The bullets tore through the air straight towards her, but the moment they hit her chest, they passed right through and vanished as if they had never existed. Wei froze, his eyes filled with astonishment. The bullets. They should have hit her, right? Just as Han Jin-do was about to draw her sword to attack, she suddenly realized she was standing on the roof of Lin Mo's vehicle. "Oh, so you're here?" Without hesitation, she raised her sword high, the steel blade flashing as she prepared to strike. From below, Zhu Shuya looked up, just in time to see sparkling purple fragments shatter in the air. Han Jin-do leaped down, landing lightly. A prideful smile spread across her lips as she slowly stood up. Zhu Shuya forcefully shook off Kobin's hand, her voice firm. "What are you still hesitating for? At that moment, a monster suddenly grabbed Han Jin-du's leg right in front of the car door. Kobin quickly rushed over to help Zhu Shuya. All right, let's fight magic with magic. Han Jin-du finished off the monster with a single, clean slash of her sword. Meanwhile, Zhu Shuya quickly gave Lin Mo an injection in the neck. As Han Jin-du finished dealing with the monster, a triumphant smile still lingered on her lips. She turned to look at Lin Mo. Just then, his eyes snapped open, glowing with a strange blue light. He struggled violently and then shot upright. Han Jin-du stared straight at him, her voice enchanting. I've come to get you, my lost saint. Suddenly, Lin Mo's eyes locked onto Han Jin-du, making her freeze as if she recognized something. Wait, you're... A burst of blue light erupted, violently throwing Han Jin-du off the vehicle. Lin Mo collapsed to the ground, his shirt torn open to reveal a blue liquid, seeping from the tears in his clothes. A similar liquid stained the corners of his mouth. He murmured, his voice weak but filled with confusion. What's happening to me? Why am I so weak? And... a mask? Zhu Shuye approached and gently removed the mask from his face. I just injected you with a GLC glucose solution. How are you feeling now? Lin Mo remained nonchalant, his gaze distant. Did you change your hairstyle again? He avoided the question, his voice a bit flustered. Never mind. But he just kept talking casually, as if he didn't notice the critical situation. It's really nice to meet you. Seeing this, Zhu Shuye frowned, suspecting something was wrong with his brain. She resorted to the old-fashioned TV repair method and gave him a light smack. Is your brain asleep or something? Lin Mo kept up his innocent act, clutching his head and crying out, Ow, that hurts. He struggled to his feet, rubbing his stomach painfully, apparently low on energy. Zhu Shuye looked flustered and quickly helped Lin Mo sit up, her eyes filled with worry. This is bad. Our survival depends on you. Outside, the roars of the monsters echoed relentlessly. Old Qiao gritted his teeth, firing continuously at the creatures as he tried to hold them off, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. There are too many of them, and they're so hard to kill. This is big trouble. Zhu Shuya rushed over, asking urgently, Mister, do you have anything to eat? Preferably something with a high sugar content. Old Qiao turned around, bewildered, and still agitated from the fight. Huh? Me? Now? Look at the situation we're in. Besides, I'm old enough to have diabetes. Why would I have anything sugary on me? Zhu Shuya looked at Lin Mo, her eyes heavy with anxiety. Most of the glucose solutions are in the apartment. Even if we wake the test subject, there's nothing we can do. If only I could find a chocolate bar. Lin Mo was still moaning, struggling to sit up, his voice weak. So hungry. I'm going to pass out. Suddenly, a small, trembling hand held out a chocolate bar in front of Lin Mo. This is what my daddy left for me, for Maggie. A wave of guilt washed over Lin Mo. Maggie still didn't know that her father was gone. He backed away, holding up his hands to refuse, his voice hesitant. No, Maggie's dad left that for her. I can't. But an authoritative voice cut in as a hand took the chocolate. Mommy says good kids should learn to help others. Barry turned to Joanna, her voice firm. I'm taking him outside. Cover me. Joanna frowned skeptically. You can do that alone? Barry smiled confidently. Don't worry, I can handle it. Maggie persistently pushed the chocolate bar at Lin Mo, her childish voice firm. Stop being polite and eat it. Embarrassed, Lin Mo reluctantly took the chocolate bar. Okay. Looking at the chocolate bar, his expression suddenly twisted, as if pulled back into an unpleasant memory. This brand again? The bad memories are flooding back. He reluctantly took a bite, and immediately, his body erupted in a brilliant blue light. Oh well, whatever. There are more important things to do. Meanwhile, a monster suddenly lunged at old Qiao. He staggered back, panicking as he realized the critical situation, his voice trembling. Damn it, I'm out of ammo. Just then, Lin Mo suddenly dashed out, his voice booming like thunder. Cover your ears, old Qiao. Before the old man could even react, Lin Mo rushed forward and clapped his hands together with immense force. The monster was instantly hit by a tremendous force, its body obliterated in a flash. The blue light on Lin Mo's hands continued to flicker and glow. Panicked, old Qiao quickly covered his ears, his eyes wide in disbelief. Just one clap. What kind of sonic attack was that? A faint smile played on Lin Mo's lips. Mottled blue streaks now covered his face, giving him a mysterious aura. He stepped down, his foot crushing the remains of the annihilated monster. His voice was filled with excitement. Is it this thrilling right from the start? So many of them. The surrounding monsters seemed to tremble in panic, and one by one, they began to retreat. Lin Mo frowned, putting a hand to his chin thoughtfully. However, it seems like they're actually scared of me. Sure enough, the monsters were fleeing in a panic, trying to get away from him. The others were also stunned by this unexpected turn of events. What's going on? Are they running away? Suddenly, a static crackle came from the communicator. Agent W, you've passed the scheduled rendezvous time. Please report your situation. White glanced around, replying in a rushed tone. We've run into some trouble. Do you have any backup for us? Meanwhile, Han Jingyu stood amidst the frantically fleeing empty shells, an arrogant smile playing on her lips. Empty shells? Huh? How can soulless bodies like empty shells feel fear? Then again, they were once human. It's only natural for them to fear a more powerful saint. As the horde of empty shells faded away, her hand remained clamped around the head of one monster, as it slowly disintegrated into nothing. Finally, Han Jingyu came face to face with Lin Mo, her gaze sharp and cold, yet filled with meaning. The zombie in her hand had now completely disintegrated. I am Han Jingyu, head of the Prophets Association. I hope you will join us. Let us fulfill the mission God has entrusted to the saints together. Hearing the words Prophets Association, a thought flashed through Lin Mo's mind. The anti-government cult the doctor mentioned. With that thought, Lin Mo didn't hesitate to refuse, his voice firm. I refuse. I have more important things to do. The smile instantly vanished from Han Jingyu's lips, her eyes turning cold. The pastor said to bring him back first. She raised her hand, her voice filled with determination. If that's how it's going to be. Suddenly, she reached into her chest and pulled out a long, shimmering silver sword. Lin Mo froze, his eyes wide with shock. Did she just pull a blade out of her own body? Is that her ability? Wait a second. What are these cracks? They look like they're radiating something. Just then, Han Jinyu morphed into a shape resembling a giant serpent, lunging at Lin Mo with terrifying speed. Then you'll have to excuse my rudeness. She swung her sword, pulling the twin steel blades back before slashing down with immense force. A brilliant purple light tore through the space. Lin Mo dodged nimbly, but immediately noticed something was wrong. Hold on, what's happening now? Could it be that she has more than just one ability? He noticed the stone fragments from the attack were slowly vanishing into thin air. No, that's not right. These fragments are continuously shattering. Lin Mo quickly picked up a piece of stone, muttering, well, only one way to find out. He threw the rock fragment hard at Han Jinyu, and a cloud of smoke suddenly spread out, causing Lin Mo's eyes to widen in astonishment. What? Her body can absorb attacks? Han Jingyu also looked surprised. She glanced down at her own body where a crumbling hole had appeared, but it quickly regenerated as if nothing had ever happened. Oh, this is the first time that's happened. How interesting. Lin Mo was still in a state of shock, his eyes glued to her. Wait, that crack. It seems to be connected to some other dimension. Han Jinyu looked up, her eyes filled with suspicion and her voice laced with meaning. That last attack of yours was just a test, wasn't it? Lin Mo paused, then answered blankly. Huh. A mysterious smile appeared on her lips again. According to the pastor's description, your ability can do more than just that, can it? Lin Mo didn't answer directly, a glint of vigilance in his eyes. Is she trying to provoke me? Though the smile on his face remained calm, waves of unease were rising in Lin Mo's heart. She's not wrong, but elsewhere, Zhou Shunya was staring intently at the energy meter, unable to hide the worry in her eyes. The test subject's current condition isn't optimistic. Although he can move normally, he's only recovered 13% of his strength. In other words, the parasite inside his body is still dormant, right now facing off against another ability user. Besides the fundamental difference in strength, it all comes down to a battle of wits. Your ability is your trump card. Lin Mo kept his smile, though beads of sweat were starting to dot his forehead. Trying to provoke me like this won't do you any good, lady. His inner thoughts became more apparent. But I can't use the dark kill right now, which means I'm missing a trump card. Besides, I have no idea what kind of backup plan she might have. I've stumbled before. I need to be more careful this time. At that moment, he felt like he was being strangled by an anaconda in a rainforest, on the verge of suffocating at any second. Suddenly, Han Jingyu leaped into the air, her sharp sword slashing straight down at Lin Mo. He dodged with agility, his body moving like a shadow. She landed on the ground, excitement shining in her eyes. You even dodged an attack from above. That speed of yours is nothing to scoff at, is it? Lin Mo gritted his teeth and charged forward with a clenched fist, his aura flaring. It's one thing to feel like a snake, but why do your attacks have to be like a snake's too? In that case, I'll just have to see if overwhelming force can break through your technique. He threw a powerful punch, the force of it causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. But Han Jinyu stood her ground. No cracks or holes appeared on her body. Lin Mo was stunned. He looked up, his eyes filled with disbelief. What? His fist had passed right through her body, but it left no trace. Han Jinyu's amusement only grew, her smile radiant. You're the first person who's ever been able to get inside my body, you know. Lin Mo's jaw dropped, his voice filled with confusion. This woman has spatial abilities? Han Jinyu suddenly took a step forward, getting closer and closer to Lin Mo, causing his arm to sink deeper into her body. Well then, let's see you go a little deeper. Seeing this, Lin Mo scrambled backward, sweat beading on his forehead. Damn it, I can't use the sonic barrier at this close range. Suddenly, she raised her hand and gently cupped his face, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. You know, I was always very interested in those unique eyes of yours. I get a very familiar feeling from them, as if I've seen them somewhere before. Lin Mo was stunned, a flicker of emotion in his eyes. Why? She leaned in closer, her voice a suggestive whisper. Thinking about it, they're just like the second elders. Exactly like his. Lin Mo flinched and pulled back. His arm was now mottled with purple streaks, the exact same color as her sword. Just then, a static sound came from the earpiece in Han Jinyu's ear. Jinyu, stop what you're doing over there. She immediately recognized the voice and frowned. Pastor, what's wrong? The voice on the other end continued, while Lin Mo kept trying to shake his arm, trying to get rid of the clinging purple marks. We found a National Security Bureau stronghold. The leader of the 13 is very likely there. Also, they've just mobilized some troops. Now is the best time to sneak in. The second elder has also confirmed this and has ordered us to deal with the 13 first. Don't worry, the councilman has already gotten the hint. We'll be seeing that guy again very soon. Irina and I are already here. Get here as soon as you can. Han Jinyu looked up at Lin Mo, her voice full of regret. It's true that good times are always too short. It seems this is as far as we can go today. Lin Mo raised his head in confusion, mumbling, huh? An excited smile remained on Han Jinyu's face as she raised her two swords and crossed them. The next time we meet, I will definitely make you feel the teachings of the Lord. She used great force, and the two swords erupted in a brilliant purple light, sending Lin Mo flying backward. He raised his hands to shield his face, trying to brace himself. As the light faded, he peeked through his fingers, but Han Jinyu had completely vanished. What's going on? Did she run away? Why don't I understand a single thing? Just then, Zhu Shunya rushed over, her worried eyes scanning Lin Mo. Are you okay? I'm fine. What's the situation now? Lin Mo glanced at the empty clearing around them, his voice low. I think we're safe for now. Suddenly, a continuous roaring sound echoed from the sky, accompanied by a strong gust of wind that blew towards the two of them. Lin Mo looked up, astonished. What now? A helicopter. On the ground, someone was waiting, their eyes lighting up. They're finally here. A group of people in Security Bureau uniforms disembarked from the helicopter with decisive movements. Alpha 1, Alpha 2, rescue the wounded and civilians. Everyone else, follow the plan. They quickly moved to assist their comrades and the civilians. Joanna looked up suspiciously. Who are you? A member of the Security Bureau team immediately explained clearly. We're your colleagues from the Security Division. You've all worked hard. Senior members of the rescue team prepare to receive the wounded and civilians. Joanna glanced at White, her eyes filled with suspicion. You? White quickly approached the chief, his voice respectful. I didn't expect you to come in person, Chief. The chief turned away and replied curtly. You've worked hard, my soldier. White smiled, his voice full of pride. Glad to have completed the mission, sir. Over by Lin Mo and Zhu Shunya, a group of people suddenly surrounded them. Blinding flashlight beams shone directly on them. Zhu Shunya was startled, murmuring, why would people from the Security Bureau leave the stronghold to carry out a mission? Lin Mo turned to her in confusion. She didn't answer, her eyes turning cold and sharp. It seems a very important person has arrived. Just then, the crowd parted, making way for two people. The Security Bureau team shouted in unison, Chief, number 0 has been contained. Those two were none other than Gao Di, from the National Bureau of Statistics, Strategy, and Decision-Making, and Barbara Reply, from the National Security Agency's Biochemical Security Division. Seeing this, Barbara, who was puffing on a cigarette, burst out laughing. Oh, this is quite a surprise. Zhu Shunya recognized Barbara and immediately went on the defensive, whispering, Barbara. She gave a sarcastic smile and continued, what was it you said before? Hope to see you in hell. Well, it looks like you were right about that, weren't you? Isn't that right, little Shunya? Zhu Shunya stepped forward to shield Lin Mo, her sharp gaze fixed on the group of people. You showing up here with this bald director from the Department of Bad Guys probably doesn't mean anything good, does it? Gaudi looked bewildered, a hint of offense on his face. Bad guys? Barbara smirked, her tone dripping with sarcasm. What do you mean, nothing good? Is my image in your mind really that terrible? Gaudi suddenly cleared his throat, interrupting, his voice low but authoritative. Ahem. Allow me to explain. Advisor Barbara and I came here personally because of you, the gifted individual number 0, Mr. Lin Mo. To uncover the truth about this ice seal incident, we need you. Lin Mo's jaw dropped, his eyes wide with confusion, not understanding what was happening. What does this have to do with me? Zhu Shunya immediately lunged forward, blocking him with her arm, her voice agitated. Test subject. Don't believe a word of this bald man's nonsense. He just wants to continue with the Europa plan. Barbara frowned, casting a suspicious glance at Gao Dai. The Europa plan? Why haven't I ever heard of it? She turned, her voice sharp. Baldy, what is going on here? But instead of answering, Gao Di's expression darkened, a hint of panicked menace flashing across his face. How do you know about the Europa plan? Zhu Shumya let out a soft, confident laugh. Looks like I guessed right, didn't I? Lin Mo turned to her, his voice full of doubt. Guessed right. So you were just waiting for him to confirm it. She nodded, not forgetting to give him an approving smile. Very clever. You're worthy of being my favorite test subject. Gao Di's gaze suddenly turned icy, and his voice dropped to a threatening low. Zhu Xunya, after you left the National Security Agency, we refrained from issuing a kill order on you because of your contributions to the country. But now, you've crossed the line. Those last few words were like a command. From a distance, a sniper had already aimed their rifle at Zhu Xunya's head. The moment the bullet was fired, Lin Mo instantly lunged forward, snatching the bullet out of midair. Hey, Doc, next time you go around tricking people, remember to wear a helmet. These days, you even have to wear a helmet when you go fishing. Zhu Xunya let out a self-satisfied laugh, her eyes sparkling. Well, I still have you, don't I? Lin Mo raised the bullet to his eyes, observed it closely, then gave a sarcastic smile. Hit a nerve and you want to silence me by killing me. Just like in the movies. Huh? Barbara, agitated, grabbed Gao Di by the collar. She yelled, Baldy, are the freezing incident and this chain of events all related to that Europa project she's talking about? Is there anything else you haven't told me? Gao Di shot Barbara a cold glance, then turned and gave an order, his voice firm. You will find out, but not now. Soldiers, get her out of here. A group of soldiers quickly moved forward, dragging Barbara away as she continued to scream. Does the old man at headquarters know what you're doing? Meanwhile, seeing Lin Mo's attention waver for a moment, Zhu Shuya quickly warned him. Her voice was urgent. Test subject? Pay attention. Don't forget, you still haven't eaten your fill. Your body is about to give out. Lin Mo looked down at his hand, mottled with green streaks, and could only grumble to himself. His eyes scanned the tense situation around him. If he could use his full strength, he could easily take care of this bunch. Gao Di quickly gave a sharp command. Capture number 0. Kill that bitch. The smoldering thoughts in Lin Mo's mind flared up. What a terrible day. Ah, screw it. At least I can save someone else. Barra shouted in agitation as he saw the soldiers carrying out their orders. What do you think you're doing to Dr. Zhu? Civilians and the rescue team have taken over and are awaiting instructions. Lin Mo shot to his feet, shielding Zhu Shuya, his gaze resolute. I clearly said I would never run away again. Suddenly, he grabbed her hand, pulled her into his arms, and said urgently, Doctor, hold on tight. Zhu Shuya immediately realized his intention and muttered softly, Oh, this again? Right after that, Lin Mo leaped up. A brilliant blue light left a long streak behind them. They shot past buildings, moving as fast as the wind. The soldiers only had time to shatter the glass window. Gao Di stared after them, stunned, his voice filled with disbelief. What? That fast? Barbara rushed over angrily, shouting, You blockhead. Didn't I tell you number 0 was fast? So we can't use forceful methods. Is that it? Gao Di shot her a cold look, his voice low. Humph. But that woman revealed the secret. Without listening to the rest, Barbara used her expert medical skills, causing Gao Di to immediately buckle, the cool expression on his face vanishing. Without number 0, we're all doomed. Gao Di panicked, his voice trembling. So, what should we do now? Should we go after them? Barbara scanned the empty husks around them and gave a decisive order. Forget it. Let's return to base first. There's still so much I don't understand. Meanwhile, Lin Mo and his companion shot past buildings before crashing through a glass window. Lin Mo used his body to shield Zhu Shuya, letting out a few dry coughs. Cough, cough. Doctor, are you all right? She quickly sat up, her eyes filled with worry. I'm fine, but you look like you're in bad shape. Lin Mo looked down at his body, noticed a green, slimy fluid oozing from his wounds, and quickly wiped it away. Zhu Shuya had already run to a corner, her voice calm. But it's not too bad. Lin Mo was bewildered. Huh? What are you doing? Suddenly, she tossed something towards him. Catch. He hurriedly caught it and examined it. What is this? Milk? It feels like it's frozen solid inside. Where did you get this? Looking up, he saw Zhu Shuya sitting next to a corpse, observing it carefully. What a fatal mistake. Looking at this, it seems he's been dead for a long time. The cause of death was probably a gunshot to the chest. As for the killer, it seems to be the one over there. Looks like these two killed each other. Perhaps the recent survivors were fighting over resources, but we should thank them. Because of them, we have something to scavenge. You could say it's a silver lining in a dark cloud. Hearing this, Lin Mo's mood suddenly sank, his eyes growing weary. Their misfortune is our good fortune? It's just like that time. Zhu Shuya quickly noticed the change in his demeanor and asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Lin Mo turned away slightly, his voice low and sad. "I'm just remembering some old things." Thousands of fragmented memories seemed to be dissolving in his mind. Zhu Shuya frowned, trying to lift his spirits. "Old things? Cheer up, test subject." She shoved his shoulder hard. He recoiled with a start, clutching his shoulder in pain. "What are you doing?" She smiled, her voice challenging. "Isn't eating what you need most right now?" A while later, after rummaging for ingredients, Zhu Shuya quickly prepared a mixed hot pot, leaving Lin Mo astonished. Onions, potatoes, and canned milk. In a hot pot, Zhu Shuya just shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "Is it that strange? This is a Chinese restaurant, so it's normal for them to have hot pot and these ingredients. If you're complaining that it's too plain, you can go ask the two people upstairs." Lin Mo was at a loss for how to make her understand. Actually, what I meant was, I don't object to any of the ingredients in this pot, but isn't it a bit weird to just throw them all into one big pot like this?" Zhu Shuya remained defensive, fiddling with an onion in her hand. "Look," she argued, "do these foods need to be cooked? The milk needs to be thawed, right? I'm just using the fuel to thaw the milk, just a more efficient way. Tell me I'm not wrong, right?" Lin Mo was speechless, only able to shake his head in exasperation. "While that makes sense, I think you have some kind of misunderstanding about the word efficient." Suddenly, he looked up, raising an eyebrow suspiciously. "Don't tell me a doctor like you doesn't know how to cook." Hearing this, Zhu Shunya immediately got defensive, her voice firm. "I'm a doctor, not a chef, so why must I know how to cook? It's the apocalypse, and you're still being this picky." She quickly shoved a hot potato into Lin Mo's mouth, making him jump and yell, "Hot! It's burning hot." But Zhu Shunya stubbornly argued back, her eyes twinkling with confidence. "Based on your current physical condition, this is a highly efficient way to replenish calories, right?" The two were so engrossed in their conversation that they didn't notice a girl behind a wall, tightly gripping a baseball bat and secretly watching them. She tried to calm herself down, her voice trembling. "Phew, don't be scared, don't be scared." Zhu Shunya was still coaxing Lin Mo, her voice tinged with teasing. "Hurry up and eat. Aren't we on a date right now? It's pretty cold here." Lin Mo complained continuously, his mouth still full of potato, his tongue burning. She glanced at the watch on her wrist. The protective suit's battery was down to 23%. Her voice turned serious. "Your body can adapt to freezing conditions, but mine can't. My protective suit is about to fail. We need to find a place to recharge." Just then, Zhu Shunya spotted a dark figure behind Lin Mo. "Oh." Without hesitation, she immediately stood in front of him, drew her gun, and her voice became sharp. "Who's there?" "You stay put, test subject." From behind the wall, a trembling voice called out, It's me." The girl tried to step out, but she unexpectedly tripped over a corpse and fell to the ground. To make matters worse, the baseball bat in her hand hit her own head. "Ouch, that really hurts." Zhu Shunya didn't lower her gun, continuing to question her with a sharp gaze. "Who are you? Why were you secretly following us?" The girl looked up, explaining flusteredly, "Wait, I don't mean any harm. And I'm not one of those monsters. I'm a survivor, just like you. My name is Penny." A small, nerdy-looking figure with bright red hair emerged. "I was just gathering supplies nearby. I saw the fire here and came to check things out. For example, if you two have nowhere to go, my base is nearby. I can take you there to take shelter for now." Zhu Xunyu frowned, her voice full of suspicion. "Really? This feels like some kind of trick." Just then, Lin Mo stepped forward, a surprised look in his eyes as he saw the girl. "This girl looks really familiar." Hearing this, Penny was still flustered and tried to explain, her voice trembling. I'm telling the truth." But then her eyes lit up, and she pointed at Lin Mo. "Wait, you're Mr. Lin, the one who always buys cigarettes. You live in Mrs. Fang's apartment, don't you?" "That's right, it has to be. I'd recognize those earrings anywhere." Lin Mo, embarrassed, finally recognized her and scratched his head awkwardly. "Buy cigarettes? Oh, yeah, that's right. You're Penny from the convenience store? Basically, an acquaintance of my old self." Penny suddenly rushed forward, grabbing Lin Mo's arm as if it were a lifeline, her voice full of excitement. "This is great. You're still alive? I heard a huge number of monsters attack the apartment building." Zhu Shunya watched, bewildered, and muttered, "What's going on?" Lin Mo was also confused, his voice a bit sharp. "What is this? Is my private life being exposed just like that?" Penny paid no mind, quickly pointing the way, her voice enthusiastic. So you two don't have anywhere to go now, right?" Lin Mo followed, gradually realizing something, his voice suspicious. "That place you called a base. Is it?" Penny nodded eagerly, running towards the subway entrance. That's right, it's the subway. It's a good place to hide. The people hiding in the subway station are all survivors who couldn't make it home in time. However, because of that, they escaped the attacks from the monsters on the surface. Zhu Shunya nodded, her gaze thoughtful. It seems the government broadcasts ended up harming the people who were hiding at home. Huh. Penny stopped in front of the station entrance and continued. Of course, we've also made some modifications here. After all, we had to be fully prepared. This was all the station master's idea. Lin Mo asked blankly. Station master? Yup. Zhu Shunya scanned the surroundings, frowning. This graffiti. Lin Mo glanced over and shrugged. This is Brooklyn. After all, it's normal. Zhu Shunya shook her head, walking towards a drawing on the wall, her voice serious. No, I'm talking about these new ones. These are eyes. Penny quickly interjected, her voice urgent. Come on, let's get inside. But Zhu Shunya was still captivated by the drawing, muttering, I've seen this before. Lin Mo pulled her along, his voice gentle, sorry to trouble you. Hey, Penny. The image of the eyes remained on the wall, next to the words, all of God's children. The Holy Son will save us. After going down into the subway, Penny enthusiastically introduced it, her voice full of pride. Well then, let me introduce you to your new home, the New York Good Luck subway. Lin Mo looked around, a hint of surprise in his eyes, a bit strange. Just then, a person in a white outfit turned to look at them, a hint of surprise in their eyes. That person seemed to be worshipping something in front of a wooden carving of a pair of eyes. Benny, you're back? And you brought new people with you? Benny didn't answer, quickly handing over a bag of items. Her voice hurried, This, plus what we had before, should be enough for the month, right? It's dangerous for you to go out alone, even if it's to help the Holy Son. The other person interrupted worriedly. Don't say that. Where's the station chief? Just then, the sound of steady footsteps echoed. Benny's eyes lit up as she exclaimed, Ah, station chief. The station chief was a young woman with shimmering golden hair. She wore a police uniform, surrounded by people holding clubs, their gazes sharp. Benny, did you sneak out again? Benny looked flustered and quickly explained, Station chief. I just wanted to meet this month's quota as soon as possible. My younger brother is sick, so I had to cover his share too. But setting that aside, I also found these new survivors. They used to be my neighbors, but you know what the situation is like in the apartment building now. They have nowhere else to go. Lam Mak whispered doubtfully to Chu Thu Na. Could this woman be the lad die along of this place? She gently reminded him, her eyes wary. Don't jump to conclusions. Let's see how this plays out first. The station chief looked up and raised her hand slightly, her voice calm yet full of authority. All right then. We'll follow the old rules. Suddenly, the surrounding guards moved forward, surrounding Lam Mak and Chu Thu Na. He immediately spoke up, his voice tense. What do you think you're doing? The station chief approached, grabbing his chin, her gaze intense. Don't be so tense. It's just a little inspection. Lam Mak defensively stepped back, his voice sharp. An inspection? What kind of inspection? The station chief pried his eye open to examine it closely, then gasped in astonishment. A perfect circle. It can't be. You are. Suddenly, everyone in the station knelt in unison, their voices thundering as one. Welcome home, Holy Son. Lam Mak stared blankly, his eyes scanning the crowd. What is going on? Chu Thu now moved closer to Lam Mak, explaining in a low voice, It's obvious. They're definitely members of the Prophecy Association. Lam Mak nodded in agreement. It seems your guess was right. So, does that mean we have to? She quickly cut him off, her tone cautious. Not so fast. They don't seem hostile. They might not be with the same group that attacked us before. The station chief then spoke, her voice full of reverence. We have been waiting for you, and for the holy rings of the Holy Sun. Since the apocalypse began, we have been hiding here. No one came to save us. It was as if we had been forgotten. But then, the empty husks were gone. At first, I thought gods didn't exist in this world. Until I saw them. That was the first time I witnessed a miracle with my own eyes. The first time I saw the Holy Sons. Since that attack, we have pledged to follow the Prophecy Association, to provide a shelter for the homeless survivors of the apocalypse. The Holy Sons returned to the surface to continue their mission of spreading the gospel. Without the protection of a Holy Son, the survivors here were terrified of another attack from the empty husks. So, before they left, the most revered among them gave a prophecy. In the near future, a Holy Son with holy ring eyes like ours will come here. We obeyed the prophecy and have waited for a long time, even beginning to wonder if it would ever come true. I never imagined we would meet you today. This shelter and these survivors, we need you. Holy Son, your arrival has brought hope to everyone. Hearing this, Lam Mak's gaze drifted over the crowd, his voice contemplative. Hope? In this apocalypse, hope is the rarest thing of all. The eyes of everyone around him were shining with desperation. Their gazes, fixed on him, were both pitiful and earnest. Just then, Benny stepped forward, bowed respectfully, and offered something up. My lord, holy son. Mak glanced down at the boxes of food and murmured softly, what is this? The station chief approached, her voice reverent but firm. Holy food. One of our duties is to provide the holy food for the holy sons of the Prophecy Association. As a holy son yourself, you must know that every battle consumes a great deal of energy. You are the one who can protect us in this apocalypse, so we need to make sure you're at your full strength. Chu Thu Na nodded, a flash of understanding in her eyes, so that's why they risk going outside to gather supplies. Mak looked at her doubtfully, his voice low. All for this so-called holy food. She nodded slightly, explaining cautiously. On the surface, it looks like they're saving people, but their real goal is to turn them into slaves. For the Prophecy Association. Mak's voice grew angrier, his eyes cold. What a load of hypocrisy. Suddenly, someone in the crowd spoke up, their voice worried. Station chief, are we out of enough food? If we hand over the holy food now, the station chief immediately cut him off with a quiet, shh. This isn't the time to talk about that. As for the food, we'll figure it out later. Right now, we need to keep this saint to protect us. Lin Mo looked at the people before him, as if they were being manipulated by the glowing red eyes on the wall. He gritted his teeth, his voice filled with rage. Damn it. The station chief, Benny, and these survivors have all been tricked by the Prophets Association. My appearance has only made them believe the association's lies even more. Unintentionally, they've all been used. It's infuriating. I have to do something. He turned to Zhu Shuya, his eyes determined. She immediately grabbed his hand, her voice urgent. You, wait, are you really going to do it? If you expose the lie now, they won't believe you. Lin Mo chuckled softly but still stepped forward, his voice full of confidence. I know. You should have more faith in your test subject, shouldn't you? How could I possibly do something so stupid? Trust me, doctor. I have a plan. Zhu Shuya stared after Lin Mo, stunned, her voice full of doubt. A plan? What kind of plan could it be? Lin Mo approached the station chief with a resolute gaze. Your Holiness, you can just call me Hannah. Do you have any requests? Hannah asked, flustered and slightly intimidated by his presence. He stood his ground, his voice ringing out clearly. You said that I am your hope, didn't you? That's right. Your Holiness, Hannah replied reverently. Good. Then as everyone's hope, what can I do to help you all? Lin Mo asked, his eyes scanning the crowd. A wisp of smoke drifted in the air as Zhu Shuya stood in a hidden corner, smoking a cigarette, her voice a mix of annoyance and sarcasm. So this plan of yours is to help them build a cultivation room in the train car, to ensure their basic food supply, right? Fix the power and heating so they don't freeze to death in the dark. You even help them expand the platform. At this point, they shouldn't call you a saint. They should call you a saintess. Such a kind-hearted saint, aren't you? Seeing her attitude, Lin Mo just chuckled and came to stand beside her, his voice gentle but meaningful. What? Since when did kindness become such an insulting term? Annoyed, Zhu Shuya exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, her voice harsh. You probably died and got transported here because you were too trusting of others, weren't you? Those people are members of the Prophets Association, and you. Just how big is your heart to go and help these people? Lin Mo shook his head, denying it with a small smile. It's about trust, isn't it? You're mistaken, doctor. She looked over, surprised and suspicious. Huh? It's they who trust me. Lin Mo continued, his voice low but firm. And I'm not helping them out of the kindness of my heart, either. He waved to someone down below, a fake smile on his lips. Based on your understanding of my body, you should know this well. Even if I adapt to the icy environment, just using my abilities consumes a lot of energy. This is why the Prophets Association needs them to prepare the holy food. Do you remember the first time we met? If it weren't for you, I probably would have died from the heat. Oh, right. Your hair was long and very silky back then. Zhu Shuya suddenly hit him, her voice grumpy. Don't change the subject. Lin Mo laughed and continued. So, what I want to do is the same as the Prophets Association. I want them to be able to work for us. But the difference is, I don't rely on deception and exploitation. I rely on that thing you mentioned. Kindness. He flashed a brilliant smile and made a V sign, which made Zhu Shuya so mad she dropped her cigarette on her chest. Lin Mo burst out laughing and stuck his tongue out teasingly. All right, I'll stop being so clever. Growing impatient, she yelled, just get to the point. This time, Lin Mo's expression turned more serious, his eyes darkening slightly. You just said I was too trusting of others, right? Actually, it was the opposite. Back then, I was always wary of everyone cold, ruthless. I robbed and I killed. But in the end, as if it were karma, the friends around me died one by one. And the most unexpected thing was that I myself was betrayed by those closest to me. It was all like a vicious cycle. If I had trusted Ming Ming more back then, if I had told her that the seeds I planted had actually sprouted, Maybe she wouldn't have chosen Luo Dalong and betrayed me. Zhu Shuya followed Lin Mo's gaze, a flicker of understanding appearing in her eyes. No wonder he was always so insistent on farming. Lin Mo's eyes were sharp, his voice firm. Calm down and then think carefully. In the end, everything that happens stems from how weak people are in this apocalyptic world. A series of thoughts flashed through his mind. Because they are weak, some people become sensitive, leading them to overreact to everything around them. Then, lost in a cage of chaos, some people become selfish because they are weak. Even if it means losing their humanity, they only wish for their own survival. At the end of that path of slaughter, there is only self-destruction. Because they are weak, people's vision becomes limited. They only care about immediate benefits and lose their last hope of survival, not wanting these things to happen to herself, only for them to occur in a new world like this. Suddenly, Zhu Shuya suppressed a laugh, looked up, and continued. It's because we humans are weak that we must gather together. And your idea is to unite all the powers that can be united. And the ability to produce is the key to surviving the apocalypse. Did I interpret that correctly? She suddenly grabbed Lin Mo by the collar, her eyes sparkling. And is the person with the power to unite everyone standing right in front of me. Her hand gently caressed his chin, making Lin Mo shiver as he spoke in a flustered voice. Hey, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't be so dramatic. Zhu Shuya narrowed her eyes, a playful smile on her face. Oh, it's nothing. I just changed my mind about you. A test subject? Lin Mo's eyes widened, and he shyly stepped back. This is way too close. Just then, Benny burst in like a whirlwind, running awkwardly like Naruto. This is great, Lord Holy Sun. But she suddenly tripped and fell face first onto the ground. She groaned and looked up, trying to keep her broken glasses on her nose as she spoke. We've discovered something amazing down in the subway. Benny led the two of them into a dark tunnel. After we fixed the power, we found this place has a maintenance tunnel. At first, we just thought it was a path under construction. But what's up ahead doesn't look like a subway station or a maintenance tunnel at all. Lin Mo quickly realized. At the end of the tunnel was a rusty door. Is that a door, Doctor? Could this be? Zhu Shuya hid a smile as she realized what it was. There's no doubt about it. You're right, Benny said, trembling in fear as she revealed her conclusion. Have you ever heard of the 10 strangest stories about the New York subway? People have always debated whether they were attacked by creatures in the subway and about all the old ghost stories. Aya, don't tell me that behind this door is one of those yellow rooms you can never escape from, or some weird place full of pools. But Lin Mo and Zhu Shuya were completely unfazed. A facility belonging to the National Security Agency. Wasn't that a rather sensitive subject for them? Me? You're being a little loud. Lin Mo turned to Benny, spun her around a few times, and then pushed her back. Don't worry, Benny. Huh? Mr. Lin, what are you doing? Please, tell everyone not to come here yet. The doctor and I will investigate this maintenance tunnel and the door. Just wait for word from us, we'll be fine. At that moment, Zhu Shuya had a smug look on her face as she held an employee ID card up to the verification machine. Verifying. Please wait. Haha. This antique is so slow. Lin Mo looked suspiciously at Zhu Shuya. Didn't you desert them? She turned and quietly explained. Technically, I retired. Besides, this isn't my card. Joanna's picture was clearly visible on the card. Lin Mo gave her a judgmental look. When did you get this? In the car? I'm starting to understand why your old colleagues treated you so badly. But Zhu Shuya remained completely nonchalant. Well, wool comes from sheep, so of course you have to be tough. The machine finally completed the verification. Sergeant Joanna Rotter. Authorization successful. She stepped forward to open the door, and Lin Mo stepped back, acting like a gentleman. Ladies first. Seeing this, she chuckled. Quite the gentleman, aren't you, my savior? She walked over and flipped a circuit breaker. The electrical system is an antique, too. You still have to turn it on by hand. The good thing is, it has an independent power source. Lin Mo glanced over at her. So, do you know what this facility is? Zhu Shuye quickly shook her head. I don't know. He immediately teased her. So there's actually something you don't know? Huh? But she shot right back. Let's just look around, and we'll find out. Meanwhile, Lin Mo walked over to a ventilation duct, observed it for a moment, then reached up to wipe it. Dust marks. This much thick dust means this place must have been abandoned for a very long time, right? There's no frost or ice. Is it because we're underground, or is there some kind of continuous heating equipment in here? After walking for a while longer, Lin Mo began to feel uneasy. Doctor, this place is very strange. Zhu Shuya continued. I also noticed that the equipment here is ancient, but the layout seems to have been developed only in recent years. Then what is this place for? After stepping into a room, Lin Mo's question was immediately answered. He froze and exclaimed, Holy crap. Rows of screens lit up, displaying the red logo of the National Security Agency. This is a base for the National Security Agency. Zhu Shuya immediately ran to the central equipment console, so they really hid their base inside a civilian facility. Lin Mo continued to look around. Looks like the entire national budget was spent on this place. Suddenly, a keyboard prompt appeared. Please enter the protocol code. She stared blankly and stepped back. Protocol code? What protocol? Suddenly, her eyes widened as she realized something. Wait a minute, the Europa plan. After she typed it in, the system immediately announced, confirmation successful. Suddenly, a blue screen lit up, startling her. An update. The device continued to display, preparing to perform system update. System update 11.3%. System update 78.98%. Update complete. Icebreaker hammer system, now online. May we overcome the harsh winter, Agent. Zhu Shuya cautiously approached to inspect it. What exactly does this thing do? Could it be? Before she could finish her sentence, the artificial intelligence suddenly responded. Voice query detected. Answering. The Icebreaker system is part of the Europa program. Primary function, real-time blue-level testing of ice event trends to assist agents in processing information during ice-wind events. Through big data analysis of past ice-wind events, it provides agents with optimal action recommendations, deploys logistical support at the agent's request. The Icebreaker system is installed within another Europa project, Giant Icewind, serving as its central logistics control system. To date, this system has only activated the Brooklyn section node of New York's G subway line. Therefore, some features are currently offline. Answer complete. May we triumph over the harsh winter. Agent. Zhu Shuya was startled when she heard the words, may we triumph over the harsh winter. A flash of realization appeared in her eyes. In other words, the National Security Agency. Lin Mo understood and finished her thought. Knew about the coming of the global freeze all along. She slammed her fist on the device, a surge of frustration boiling inside her. Something this big, and the NSA still kept it hidden. Damn it. Her body began to tremble with frustration. They haven't changed one bit. Do you have any idea how many people have died because of your so-called secrets? Lin Mo calmly watched her outburst, but a thought crossed his mind. The doctor's reaction isn't like that of a rational woman at all. It seems the issue between the doctor and the National Security Agency is more complicated than I expected. He glanced back, feeling the power flowing through his body. But on the other hand, maybe the NSA knows something about people with special abilities. That would explain why I was being hunted. But now there are more questions than answers. Icewind, empowered individuals, the husks, and the NSA. Luckily, it seems all these questions are connected. Besides, Doctor. He suddenly nudged her, his tone teasing. What are you thinking about? Zhu Shuya defensively turned away. It's nothing, just remembering some things from the past. He mumbled softly, things from the past. A thought crossed his mind again. They'd clearly been through so much together. Dr. Zhu Shuya. Rational, mysterious, and yet vulnerable. But that train of thought was quickly cut off when she suddenly spoke. What are you looking at me for? Lin Mo's face flushed red, and he shyly stepped back. What? It's nothing. I was just thinking about some past events myself. Suddenly, the system issued another alert. Warning. Lin Mo let out a quiet sigh of relief. Thanks for that. Icebreaker. That was getting so awkward. Zhu Shuya quickly turned back to the console. Icebreaker. Report. An image of a large group of people was projected. Civilian railway line has detected a large number of biological signals. She watched with suspicion. What's wrong with these people? But then, a familiar figure appeared, and Zhu Shuya quickly recognized Barbara. Why is she there too? Another notification popped up. ETA to the platform is 30 minutes. Zhu Shuya thought doubtfully. Why is Barbara bringing so many people here? Could it be related to me accidentally activating the Icebreaker system? Well, if they're coming, why don't I just go ask her myself? She suddenly walked off, and Lin Mo hurried after her. Doctor, where are you going? She answered casually. To the tunnel, to ask my old friend what's going on. He moved closer. Then I'll go with you. After all, if we run into a husk. But suddenly, the system announced something again. Current temperature in the tunnel is extremely low. It is recommended to wear the large-scale hazardous environment protection suit. There are 10 sets in the base. 8 are damaged, and 2 are available. They are stored in Sector B3. Lin Mo looked at the device with admiration. This icebreaker thing is pretty smart, huh? But Zhu Shuya couldn't hide her annoyance and grumbled. Otherwise, where would all the taxpayers' money be going? She glanced down at her suit's battery warning. It really is time for a change. A moment later, in room B3, Lin Mo was asking innocently, but why do I have to? But before he could finish, Zhu Shuya tossed a heavy suitcase at his head, less talking. Lin Mo resentfully caught the case, a new lump on his head. I've already adapted to the frozen environment. so I don't need this. How could you just throw something that heavy at my head? Zhu Shuya explained as she got ready. Even after adapting to the cold, your body still needs to maintain a normal core temperature to function properly. Otherwise, once you run out of calories, you'll be nothing but a living popsicle. She stepped inside and casually started to undress. This hazardous environment suit is a flagship product of the Biosafety Bureau. It can protect the wearer in many harsh environments. Plus, it's very light and expandable. It can be equipped with different types of tactical gear to adapt to various operational environments. For you, it can reduce excessive calorie consumption. It has to monitor your physical condition in real time to prevent you from overexerting your powers. She kept talking, completely unaware that Lin Mo was frozen solid, dropping his case, his eyes wide and his cheeks flushed bright red. Doctor, in any case, having you wear this will allow me to gather better data and help us understand what's going on with you. Looking at Zhu Shunya's retreating figure, another thought crossed his mind. These scars. What on earth happened in the doctor's past? Suddenly, Zhu Shunya stopped and glanced over at Lin Mo. Hey, are you hearing me? By now, Lin Mo was completely frozen, his eyes filled with nothing but papayas. Zhu Shunya chuckled when she realized, then walked over and lifted Lin Mo's chin. Hey, what do you think you're doing? So, this is what caught your eye, huh? Looks like your powers don't affect your normal urges in the slightest. Huh. Good. I'll keep that in mind. Of course, I've also made a note of your preferences. His nose started bleeding profusely, sending him flying backward. A moment later, with tissues stuffed in his nose, Zhu Shunya helped him change his clothes. Don't move. This will only take a second. Lin Mo felt Zhu Shunya stick something on him and asked suspiciously, Is this tape? Zhu Shunya leaned in and explained that it was a repair patch. I'm putting this patch on to cover the National Intelligence Agency's logo. Anyway, the members of the Prophet's Order outside might be sensitive to this, so this should help us avoid any unnecessary trouble. There, all done. Lin Mo looked himself over and couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. This feels like a second skin, and I can feel my body heat dissipating more slowly. Zhu Shunya and Lin Mo were now fully geared up. As they walked out, he couldn't resist teasing her. Oh, one more thing. Why is your hair shorter now? Annoyed, she stormed ahead. Can we just drop it? Little did they know, a camera was still observing them from behind. A moment later, an announcement blared outside the subway car. Emergency announcement, dear brothers and sisters, everyone on the west platform, please evacuate to the east side for the time being. The westbound track will be temporarily closed. Thank you for your cooperation. After switching off the microphone, Hannah looked over at Lin Mo. May the spirits protect us through this harsh winter. Did I relay the information correctly? My lord, the Holy Sun. He just gave a small smile and turned to leave. Yeah, thank you, Hannah. But she suddenly called out to him again. My lord, the Holy Sun, please forgive my impertinence. Is there something in the western tunnel? A strange smile formed on his lips. He couldn't possibly tell her that people from the National Disaster Security Agency were there. Before the apocalypse, weren't there always reports about gas leaks in the western subway tunnels? I just think it's safer for everyone to stay clear of that area, or else a conflict might erupt. A hint of suspicion flashed in Hannah's eyes. Is that the only reason? Lin Mo remained calm. Don't worry, the closure is only temporary. Once I've investigated the problem, everyone will be able to use it as usual. Suddenly, Hannah pulled out a communicator. If you insist on investigating, then please, take this. I've tuned it to the station's control channel, so you can contact us anytime. Also, there's one more thing. She suddenly reached out and fixed the patch, revealing the National Security Agency insignia underneath. We have complete trust in you, my lord. Ever since their leader left, the other Holy Sons only came here to collect the holy rations. You're the only one who has actually helped us. Hearing this, Lin Mo said with determination, Don't worry, I won't run away. But a realization dawned on him. Has she figured it out? This time, Hannah didn't let go, instead gripping his shoulder firmly. Thank you, my lord. May the Holy Spirit bless you and illuminate the path before you. A little later, Lin Mo and Zhu Shunya made their way into the tunnel section. Using flashlights to see, they noted that the power in this area had been completely cut. Suddenly, Zhu Shunya stopped in her tracks as a notification appeared. Wait, we're getting close to the target location. She paused, noticing Lin Mo was busy fiddling with something. Did you find something? He turned back to his work. I'm trying to see if I can get the lights working. Fortunately, I learned some repair skills in the parallel world, so this should be no problem. But in the end, only a few lights flickered to life. Well, what can you expect from the ancient New York subway system? Zhu Shunya quickly interrupted him. The number 6 line is one of the newer constructions. Feeling a bit defensive, Lin Mo tried to save face. Humph, I knew that. Obviously. Suddenly, Zhu Shunya raised a finger to his lips. Shoo, look over there. Startled, Lin Mo looked and saw a group of people walking aimlessly, their movements completely lifeless. What are they waiting for here? Most of them look like civilians. Why are they just standing around? Just then, Zhu Shunya recognized a familiar silhouette. Wait a minute, that's Barbara. Without a second thought, she rushed forward. Barbara, why did you bring all these civilians here? Lin Mo stepped forward to stop her. Hey, wait, this is too weird. At first, these people were heading towards the platform, but now they've turned their backs to us. There's definitely something shady going on here. Zhu Shuya moved closer, raising her gun defensively. Barbara. Suddenly, Barbara's body began to tremble uncontrollably, groaning as she slowly turned towards her. Empty shell, empty shell, empty shell. Barbara turned around, her eyes completely white as blue blood dripped from her body, which was splitting in two. Zhu Shuya froze as a worried Lin Mo ran over. Just as I thought, something's off. It's an empty shell, that dangerous doctor. In an instant, Barbara's body, now an empty shell, was riddled with bullets. Oh, Zhu Shuya quickly ejected the magazine and reloaded. Her gun was still aimed at the crowd of empty shells. Looks like you got a little trigger happy. Lin Mo gave her a judgmental look. You emptied a whole clip, and you call that being trigger happy? So, your old colleague has become an empty shell? Zhu Shuya glanced up at the group of civilians. It's not that she turned into an empty shell. It was an empty shell's mimicry. The muffled sounds cried out again and again. Empty shell. Empty shell. Suddenly, their bodies also split in two. A series of strange holes appeared on them, then a powerful light flashed, blinding them both. Lin Mo quickly shielded his eyes. Although Zhu Shuya tried to resist, she still had to turn away. Light filled the space, and then darkness. A pair of earrings appeared, and a muffled voice echoed in Zhu Shuya's mind. Wait, don't turn around. Your two colleagues are standing right next to you. Those. This is from Joanna. See? I told you they'd suit you. This is the birthday present we snuck out of the vault to buy for you. This one too. It was made with the Red Team's 3D printer. Sorry, Shuya. You know that lazy department wouldn't approve our vacation time or bonuses. Zhu Shuya smiled happily, looking at the two of them. It's okay. Thank you, everyone. Then everything faded away. Lin Mo slowly opened his eyes. Damn it. Looks like no matter how fast you are, you can never outrun the speed of light. But he froze when he realized that multiple Zhu Shuyas were pointing guns at each other. That's the test subject. I'm the real one. Test subject. I'm the real one. Test subject. I'm the real one. Lin Mo stared blankly at the scene around him. What the? This is giving me a headache. The voices echoed continuously. I'm the real one. I'm the real one. Who's the real one? Suddenly, one of the Zhu Shuyas ripped the earring from her ear and threw it to Lin Mo. He quickly caught it. This was the doctor's earring, so that's how it is. It really helped me a lot, doctor. He looked up and saw Zhu Shuya, her ear bloodied, smiling at him. But, you're way too cruel to yourself. He thought as he rushed towards them at lightning speed. What a crazy woman. But it really worked. With a powerful move, he slammed one to the ground, then leaped up to finish all of them off, because the empty shell's blood is blue, a color I'm very familiar with. Zhu Shuya looked at him. I'm talking to you. Is there some special reason for this? You always let the blood from the empty shells get on me. Hearing this, Lin Mo gave a sheepish laugh. Sorry. I can't really control the blood splatter, you know. Suddenly, another object was thrown at him. When he caught it, Lin Mo realized it was the other earring. Doctor, what do you mean by this? Zhu Shuya raised a hand to bandage the wound on her ear. It's a gift for you, he asked blankly. Huh? Why so suddenly? But Zhu Shuya just replied coldly. It's nothing. I've wanted to throw them away for 3 years. And now, there's no way to wear them as a pair anymore. There are no trash cans here, and throwing them away carelessly doesn't suit my style. So, I'm giving them to you. Hearing this, Lin Mo's face twisted as if he were constipated. Well then, thank you so much. What kind of reason is that? She's making me feel like a trash can. Suddenly, Zhu Shuya's gaze softened and a flicker of realization also appeared in his eyes. The doctor's expression. I wonder if there's a story behind these earrings, but that's not important right now. We need to figure out why these things were here. Suddenly, Zhu Shuya crouched down and prompted him. Don't just stand there spacing out. Help me look. Lin Mo finally snapped out of it. What am I supposed to be looking for? The core. She turned back and explained. It looks like those pustules you saw before. The core is the substance that the parasite in your body absorbs. He asked curiously. So, did you discover anything new while looking for it? She turned to explain. Remember that hound-like empty shell that massacred the apartment building before? The ones you smashed to pieces. Lin Mo immediately understood and added. Now that you mention it, that's right. The hound specimen did indeed have a core. In other words, an empty shell without a core is actually just a minion of a more powerful empty shell. Zhu Shuya continued to explain. Simply eliminating the minions is pointless, because the main body will just keep producing new ones. So, getting back to these things. It seems they were minions without cores, especially since they were smashed to pieces like that. If there was a core, we would have found it by now. Suddenly, Lin Mo mumbled, just as I thought, Zhu Shuya, model. She turned back suspiciously and asked, what on earth are you talking about? He turned forward and shared his assessment. It's strange that these things suddenly appeared in the tunnel. When I first saw them, they looked like they were waiting in place for an order. Their mimicking ability has limited combat effectiveness, so it's better suited for causing mass riots. There are only minions here, no parent body. It's as if someone intentionally placed them here. Just then, a cat from under someone's skirt suddenly meowed angrily. Hey, what kind of joke is this? What is this thing? What the hell are you guys doing? Lin Mo and Zhu Shunya turned around defensively. Who is she? Oh, holy crap. Irina stood there, furious, and continued to complain. It was so hard to bring these mimics here. Who the hell are you people? You've completely ruined my plan. This is seriously driving me insane. Just then, a voice came through Irina's earpiece. What's wrong, Irina? She quickly replied in an irritated tone. Oh, Pastor, just mentioning it is pissing me off. I was supposed to be the one to kill them first, but these two bitches beat me to it. The person on the other end confirmed in surprise. What? They can kill the empty husks. Are they from the National Security Agency? Hearing this, she became even more annoyed and snapped. No way. One of them is just some perfectly ordinary guy. Damn it, and the other one is Zhu Shunya. Hearing this, Zhu Shunya's face contorted. Seems like you have a filthy mouth. Lin Mo was also taken aback. A hot-blooded girl. The person on the other end suddenly realized something. Wait a minute, so that's what's happening. What is Han Jinyu doing? But Irina couldn't hold back anymore. Hey, you black-skinned bastard. Son of a bitch, today's your unlucky day. The voice on the other end remained patient, reminding her, but there was a hint of panic mixed in. Wait, Irina, don't be rash. The second elder specifically emphasized that you should avoid contact with him. The second elder has his own plans. She just scoffed and cut him off. So noisy, you're so damn annoying. My plan has been ruined too. You think my damn plan isn't a plan. She ripped out her earpiece and crushed it under her foot. Only a final, desperate call remained, Irina. As for the other side, to hell with them. This queen is furious right now. Mother sickers, every single one of you loves to tell me what to do. I don't give a damn about any plan. All of you can just go to hell and die for me. She charged forward. Zhu Shunya immediately raised her gun and fired repeatedly at her, but it had no effect. Did you really think bullets would work? Irina turned to attack Lin Mo. Now you die. But she grunted in frustration when she realized Lin Mo had easily blocked her. Immediately after, Lin Mo's body began to glow more brightly, his gaze turning ice cold as he looked up. If you've chosen to fight, then there's no reason for me to hold back anymore. A black membrane enveloped his entire body. Irina froze, sensing something was wrong. This is different from last time. Could it be that Lin Mo's body is now completely covered in a suit of armor? Zhu Shunya was also surprised. The test subject has evolved again. Lin Mo looked down at himself, also sensing the strangeness. What's going on this time? This feeling. It's different from the last two times. Suddenly, a voice rang out, as if Lin Mo had connected with the parasite. This time, I've fundamentally merged with the protective suit you're wearing. You could consider this a complete fusion, for now. Lin Mo looked back, not forgetting to tease it. So you finally decided to come out, but it quickly denied him. Don't celebrate too soon. There's a dark power present here. Just then, a tail sprouted from Irina's back. But you're not the only one. At that moment, her body was also being enveloped by green slime. Interesting. Very interesting. Her armor then formed, complete with long hair. Now, let's see your true strength. Let me give you a beating you'll never forget. Without hesitation, she lunged forward. Lin Mo was speechless. Is fighting the only thing on this girl's mind? Even in the apocalypse, this battle junkie is still this fired up. He also took a defensive stance as Irina charged, pulling out a gun and firing. But Lin Mo simply swiped twice with ease, slicing each bullet into 3 pieces. Seeing this, she became even more excited and unleashed a continuous barrage. If you've got the guts, stop dodging like a dog. But he was no less skilled. Lin Mo easily countered her. Aren't you just like a wildcat yourself? Suddenly, she leaped up, firing from behind. Shut your damn mouth. But he still reacted in time. You really have no manners. Irina spun around and kicked hard at Lin Mo. None of your damn business. But he dodged it easily. An opening. He immediately lunged, thrusting his sharp claws at her stomach. What? But he froze when he realized his hand couldn't touch her, blocked by a radiating green light. It's a shield again. At that moment, The parasite jumped onto Linmo's back and grabbed his horn. Ah, I remember now. She's the one who blocked my attack last time. I'm sure of it. That's not a shield. Linmo glanced back and quickly reminded it, hey, we're in the middle of a fight. Although time seemed to momentarily stop when it appeared, Irina suddenly released the sword from her mouth, caught it with her foot, and charged in again to kick Lam Mak. He quickly leaped up to dodge. Just then, Chu Thu Na ran up and caught his back. I know what that shield is now. Without turning his head, he curiously asked the doctor, what is it, you know? Hearing this, she couldn't resist a sarcastic comment. While you were fighting, I wasn't just sitting around. Then she began to explain. In reality, there's an interactive electromagnetic force between molecules. This force is what prevents many objects from merging with one another. Based on this premise, if the bullet fired at her earlier had actually hit the shield, it should have shattered instead of being deflected like it was. So, I'm guessing that force was deflected. Her unusual movements also confirm my theory. Following that logic, it must be a force that controls the molecules between her, the air, and the ground. If that's the case, then how do we break through it? Just then, Lam Mak looked at his hand and noticed something strange. Wait, my fingertips have turned red. He asked doubtfully, Doctor, the force you mentioned. It's also a form of energy, right? She looked down and began to ponder. Theoretically, it can be converted into energy. A hint of a smile crept into Lam Mak's voice. His claws grew longer. Great. I know how to break her shield now. Hearing this, Chu Thu Na seemed to understand his intention and approached worriedly. Wait, don't tell me you're planning to. But before she could finish, Irina lunged at Lam Mak with her sword. What are you two whispering about over there? He easily dodged to the side, blocking with his red-clawed hand. Just as I thought, Irina spun around with a powerful kick that made him look up and stumble back. What's wrong? Finally decided to stop dodging. Suddenly, Lam Mak's voice deepened as he turned and looked straight at her. Have you made enough noise? If you have, then it's my turn. He immediately lunged in, kicking hard at her, but she quickly blocked it. What? That blue light around you still activates fast, but as long as I have the Sanctus's coffin here, your speed means nothing. Before she could finish her thought, she realized two Lam Maks were attacking her from behind. A clone. No, this isn't a high-speed afterimage. How is this guy so fast? Just like that other man. Only now did Irina notice something unusual about his body. Wait, that red color? It can't be. My energy. In her eyes, Lam Mak now looked like nothing less than a bloodthirsty demon. This guy is absorbing my energy, just like a vampire. Chu Thu Na, watching from a distance, finally understood his true intention. So that's what it was. Test subject, eh? It's the piezoelectric effect, just as I thought. When certain materials are subjected to mechanical stress, charge separation and a potential difference occur. The principle mainly relates to the asymmetry and polarization of a crystal. In short, some substances can generate electricity when subjected to mechanical impact. Furthermore, the bodies of those with special abilities are, to some extent, very similar to this type of substance. Although I don't fully understand the reason yet, when an attack hits the shield, the electromagnetic force can also be considered a form of mechanical stress that the enemy has to face. Therefore, as long as one can maintain a saturated attack, ensuring that the power of each strike is weaker than the shield's threshold, then the mechanical stress on the shield can be converted into absorbable energy, specifically the electrical energy being generated. Because this ultra-high-speed barrage of attacks will allow the test subject to rapidly convert or absorb her energy. In other words, her shield has become a coffin that drains her own energy. Furthermore, after a series of relentless attacks, Lam Mak lunged forward and pierced through Irina's body, sending green slime splattering everywhere. There's no such thing as an absolutely impenetrable shield in this world. She finally felt the pain, her eyes wincing. You bastard, why did you have to ruin our plans? Lam Mak, still piercing through her body, lifted her up. Plans? What plans? What are you people plotting right now? But she remained defiant, giving him the friendly finger. Screw you. Lam Mak, his tone irritated, continued to question her. Are you the ones controlling the empty husks outside? The ice storm? The monsters? Are they all related to you? Answer me. Hearing this, Irina let out a contemptuous laugh. Hey, I get it now. You don't know a damn thing. Suddenly, from the hole in her body, branches shot out, latching onto Lam Mak. You want answers? Her hand reached out and grabbed his face. Then see it with your own eyes. Lam Mak shuddered as the scenery around him began to shake. Is her dark energy linking with me? Her voice echoed continuously. See it with your own eyes. The thing you want to know. Everything dissolved into light, then darkness. He opened his eyes, a look of horror still etched on his face. His entire body felt like an incorporeal entity. This is Brooklyn, before the ice storm. But why is it different from what I imagined? He looked at the gun below him. Isn't this from the National Security Agency? He was still holding an injured Bridges in his arms, with a hole in his head. How did he become a police officer? And also, who is the woman that was shot? Why are they all motionless? And who's that other person? He looked up at the person being held at gunpoint. It was none other than Irina, but with long hair. It was her, the one who also has a thirst for blood. She must have come here after the dark kills of both sides connected. She said she wanted to see it with her own eyes. Could this place be her memory? Suddenly, a door appeared beside her, the same color as Lin Mo's body. The moment the door opened, a conversation between Irina and someone mysterious could be heard from inside. I will have the station attendants deliver them to you, Irina. But remember, they are more useful alive than dead. She nodded reluctantly, not daring to show any attitude. I know, Mr. Chairman. Very well. He was stunned. The other side of that door is the train station. Is this her most recent memory? Just then, the man suddenly looked over at him. It seems a little mouse has snuck in. Lin Mo flinched. What? Aren't they just memories? But what was even more surprising was that he froze as he realized it. Wait, how is that possible? Could that chairman be me? The other man, who looked exactly like Lin Mo but in a half-demon form, smiled faintly. So it's you, the little thief. He froze, 1,000 thoughts racing through his mind. How can this be? Aren't I supposed to be inside a memory? Why can he talk to me? And that guy, he seems to be another version of me. After a moment, Lin Mo finally spoke softly. Who are you? The other man didn't answer, just chuckled and continued. Don't you already have the answer? He remained silent for a long time. He's right. He's not wrong. I don't dare to believe it. He is the original owner of this body. He's the me from that parallel universe. Hesitantly, he spoke. But why are you still alive? The other man seemed to see right through Lin Mo's thoughts. You thought that because you transmigrated into my body, my soul would just disappear, didn't you? Well, sorry to disappoint you. Not only did I not disappear, he reached for his shirt, peeling away the layer of skin. Underneath wasn't just 206 bones, but a half-demon form with chains wrapped around his body. He had even borrowed the empty shell you left behind to take his current form. But thanks to this empty, half-powered shell, I'm able to meet you like this. It's just a little earlier than I had planned, that's all. Lin Mo was once again stunned into silence. There was no denying the truth. Those scars were from when Luo Dalong killed me. Could his ability to appear here and talk to me be his power? After a moment, Lin Mo hesitantly spoke again. What do you mean? What is this plan you mentioned? Hearing this, the other man burst out laughing. Haha, you like to get straight to the point, don't you? Suddenly, in a flash, he appeared right behind him, telling you won't do any harm. After all, there's nothing you can do about it. We need to accelerate the freezing process. He unconsciously repeated, accelerate the process. Suddenly, the man's arm pierced through his body. Don't get me wrong, we have no other choice. The time has come. Lin Mo, consider this body a little welcoming gift from me. Everything faded to black. Lin Mo opened his eyes and saw Irina still giving him a friendly middle finger after he mentioned piercing through her body. Am I back? Wait, this scene looks familiar. A familiar phrase rang out. I get it. You don't understand a thing. Immediately, Lin Mo kicked Irina hard in the stomach, causing her to clutch it in pain and slam against the wall, reverting to her usual form. God damn it. At least let someone finish talking. He then pointed the gun straight at her head. Humph. When did you steal it? I don't care. He quickly got to the point. I suggest you answer my question first. And don't try to trick me again. You're an ability user too. You should know that I've already drained most of the energy from your body. So don't even think about using your powers. Now, what does accelerate the freezing process mean? Hearing this, Irina froze. How did you know about that? Without giving her a chance to question him, Lin Mo tightened his grip on the gun. I'll say this one last time. Answer my question. Irina calmed down. All right. You calm down too, don't go crazy. My leader, we all call him the chairman. He was the one who came up with the idea of accelerating the freezing process, but he never told us the details. Lin Mo asked suspiciously. Then why are you still helping him? Do you have any idea what the consequences will be? But she continued defiantly. How the hell would I know? Do I look like someone who can read? Anyway, he made me an offer I couldn't refuse. After it's all over, he'll send me back to my original timeline. A cruel smile appeared on her lips. An image of W appeared in her mind. After all, I have some personal scores to settle there. Me and those other lunatics just happen to share the same interests. As for what happens after the freezing process is accelerated, why the hell should I care? Suddenly, Zhou Shunya walked over. Is that what you call not caring about other people's business? He quickly looked over. Irina started to complain. What's this? You're acting as if the world wouldn't be destroyed if we didn't do something. Zhu Shonya leaned closer to her. The doomsday theory, right? It seems you believe this, but I guess you people are just using the world's impending doom as an excuse for your actions. Startled, Irina looked up but continued to argue. Who the hell do you think you are? Isn't the ice storm outside a sign of the apocalypse? Zhu Shunya just smirked and looked over at Lin Mo. Test subject. She says we're all going to die. What do you think? Getting the hint, he smiled back. It's pretty obvious, isn't it? Even if we only have a few more days to live, we have to stop them. Hearing this, Irina burst out laughing contemptuously. Stop us? Are you deaf or something? How ridiculous. And how exactly do you plan on stopping us? Indulge me, since I'm about to die anyway. But they didn't answer, simply continuing the interrogation. You brainwashed the surviving refugees, didn't you? And then you used those refugees. No, those believers. As slaves to work for you. Irina answered aggressively, completely unaware that everyone was listening. So what? Is there anything wrong with that? Those fools deserve to be our slaves. The weak are meant to serve, the strong isn't that what they believe themselves. All it takes is a little false hope, and they lose all ability to think for themselves. The only thing left is obedience. It's actually quite funny. We're obviously destroying them, yet every single day they still call us Lady Irina and Lord Holy Sun. Suddenly, Lin Mo picked up a walkie-talkie. Everyone heard that, right? Hearing this, Irina finally realized her mistake and panicked. Hannah, come in. This is Hannah in the security control room. I copy. Sir Lin, was that whole conversation recorded? It was. Furthermore, I broadcast this information to all platforms on Line 6 of the New York subway through the station's central control system. Everyone heard everything. Lin Mo then stepped forward confidently. You just asked how we were going to stop you, didn't you? This is just the first step. At that moment, everyone, furious, started ripping off their religious icons and stomping on them. Hannah laughed as well, taking off the red scarf from her arm and removing her hat. No way. They were lying to us this whole time. He looked Irina straight in the eye. By destroying the false hope that you people built, Zhu Shunya turned to him and reluctantly agreed. Test subject, you're quite clever. Hearing this, Lin Mo felt a little offended. Why would you say it like that? Do I normally do things unintelligently? Ah, I guess this is the benefit of living a second life. Suddenly, Irina burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? She looked up, her eyes and the bright streaks of starlight around her beginning to glow. It's too late. You've talked for far too long. Panicked, they both quickly aimed their guns at her. Didn't you drain all of her energy? What's happening? I don't know either. It turned out that 30 minutes earlier, Lin Mo had been speaking with Hannah. Lord Holy Sun, do you have any orders? He glanced at the protective patch on his shoulder, then back at Hannah. She must have figured it out, but she didn't expose me. Could it be? Before leaving, he hesitated and turned back. Hannah, I have a question for you. Please answer me honestly. She looked over at him with a serious expression. Understood, Lord Holy Sun, Lin Mo asked skeptically. Do you trust the Prophet Society? She answered like a robot, still playing her part. Of course, Lord Holy Sun. It's not just me. All of our brothers and sisters believe in it. But Lin Mo cut her off sharply. No. Answer me honestly. Hannah, you know what I mean, don't you? Hannah froze, her eyes widening in surprise. Then, she squeezed them shut. All right, personally, I don't trust the Prophet Society. The one I truly trust is you, Lord Holy Sun. They are using faith to turn us into their slaves. Truthfully, I've wanted to escape their control for a long time, but most of the refugees here are residents from the nearby Christian community, so they believe the Prophet Society is here to save them. I don't want to abandon everyone, but they're so stubborn. The only thing I can do is maintain the current order and stop everyone from collapsing from the inside. It's weird, I know. A stripper from an adult club, wanting to help people, and on top of that, wearing this sexy uniform to play the part of the last symbol of order in this apocalypse. I'm just a ridiculous and pathetic station master, Lin Mo stated firmly. No, Hannah, you're amazing. You're not ridiculous or pathetic at all. Anyone with a clear head would do what they can to help others. It's hard to imagine what this subway station would be like without you, a station master who maintains order. You just said you also want to escape the Prophet Society, so what we need to do now is show everyone their true intentions. Don't worry, I'll figure something out. All I need is your cooperation. As he turned to leave, he looked back at Hannah, giving her a trustworthy smile. From now on, don't call me Lord Singh anymore. I have a name, you know. Just call me Lin Mo. Back with Lin Mo, he and Zhu Shunya didn't know how to handle the situation, just like last time. She tried to run, so he opened fire. As they both fired, Irina collapsed in pain. But before they could do anything, the golden light around them grew stronger, creating a shockwave. Both of them quickly stopped when they realized what was happening. Wait, hold your fire. Oh, shit. As the light exploded, Lin Mo grabbed Zhu Shanya's shoulder and quickly jumped away. Damn it, that was dangerous. She stared at the crumbled wall in front of her, a bit stunned. What in the world was that? Lin Mo got up right after her. Do you remember what I told you last time when we fought them? She immediately remembered. Teleportation, right? Outside, Cross was carrying Irina down a blood-soaked road. She leaned against him in pain. Damn it. He quickly urged her, don't talk. Even if Mban can heal your body, just don't. She mumbled weakly. Sorry. Seeing this, Cross couldn't help but tease her a little. Oh, so our dear Irina can apologize for her actions too. She just gave him an adorable middle finger. Shut up, don't flatter yourself. I'm sorry because I lost to that black dude. And don't tell Han Jinyu, she'll get annoying. He chuckled softly and kept walking. Don't worry, just take your time and rest. Back with Lin Mo, he and Zhu Shunya felt a bit awkward. Why does the atmosphere feel so weird? He saw the looks in everyone's eyes and slowly reached for it, but they immediately backed away, looking at him like he was a plague. Why? Is everyone that scared of me? Zhu Shunya came to his side. Yeah, I'm sure you can guess the reason. Can't you? Lin Mo glanced at Yu Qi lying at his feet. Of course. When faith collapses, people become suspicious, and suspicion breeds insecurity and distrust, especially in the apocalypse. I've experienced this firsthand. He stepped forward, patiently explaining. Everyone knows that the hollows attacking the base were deliberately released by the Prophet Society to coordinate with their performance. They just wanted to deceive you, to enslave you. But don't worry, everyone, I'm different from them. Suddenly, a gruff man stepped forward and shouted, What's the use of just listening to you talk? Aren't you a saint just like them? The girl next to him quickly stepped forward to admonish him. Aya, don't say that. Lin Mo still tried to calm them down. I understand why you all don't trust me. This is troublesome. Everyone's just a little on edge. I'm not like them. I don't want to enslave you. In fact, I want to. But the man cut him off. Then prove it. Prove it to us. The girl from before chimed in again. Aya, stop it. No matter what, he did help us. What should we do? Zhu Shunya looked at him coldly. Some people here don't welcome us. How about we just take care of them? But he immediately became defensive. Don't. We can't do that. If we act now, we might solve the current dispute, but it won't eliminate everyone's anxiety. It might even make it worse. The little trust and credibility we have left would be gone. She frowned, looking at the agitated crowd. So what's your plan? If we delay any longer, these people will collapse from the inside, just like I did back then. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. Hannah approached. Everyone, be quiet. Lin Mo froze and looked over at her. Hannah. The others respectfully bowed their heads. Station Chief. Station Chief. Hannah began to speak seriously, as if a spotlight was shining on her. Everyone, please calm down. I have a few words to say. God once promised that when disaster strikes, he would return as the savior. I used to think that if that were true, then our God, the Messiah who saves the world, would have already appeared. God would create an image of himself in our image, and they would look the same. Therefore, for a time, it would be impossible to tell them apart. And this also creates an opportunity for deceitful people to take advantage. It's not that God doesn't love us. It's just that we have been blinded by evil, and we didn't realize that God had already come among us. Lin Mo was bewildered. Hannah, what on earth are you trying to do? Zhu Shunya quickly held him back. Who knows? At least these refugees have quieted down, haven't they? Hannah continued. You are all children of God, even in your agitation. The man from before also spoke up. God loves me. She continued. Even so, you are still devout. The girl also followed suit. God loves me. The sound echoed like a hymn. God loves us all. God loves us all. So then, who is the Savior? Who is the Messiah? God loves his children. He gives them food when they are hungry. He teaches them how to farm. God loves his children. He brought them fire and warmth when the cold came. If any one of us does these things. Her gaze turned towards Lin Mo. Then he is the Messiah who has come to save us. Everyone was murmuring the same thing. The Messiah. Lin Mo finally understood what was happening. Suddenly, Penny ran up and shouted, It's him. It's really him. He fixed the heater for us so we wouldn't be cold anymore. He helped us renovate the passenger car and solved our food problem. Hannah nodded and quickly chimed in. That's right. He's the one who helped us expose the conspiracy of the man who did evil in God's name. He was the one who gave us hope when we were at our most desperate. Everyone looked at Lin Mo, who now seemed to be surrounded by a radiant light. Like fanatics clinging to his savior, they kept murmuring, the Messiah. Zhu Shunya looked at Hannah with a hint of admiration in her eyes. This girl is very sharp. The sound of praise gradually faded, and the crowd began to disperse. Lin Mo looked at Hannah with gratitude. Looks like everyone has left. Thank you, Hannah. Thanks for helping us out just in time. She chuckled, but still looked at him with a serious, questioning gaze. Don't mention it. But, Mr. Lin, how do you plan to show your gratitude? As the man, Lin Mo, or as the Messiah? He let out a soft laugh. Is this a test for me? Of course. As a person, an equal, just like everyone else. Hannah finally broke into a relieved smile. You really are different. She stepped forward to shake his hand. Mr. Lin, thank you. But I also need to give you a piece of advice. He asked, bewildered. Advice? Hannah leaned in and whispered softly in his ear. Sometimes, you need to use methods that people can understand. Lin Mo froze, repeating her words in confusion. Methods that people can understand? Hannah looked towards the crowd and explained, most of the refugees here come from nearby religious communities. So, they all have their own religious understanding of things. Only by thinking from their perspective can we guide them properly. Of course, the right opportunity is also very important, like you, for instance. He realized what she meant and murmured, like me? She nodded in confirmation. Exactly. Zhu Shunya also stepped forward to add to the conversation. A fool only sees pain and despair and suffering, but a wise person can see its essence and understand their place. That's why fools need the guidance of the wise to find hope in despair. Hannah looked at Zhu Shunya. It seemed the two of them were on the same page, but Lin Mo was still completely lost. What does that suddenly mean? Hannah quickly turned away. Mr. Lin, Dr. Zhu, I have something else to attend to. I'll take my leave now. Ah, okay, sure. As soon as she left, Lin Mo turned to look at Zhu Shunya. Did you misunderstand something? Seeing his clueless expression, she retorted. Did you misunderstand something? He laughed awkwardly and looked away. Ha, is that so? Then, the two of them headed to the headquarters in the subway tunnel. Zhu Shunya glanced at him. All right, let's get down to business. What's our next move? The refugees have been awakened, but they still have to face real problems. The current facilities in the subway line can only guarantee food and clothing for the refugees. Just one small accident could shatter the stability we have now. Lin Mo looked at her, seeming to understand. Knowing you, if you're asking a question like that, I'm guessing you already have a plan, right? She didn't answer directly, checking the system as she spoke. I've checked the blueprints for this facility, and there's a section that was actually designed to be a shelter. It's just that these units haven't been activated yet. They include a main power system, several medical units, and some production facilities. It's as if it was planned from the very beginning to survive in the ice for a long time. Moreover, this perfect shelter was built with multiple systems for circulation, power supply, production, and cultivation all in one. He immediately understood her point and continued. So you want the refugees to come here and use these facilities for production? That's not impossible. It would kill two birds with one stone. From this perspective, this is the perfect hideout. Speaking of the perfect shelter, I wonder how Va and the others are doing in Manhattan? Suddenly, the system made an announcement. Receiving an urgent message. Displaying image. A picture of a grimy Maggie, with tears welling up in her eyes, appeared on the screen. My name is Maggie. Lin Mo and Zhu Shunya were stunned, realizing it was little Maggie. Her trembling voice continued. My mom and I are surrounded by a monster. Can anyone save us? The image of New York faded. At the same time, in Chinatown, the lively atmosphere was a stark contrast to the desolate landscape. People were warmly celebrating the new year in an apartment building. The sound of an incoming call rang continuously. A hand reached out from under the blankets as someone grumbled, Who is it? It's the new year. How can anyone sleep with all this noise? Lin Mo reluctantly sat up and answered the phone. Hello, what's up? On the other end of the line, Zhu Shunya was on her way back from buying tea. Yo, it's rare for you to actually pick up the phone, Chinatown's #1 detective. On his end, Lin Mo complained while pouring coffee. Cut the sarcasm. You only talk like this when you have a difficult mission for me. It's Lunar New Year. I'm not taking any orders. I'm hanging up. Hearing this, Zhu Shunya screamed loud enough to burst an eardrum, her voice pleading desperately. Don't hang up. I'm begging you. This is an urgent job, extremely urgent. Lin Mo lost his patience and started yelling, I don't care if you're in a hurry. Every time you say that, you're trying to trick me. I'm not taking it. Seeing this, Zhu Shunya hurriedly tried to calm him down. Wait. Last time was my fault, but this time it's really urgent, and it's a huge order. If you finish this job, you can pay off all your high-interest loans at once. If I'm not mistaken, Luo Dalong must be planning to pay you a visit before the new year, right? The image of the burly Luo Dalong holding a knife, ready to skewer him at any moment, flashed through Lin Mo's mind, making him shiver and reluctantly give in. Where are we meeting? Realizing she had won, Zhu Shunya smiled triumphantly. The usual place. After that, they both went to a restaurant to talk to the client. A blonde man took out a business card. I'm Kobin, the agent for Min Min from the TikTok platform, the alien version of TikTok. You must be the #1 detective in Chinatown that Miss Yu Shunya recommended. One look, and I can tell you're a man of extraordinary talent, handsome and dashing. Lin Mo glanced at the card but wasn't very interested. You can skip the pleasantries. Let's get straight to the point. Zhu Shunya, embarrassed, quickly interjected on his behalf. I'm sorry, my Mo is a bit blunt. So, could you please tell me more about the commission? Kobin explained with difficulty. The thing is, like this, Min Min, our company's internet celebrity, is a new host we are currently promoting. She has 5 million followers and is considered our company's main training priority. So we plan to hold a special live stream during the Lunar New Year to thank her fans. But today, we can't get in touch with Min Min. Actually, we've already called the police, but the efficiency of the New York police is really concerning. In short, we hope that Mr. Lin here can help us find Min Min. This live stream is very important to us and to her. As for the money, that's not a problem. This is the deposit. As soon as he opened the money bag, both Zhu Shunya and Lin Mo's eyes lit up. What about the time frame? He replied with some hesitation, time is very tight. After all, the live stream can't be cancelled at the last minute. With that, Lin Mo stood up, frowning. Ugh, this is so annoying. Zhu Shunya, write this order down for me. I'll take it. Afterwards, the group went to Min Min's building. So, Mr. Lin, why are we at Min Min's apartment? Lin Mo confidently stated his deduction. The police have been here before, but it was probably just a formality. Besides, my gut tells me there's a clue here. Zhu Shunya immediately started to flatter him. Amazing. This is Mo's investigative intuition at its finest. Lin Mo casually walked up and picked the lock on the door. Kobin reminded him with some concern. But breaking the lock directly is a bit. But Lin Mo shot back. If you want to find her, then shut up and get inside. Lin Mo casually picked up a diary. Kobin rushed over to remind him. Mr. Lin, that's her personal property. On it were large, clear words. Forget the usual 996 grind. I don't want to work on New Year's Day. I want to go home. No, to my homeland. I'm going back to my real home for the new year. I'm quitting after the holiday. Lin Mo casually handed it over. Look, it seems I found your Min Min. I just have to go to the other side of the earth to get her. Hearing this, Kobin's face turned pale. What? She went back? Then the live stream is screwed. It's over, isn't it? What do we do now? He collapsed onto the floor in despair and hugged Lin Mo's leg. Master Detective, you have to save me, Master Detective. Our company is relying on Min Min to get through this tough time. Without this live stream, the company will go bankrupt. And when that happens, we won't be able to pay you the rest of your fee. Covered in goosebumps, he complained, get your hands off me. But he froze when he heard that last part. You mean you people don't have the money to pay the other half? Yes. Zhu Shunya peeked over and goaded him. Think about your debt. They were like grasshoppers tied to the same string. Lin Mo helplessly gave in. Fine, fine. How am I supposed to help? Kobin looked up in surprise. You agreed? Lin Mo grumbled, reluctantly agreeing. It'll cost more. After returning to the company, Zhu Shunya and Kobin worked together to give Lin Mo a makeover. How is it? Do I look like her? You do. You really do. Lin Mo was now perfectly cosplaying as Min Min. He yelled agitatedly, Zhu Shunya, why isn't it you? But she just looked down at her chest. My figure's all wrong. His face was still contorted in a scowl as he looked at the live stream preview. Zhu Shunya, I think you two teamed up to trick me, didn't you? But she just continued applying his makeup and tease. How can you doubt your agent? Aren't we partners? How could I possibly harm you? Kobin, meanwhile, continued making adjustments on the app. All right, I've linked system with the AI department. Now, all that's left is this. Gaudi's latest AI patch, which can change skin color, facial features, and even your voice. Because this detective here has a good foundation, and my build is similar to Ming Ming's. Using AI technology is the perfect solution. In the audience's eyes, he is Ming Ming. Teacher Lin Mo has completely transformed into Ming Ming. Zhu Shunya smugly held up 2 fingers, and he forced a smile, making a cute pose to match. Well then, there's nothing more to say. Let's start the live stream and sell some products. When the live stream began, Lin Mo's performance was incredibly immersive, wishing everyone a happy Lunar New Year. Ming Ming is here in the live stream room. I wish you all a happy new year. Ming Ming uses this mascara too. If you guys like it, you can place an order. Is it expensive? What part of it is expensive? Thank you to my #1 fan, Big Dragon, for the 520 gift. I love you too. Suddenly, Kobin's face went pale as he realized something. Oh crap, I forgot. Forgot what? There's also a plan for a live performance proposed by Ming Ming's #1 fan. To be honest, I don't want to participate in this plan, But Ming Ming's top fan is the leader of the Chinatown gang. He's the one who killed the entire Yamaguchi Gummy family in the next district over. Just then, Luo Dalong, who was also Lin Mo's creditor, arrived. What's going on? Lin Mo quickly covered his face, praying to all the gods. I'm screwed. Is that Luo Dalong? He was the top gifter just now. I'm so dead. I'm definitely going to die today. He walked over and grabbed Koban firmly by the shoulder. Didn't you say my Ming Ming was here? Where is Ming Ming? But he stubbornly turned away. I don't know. Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, the man didn't seem to recognize him. Luo Dalong started looking around the room. Then where did my gift come from? Isn't this Ming Ming's live stream room? Suddenly, one of his subordinates ran up. Boss, look at this. Luo Dalong looked at Ming Ming streaming on the phone, then looked up in a daze, only to see Lin Mo. Who the hell are you? In that moment, he finally understood. His heart completely shattered as he collapsed to the ground. Was Ming Ming fake? You have to be careful when dating online. His underlings rushed in to comfort him. Let it go, boss. Let it go. Just let it go, boss. Women can slow down the speed of your sword draw, but men won't. This is the first time I've met someone offline. My feelings, my youth. Back in New York, the real Lin Mo was in a laboratory. This is indeed the ideal timeline. He jumped down and approached a test tube containing a girl who only had her upper body left. Isn't that right? Number 13. Or perhaps I should call you by that humiliating name. Test subject 13, Redia 13. He placed his hand on the test tube. For the future, we need your power. The power of your indignation. After Lin Mo escaped at the National Security Bureau's refugee camp in Manhattan, the old man was quickly taken by Joanna to the military medical area to get the injured treated first. Does anyone know the injured person's blood type? It's type AB. Don't worry, the wound was treated in time. He'll be fine. Meanwhile, the old man on Gaudi's side was busy assigning tasks to his subordinates. Remember, here, and here monsters have appeared in these locations. Reinforce this direction, defend this place, and it's best to add more heavy firepower. Yes, sir. Just then, Barbara walked over angrily. Hey, you damn baldy. Gaudi heard her voice and knew instantly. Here we go again. She didn't hesitate to aim a kick right at his family jewels, but he quickly ducked. You still haven't explained things clearly. Gaudi quickly dismissed his subordinate. You can go back to your duties. Yes, sir. Barbara realized that he had managed to grab her leg in time. Oh, hey, let go of me, Baldy. The two of them immediately started arguing. Didn't I tell you it's not a good time? I think you're just trying to trick me. Over on Wade's side, he rushed over to Agent Sin. Excuse me for a moment. The agent turned around. Oh, what is it? He handed a red card to Sin. You're an awakened agent now, so you'll probably need this. The chief asked me to give you a new ID card. He took it, looking down thoughtfully as he mumbled, Ah, thanks. Am I still Kaban? Suddenly, he looked up. Xiao Bai, I have a question for you. Wade froze at the familiar form of address. Xiao Bai. Sin began. Tell me, before I was awakened, was my past real? Wade thought for a moment. The past, the truth. Isn't that just like me? Seeing his expression, Sin sighed and turned away. Sigh. It seems I was talking nonsense again. You're not from BAD, boys, so you probably don't understand what I'm talking about. Xiao Bai, you don't have to look so serious. I'm going to go file my report now. Anyway, even if that's the case, I still have to write an action report. Just treat our conversation as a joke. Suddenly, Wade spoke up. Agent Sin, he turned back. Ha, he affirmed with certainty. I understand. In fact, I understand it very well. I'm not actually a member of BAD, boys, but I've had that same kind of uncertainty. I used to not want to face my past, even hoping that everything that happened was just a dream. But before he could finish his sentence, a sweet voice suddenly cut him off. Ah, we meet again. Agent W. Excuse me. Am I interrupting anything? A cute, purple-haired girl approached. I'm Detective Marguerite Bells Bridges from the NYPD. And thanks for your help earlier, Agent W. Seeing her, W awkwardly extended his hand for a formal greeting. Officer Bridges, I apologize. I didn't see you there. Seeing this, Bridges let out a small laugh. Haha, no need to apologize. You're being way too formal. I'm not your boss, and you're not a police officer, so you don't need to salute me. He awkwardly lowered his hand. Ah, sorry. It's an old habit. Hearing this, Cobbin grew even more suspicious and looked up at the two of them. Bridges continued, speaking with a bright smile. I heard you guys found survivors in Brooklyn, so I came to see what was going on. You don't need to worry too much. The civilians have already been taken out for medical examination. We'll let you know once the checkups are complete. So, if you could please get your work sorted out after you're done here, that would be great. W mumbled as he followed behind Bridges. Officer Bridges, you really are a dedicated cop. She glanced back at him. After all, when faced with a disaster like this, someone has to step up and do something, right? It's just that. But her voice suddenly caught and she stammered. It's just, before letting out a sneeze. W awkwardly moved to help. Are you okay? This only made Coben more suspicious that something was up with these two, but Bridges just wiped her nose, chuckled, and kept walking. I'm fine. By the way, as an agent who's been in the field, don't you get cold when you're out here? He avoided her gaze. Not really. I guess I got used to it a long time ago. Suddenly, she glanced behind her at the Statue of Liberty. I really hope she can get used to it. Yeah. Later, somewhere on Liberty Island, in a National Security Agency bunker, W entered Gowdy's office to report. Sir. The man sternly put down his phone, his expression changing. Come in. Close the door. W carefully closed the door as Gowdy continued. Although Zero escaped, this is a different matter. Take off your backpack. Sir, I found it. Outside, Barbara saw the closed door and couldn't help but feel annoyed.